Welcome everyone inside the Finneran Pavilion on the campus of Villanova University for a great day of women's college basketball. The inaugural Women's Big Five Classic is brought to you by your local Tri-State Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And it should be a fun one today. Welcome to the Finneran Pavilion. As I mentioned, I'm Steve Pannone. I'm joined today by Christine Mata. Christine, it should be a good one today. Looking forward to both teams with a lot of local ties. Someone looking to get a win here in this Big Five Classic.
We don't get more Philly vibes than what's going on in the Pavilion today. And it's such an exciting triple header, an exciting matchup, and I'm excited to be here.
It really should be a special game today. We'll have a triple header for you. Now it's time to look at our RAV4 Things to Watch, brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. And Christine, let's talk a little bit first about the Explorers. What do you look for from them today?
Well, you talk about Ashley Connor. She literally does it all for this LaSalle Explorer team. She leads the team in points. She leads the team in assists. She leads in three-pointers. She leads in free throws. And she is the engine that keeps this Explorer team running. And they're expecting a big game from her to be the floor general, but also put some points on the board.
And then on the other side, the Penn Quakers, who come in 6-3. They're led by a senior, Stina Almquist.
Well, she is their leading scorer, and she had 24 points against Villanova in this building. So I would say she's pretty comfortable shooting here in the Pavilion as well. Averages about 19 points per game. She gets to the free throw line a ton, and they need her to bang around inside, but also hit that outside shot and lead the Penn Quakers.
Yeah, now we'll get a chance to look at our starting lineups for today's game. Starting with you see some of the Penn players getting finished up here, but LaSalle was introduced a bit earlier today, and now you see the lights are still off here for the Quakers as they finish up their starting lineup. And there you take a look at them. Christine, what do you think?
Well, we talked about some of the stars to watch, but when you talk about the Penn Quakers, you're also talking about Katie Collins. She was a three-time Rookie of the Week already for the Ivy League. She averages about 8.7 rebounds. And for the Explorers, I think they're looking to get somebody else involved, and I think that person could be Eris McToon today. I think they're looking for a breakout game for McToon to support Connor.
And the head coaches here have been around this area for a long time. Mike McLaughlin at Penn is in his 16th season. Mount McGilvery in his 7th at LaSalle. You see McLaughlin there on camera. He's done a great job at Penn over the years.
Absolutely. Both of these coaches know each other very well. All of the teams in the building today know each other very well, and every game matters. It may not be the championship game for the Big Five, but every single game you want that W in the win column.
So we're ready for some Big Five action here as the officials will step in. We'll get this one started. As we mentioned, the first of a triple header here today from the Finneran Pavilion. And game one for 5th place, it'll be the LaSalle Explorers in their traveling yellow against the Penn Quakers in their home whites. Looks like Collins will jump it up against McToon.
I think it's going to be really important for both of these teams to get off to a good start.
And we're underway in the tap controlled by the Explorers. Into the front court.
You see a lot of good spacing and ball movement really with both of these teams, but I think rebounding is going to be a key.
Driving kick. McToon on the drive up inside. And that ball's blocked by Collins and out of bounds, so LaSalle will maintain possession.
Collins just has such a good feel for her floor spacing, even only a first-year player here for Penn, but she has a good feel around the rim on the offensive and defensive end.
That up and no good. Rebound. That's going to stay with. It's going to look like it should stay with the Quakers. Excuse me, with the Explorers, and it will. Knocked out by Magesa.
Yeah, kind of a sandwich there between Miller and Collins. Had two white jerseys, but couldn't grab the ball.
DeLiba inside up and no good. Rebound to the Quakers.
And you'll see Penn, they want to get out and run when they can. They're very happy to play in the half court and move things around, but they will push it when they feel like they could.
As Christine mentioned, you'll see a lot of ball movement here. Looking to swing, force, and defense. Miller with a good steal. Step in from Almquist, long rebound over to Collins. Off the glass out to Gale. Gale, she'll pull it out and reset.
That's one of those plays when you're going on line, up the line, you're breaking down the defense. You better get that one if you're going for it.
There's Collins at the high post outside the three-point line. She gives it away. Good steal by Magesa. Magesa going coast to coast. Good right-hand finish up. No good.
Yeah, I really like the crossover there. Long, elongated steps. Just had everything but the finish.
Gale always looks to push. Long three up from the corner is up and good. So Sawyer with the first three of the game.
Yeah, really a great job with the one more to the corner. Instead of penetrating that gap, kicks it to the corner, one more.
McToon down at the low post. She's cut off. Good bounce pass. Kick back out. Shot up and good. So Connor for two for the Explorers. Penn now at an early 3-2 lead.
Yeah, pretty good body control there, putting it off the bounce and 1-2 stepping up.
Gale calls thumb up, and here the Quakers will run their set. Collins had that one. She thought she turned it over. She's going to get the ball back.
Both teams want to establish here early, and I think the ball movement's really important, but also penetrating those gaps and trying to get assertive and get to the rim a little bit, get to the free throw line.
Yeah, I don't think either team just wants to settle for jump shots, as you say. Try to get it inside and get some inside out. Miller on the wing, looking to post up Collins. She steps back out. They find Collins up top. Almquist at the top of the key. Shot clock at 2. Almquist forced to shoot up, no good. Rebound to the Explorers.
Yeah, that offensive possession turned a little bit stagnant there.
Connor into the front court. DeLiebe on the right wing. She finds an inside cutter. McToon up. Short rebound. Picked off by Almquist.
Looked like she wanted to get it back to Connor in the corner and changed her mind while she was in the air.
Gale always pushing it head up the floor. That ball's tucked away. As DeLiebe knocks it out of bounds. Quakers retain possession. Mount McGiver goes to his bench early as they bring on Abby Sharp.
Penn's had really good spacing so far in their possessions, just LaSalle forcing them to wind down the clock a little bit.
The ball's knocked away. LaSalle with an opportunity here. Enough back rim, no good. Knocked out of bounds. They go over to the Quakers.
Yeah, good patience there by Connor, kind of pivoting around. Thought she could have gone right up maybe with a little ball fake and created some contact, but took the step back. Here you see her with a little pivot. Really nice shot there. Had everything but the finish.
Gill finds Sawyer in the wing. Collins at the high post. Collins one dribble, hands off to Sawyer. Ball reversal to Gale. Gale gets to the foul line, kicks out. Driving shot up and going to say offensive foul, no basket. It's going to be on Stina Almquist. That'll be her first.
Yeah, this is where I thought it was some good penetration, a little bit of an overcommit there on the closeout. I don't know, that's a little bit of a tough one and a little bit of a runner. Kind of got to let the player land as well.
Salle breaks the pressure into the front court. Quinn calls out the signals.
Penn's happy to sit in that zone and force LaSalle to shoot some outside shots. Got to get a little bit of movement there.
There's a three.
The Penn band.
Armendariz from deep. She came off the bench shooting it.
Miscounting a little bit, and there, great take, recognizing the lack of transition defense and getting it right to the rim.
And Miller gets an easy one. Up and down action as it's banked in by McToon.
I think both teams said, you know what, we were settling a little bit, taking too much time off the shot clock. Let's get some transition game going up and down, and it's been successful. Got to kind of push the edge here a little bit.
Neither coach happy with the transition defense, but both coaches like the pushing of the ball on offense. Almquist again up top. She's got an early foul. She's got to be careful. Left, right hand scoop, no good. Armendariz with the rebound.
Penn's had success penetrating those gaps and getting to the rim.
Bowers into the front court. She's got a little too anxious and traveled.
And I think she's kind of looking, thought she had that pivot foot, but needed to put the ball down a little bit further. The ball did go in, so next time down, maybe she'll try again.
Quakers go to their bench again as Tarisha Bowers is in as well. So Mount McGilvery's used 9 players early on here.
Sal's trailing those shooters, and they're switching off on the inside there.
Almquist inside, she loses it. Taken away. Back screen.
Penn's mixing up their defenses a little bit, going a little bit of zone, and now they're out in the man overplaying.
Magassa looks inside. Finds Connor, back out to Magassa. 2-dribble pull-up, up and back rim, no good. Rebound run down by Penn. Gale's got a break. She's up and good.
Really good job by Gale recognizing and just exploding to the rim. She didn't bow out. She went right to it on a good angle.
Penn going a little 2-2-1 pressure here. Explorers do a good job getting it over half court. Connor stops, pulls back out. Good drive and feed. It's going to go off the hands of Magassa, so turn it over to Penn. So we got 4:33 to go here in the first quarter. Score tied at 7. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back right after this. Independence Blue Cross is a proud sponsor of the 2024 Women's Big 5 Classic and the entire greater Philadelphia area. IBX has been deeply rooted in our community for more than 85 years as your hometown health insurance. Christine, pretty good battle here. 4:33 to go in the first, 7-all.
Yeah, I think the real difference in the game right now is Penn's turning the ball over a little bit more. 4 early turnovers here in the first part of the first quarter. LaSalle getting more opportunities at the basket. They've already gotten 10 shots up and have 3 steals. So I think the difference right now is in valuing the basketball and taking care of the basketball.
Yeah, LaSalle using some of their athleticism, get some deflections and get some turnovers. As you mentioned, Penn will need to do a better job of that in the half court.
Yeah, I think LaSalle's doing a good job of closing out on the shooters, but then Penn is getting to the rim. They're just not finishing when they get there.
Penn does go to their bench. They bring in Ashna Tambe out on the wing there, up top to Almquist. Caldwell comes off the bench as well. Up top to Collins. Back cut for Sawyer, up no good. Rebound by Sawyer. No, Almquist's third opportunity, in and out. Rebound to the Explorers.
Really good opportunities for the Quakers. They just, again, got to finish it. A nice backdoor cut to the rim.
Quinn on the right wing, step back 3, up and no good. Rebound to Collins. She finds Caldwell in the front court. It looks like Tambe was on the sideline. Turnover. As you mentioned, another Penn turnover.
the back of her foot, just not realizing where she was on the court. And here you see Penn now trying to force the issue, picking up full court, trying to take some time off that shot clock and making Connor make some decisions early.
Yeah, they're making her the primary ball handler, getting her maybe out of her scoring mode. It's a good back cut there, up, no good. Rebound is brought back down by McGassiff. She loses it to Penn.
Yeah, she's had a couple of times on the inside where she's had good looks at it. Just has to get her body square to the basket.
Sawyer to shot fake. She drives right. Sawyer all the way to the rim. Up and good. Nice move by Sawyer.
That was an assertive take. She knew as soon as she put that ball on the floor, she was going all the way to the rim. Only needed one dribble to get there.
Connor using a high ball screen.
Here you see Penn back in that zone again.
Back to Deliba up high. Back to Connor.
Got to penetrate those gaps a little bit.
Deliba with a right hand drive to the rim, up. No good, out of bounds, and the ball will be over to the Quakers.
LaSalle's done a good job of some back cuts, of getting right around the rim, and there you saw again putting the ball on the bounce with Deliba getting to the rim. It's just not the finish, not squaring up and making the easy shot.
Yeah, it almost looked like she kind of lost where she was on the court there. She was a little underneath the basket.
And she had a great take and was trying to kind of extend. That's where you want to take that power dribble, square up right to the backboard, and go up strong.
Caldwell finds Gale. Almquist out top to Miller. With good ball movement here. LaSalle doing a good job defensively. Gale left-hand dribble, gets to the paint. She travels to another Quaker turnover. LaSalle's half-court defense has been pretty effective so far, Christine.
Yeah, and that was McToon. I mean, you saw her slide right with her. Those are those defensive drills you've done since you were a little kid. She just stepped right in there and bodied up and forcing the turnover. LaSalle's also doing a really good job communicating on defense, talking about when they're switching, when they're trailing, or sliding through.
And Penn back with the 2-2-1 pressure. LaSalle does a good job getting it into the front court. McToon off the dribble. Long three from Connor up, and it's going to be short and out of bounds. So,
good hustle from Quinn trying to save that ball.
So Penn will take over with a 9-7 lead here, a little over 2 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Good job.
Gale calling out the signals. She finds Collins on the right wing. Collins back to Gale up top. She finds Miller on the left wing. That ball's turned over again. Good job by Quinn. And she throws it away. It's going to be off of Gale. Explorers will maintain possession. A little bit sloppy there.
Well, one thing we talked about early in the game was the battle of the boards, but also valuing the basketball. And a team that takes better care of the basketball will have a better chance of winning. And right now, both teams sloppy with it at different times. And especially in these half-court sets, you want to value, you don't want to give up any more possessions. In transition, you expect a couple of turnovers, but in the half-court set, you really want to execute.
Connor off the bounce. She gets right. She gets herself to the paint. Back out Deliba, a little jumper in the lane. Nope, no good. Rebound comes down to Caldwell. She pushes into the front court. That'll be another turnover. So a little bit of sloppy play from the Penn Quakers so far early here in the first quarter.
And Caldwell's not even back up on the court. She went right into the Penn cheerleaders.
And there you see Connor went coast to coast, and they'll check on Caldwell. The referees will stop it. And Penn's going to take a 30-second timeout here. So 1:21 to go in the first quarter. Game tied at 9. It'll be a 30-second timeout, so we'll stay here. Christine, what do you think? A little nerves early on here? Because both teams are a little loose with the basketball.
Well, I think for LaSalle, they're getting to the rim. They're just not finishing. And then there's been a couple even of air balls where then they're not catching the ball and it's going out of bounds. That's been some of the turnovers. But in transition, being a little bit loose with the ball. For Penn, I think they're getting to the rim. They're starting to finish a little bit, but both teams really need to value those possessions. You can't give your opponent extra possessions here. And we talked also about LaSalle sometimes going through some scoring droughts this season. There were 2 times during the year where they only scored in the 40s. So with a 9-9 game, almost towards the end of the first quarter, both teams having some trouble putting it in the bucket.
Yeah, I credit LaSalle's half-court defense. They've done a good job guarding the basketball, not allowing any dribble penetration. It's made it tough for Penn to get anything going to the basket. Almquist out wide. She finds Gale. Gale to Sawyer on the left wing. Sawyer to Collins. Collins back out to Almquist, almost deflected. Almquist gets a drive, into the rim, up and no good. Rebound to the Explorers.
Yeah, that's 2 times that Deliba has overextended on the defense. She's been fortunate that Penn hasn't converted on those.
Connor goes into Deliba. The good back cut there. Rim no good. Rebounded to Quakers.
There just seems to be a lid on the bucket right now for the Explorers.
Gale trying to push before the Quakers get set up. A long three is going to be short. It's going to be run down by the Quakers here. Gale up top.
Yeah, Penn's doing a nice job. They're kind of with a 5-out or a 4-out, 1-in look, and then they're having a lot of room to penetrate, forcing any type of help defense to come a long way to stop the basketball.
Yeah, it's going to be a foul before the shot. So the Quakers will inbound on the side court. Actually, they'll be a baseline out of bounds. 9-9 here, 28.6, 20 on the shot clock. So the Quakers need to shoot before the end of the half. It's going to be a held ball. That's going to stay with the Quakers.
This is one of those starts where both teams feel like they just need to survive the sloppiness. Points are hard to come by. Turnover city. Just need to settle in and see some go down the bucket.
Long three is going to be hit front rim. Good down by Almquist to run it down. Powers up and it'll go. Stina Almquist with a good offensive rebound put back.
Yeah, second chance points, especially in a tight game like this. Those are valuable.
Clock down at 10. Shot clock is off. Connor out high. Let's see if she's aware of the clock situation. Ashley Connor back out. Long three up, no good. Armendez got it off late, but it didn't go. So at the end of one, it's the Penn Quakers 11 and the LaSalle Explorers 9. We'll be back after a quick break here at the Finneran Pavilion.
Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma. Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the Miracle with Pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
Home is for making dreams come true, for making memories that will last, for forging lifelong friendships, for watching your loved ones grow. The time is now to find the freedom that comes with pre-qualifying for a new home, or refinance in minutes and unlock the freedom to do the exciting things you've always wanted to do. Whichever path you choose, you can achieve your goals and celebrate the freedom of home ownership with Freedom Mortgage. Start making your dreams a reality at freedommortgage.com/dreams.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that?
Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion at the end of the first quarter, Penn Quakers lead the LaSalle Explorers 11-9. Christine, a little look at the numbers here from that first quarter. Anything jump out at you?
Well, a few things jump out. One, that no one's shooting the lights out here today in the Pavilion thus far, but really the turnovers for Penn were an issue earlier in the first quarter, but they made up for it with their rebounding. They are +10 in the rebounding situation, especially on the defensive end. One and done for LaSalle, and I think that's been the difference, especially in the last 5 minutes of that first quarter. Penn just locking up LaSalle on their offensive end.
Yeah, +10, a number you might see at the end of a game. You don't expect to see that at the end of one quarter.
Yeah, 16 to 6. A lot of rebounds in that first quarter. But again, LaSalle, they were getting to the rim. They just weren't finishing. Had a lot of opportunities. They had a lot more shots than
Bauer's
Penn did.
pull-up jump shot, no good. There's a chance for LaSalle. They get on the offensive glass to get themselves a second opportunity. Bowers drives, kicks back out. Armendariz pull-up jump shot is up, no good. Rebound to Collins, and she lost it. It'll stay with the Explorers.
And you're talking about a LaSalle Explorers team that only has 2 returning players since last year. 13 new faces, 5 of them freshmen, and the rest are transfers. I know we see that across college basketball in this country, but for LaSalle, only having 2 returning players, they need some time to kind of fix things up and mesh together.
No doubt, indeed. Armendariz down in the low post. She'll go up and under, no good. Rebound, gets her own offensive rebound and puts it back in. So good job by Jolene. She sticks with it.
That was just great persistence. Again, when it's not falling, there's a couple of things you can control, and that's rebounding. You get your body in position. You go back up strong. I love the power dribble to go back up.
Yeah. Gale off the dribble. She finds Gretsch. Gale out high. Pull-up jump shot, foul line jumper, no good. Rebound to MacToon.
And not a lot of white jerseys crashing the glass there. Let's see if LaSalle can settle in.
MacToon pulls. She's going to drag the pivot foot for a travel. So good job by the Penn defense there, getting back in transition, not allowing penetration, forcing the turnover.
When we talk about persistence and trying to make things happen, you missed that first opportunity, but see how she grabs it, keeps it high, goes right back up. Not much that Almquist could do there.
Gale into the front court. She finds Sawyer inside. They go to Almquist right away. Oh, unable to finish. Good execution, but the finish, but Almquist sticks with it and puts back her own miss.
And now you see both teams scoring on back-to-back possessions from offensive rebounds. So 2 ways you can start to manipulate some points when the ball's not going in the basket. You crash the boards, or you try to assert and create some contact to get to the free throw line.
Long 3 up, rims out. Fight for the rebound underneath. Players on the floor. It'll be a held ball and a possession arrow points towards the Penn Quakers.
You're starting to feel the energy in the building come up a little bit. That first quarter just seemed to, it was very slow and no energy. Now you're starting to see bodies diving on the floor, getting some offensive rebounds. You're playing on a neutral site. You have to create some of that enthusiasm yourself.
Yeah. Tina GK steps in. She had a really good second half against Villanova earlier in the year. Hits her first appearance for the Quakers. Good aggressive play by Connor. Almost got a steal.
And I'm wondering if that's something that the Explorers talked about before this game, because we're seeing consistently jumping those passing lanes and almost overextending the defense. So that may be something that they're trying to do, is anticipating those passes. Penn needs to bring the ball over a little bit further, make a better angle for those passes.
Penn goes to a horn set here. Let's see what they run. Back out to Gretsch. Good on Almquist. That second play, if they were second time they run that in a row. Good ball reversal to Gale. Drive, pull up, no good. It's foul. Good job once again. GK on the offensive glass gets herself to the foul line.
Thought that was a missed opportunity for Almquist. She had her defender on the back. She just needed to drop step power dribble on the left side. Instead, she threw it out, but Penn still benefiting because of crashing of the boards here.
So, Tina GK will step to the line for her first 3 throws of the game. .6'2" sophomore. First one rims out. She has the ball here for her second one. Rolls that one in, extending the Quaker lead to 14-11.
Once again, you see Penn picking up 3/4 to full court, trying to take some time off that shot clock, but forcing LaSalle to do something with the basketball and make some decisions.
Penn doing a good job on the help side, not letting any of those cutters beat them to the basket. Good defense here from Penn. Push like out deep. Good drive by MacToon. Pull-up jump shot is good. Nice job by Eris MacToon.
And that's where I think the opportunity lies for LaSalle to penetrate those gaps, put the ball on the floor. If help comes, then you could kick it out because they have really good spacing around the perimeter.
Almquist at the elbow. Picks up her dribble. She's good. Oh, good back cut from Gale. In and out. Won't fall. Looks like everything but the basket.
There's been a few times now for Penn where they've had layups and good looks at it and it's literally rolled out.
Got long threes up and good. Peshalak.
That's exactly what we just talked about on the last possession. Penetrate, put the ball on the floor. If help comes, you kick out. And LaSalle doing a really good job with spacing and benefiting from the spacing there.
Explorers now lead 16-14. Gretsch on the wing. Finds Almquist. She's going to back her player down. Double team comes. Steps back. No good. Rebound to MacToon. Looks like we have an injured Explorer.
I think they're going to take a look at that one. I think Almquist's arm kind of flew into Connor's face. And I think they're going to take a look at the monitor. Almquist was very patient with her dribble, but her arm kind of went flying, hit Connor right in the face.
We'll get a good look at it here. Let's see.
Kind of cleared out there, yeah.
It's got an elbow right in the nose.
She wasn't going for the ball, kind of flailed that arm. So this will be interesting to see what the officials decide.
So we'll take a quick timeout here. 6:28 to go in the second quarter. The Explorers lead this one 16-14. At the Finneran Pavilion, it looks like the referees have come up with a decision. Hopefully they'll come over and let us know. Maybe Christine can get this from the officials. We'll let you know exactly what happened. And it looks like they're going to call some type of flagrant one, I believe, on Stina Almquist. As her elbow came out and it caught Ashley Connor. And Christine, what did you find out?
So they said an observed unintentional foul, and Penn will get the ball, or LaSalle will get the ball, 2 shots and the ball on the side.
Okay, so that's an interesting call now, because it's also going to be Stina Almquist's second personal foul. You see the contact there. The elbow got away from the body a little bit, and that's what they called. But I think more importantly, it's the second foul on Almquist, which forces Coach Mike McLaughlin into a decision.
I think he's going to trust his player and leave her out on the floor here, but she needs to get behind half court, and Connor will shoot two, and then LaSalle will get the basketball.
Connor's first free throw is up and good. Connor now with 4 points on the day. All right, so a chance for a 5-point possession here if they knock down a three. If both free throws are good, extends the Explorer lead to 18-14.
Those were the first two free throws for LaSalle, so seeing that ball go in the bucket a little bit sometimes mentally just helps, because again, LaSalle's getting to the rim. They're getting really good opportunities. They hit that three earlier. Let's see if they can create some momentum.
It's inbound to Connor. She's closely guarded by Sawyer. DeLiva at the high post. Good back cut by McToon. Inside to the post. Left-hand shot up and good. Pushilak giving us some production off the bench.
Just really good patience. Felt her defender on her back. Started to come towards the middle and then drop step around to the left hand. Really nicely done.
The Explorers with their largest lead of the game here. They stretch it out to 6. Almquist looking for a back cutter. It's going to be an off the ball. Looks like going to be a foul call.
Now Penn's run that back door a few times. Connor was in position. She actually was there, but the mistake she made was she reached. If she would have just stayed with her body, she would have met her right there in the paint.
The foul was on Ashley Connor, her first. Gale up top, looking at Almquist in the mid-post. She squares up and loses the basketball. DeLiva throws ahead to Connor. She runs down, good right-hand dribble, back up, and good. That'll be a quick timeout now for head coach Mike McLaughlin. He finds his team down 8 here with 5:42 to go. We'll stay right here. And transition starting to hurt Penn a little bit as LaSalle's been able to get out and run, Christine.
We talked about momentum, and right now Ashley Connor leading the way. She was our player to watch, and this is why. She makes the free throws with the intentional foul, and look at the body control, feeling the defense, having awareness on the court, knowing exactly where she is, and most importantly, finishing and knocking down the bucket. Because for LaSalle, they've been getting a lot of good shots. They've gotten almost 30 shots up in this game, but they just haven't put a few down. Now we're starting to see that momentum. We're starting to see a little bit of a run for the Explorers, again, led by Ashley Connor.
Yeah, it looks like they've been able to score better in transition like that when it's 1-on-1 as opposed to 5-on-5 in the half court, where maybe Penn's size and length and athleticism getting a little more trouble. But they can get out and run and get some 2-on-1s and some even 1-on-1 plays. It seems like they've been more effective.
When you have a game where points are hard to come by, again, you have to create some of those points and create that energy, and they're doing it on the defensive end, and it's turning into points.
Long three's up and good. So a big shot there from Miller. Quakers really needed that one.
Yeah, Miller just with a good job of kind of catching that and jump stopping and going right up in one motion.
Yeah, DeLiva's going to turn and face against GK. GK much taller. Uses that size to her advantage as DeLiva dribbles it off her knee.
Yeah, she had some room there in a lane to the basket, just mishandled that.
So Mike McLaughlin with that quick timeout was able to get a 3 out of the set to cut it to 5.
I think LaSalle has adjusted a little bit to some of the cutting from Penn. Again, with that 4 out, 1 in, or even a 5 out, they're starting to help and recover a little bit better.
Caldwell looking into GK. She's going to drag her foot and travel.
Yeah, the defensive pressure is starting to bother Penn a little bit. LaSalle kind of has upped the intensity. They were jumping the passing lanes, then a nice little battle going on in between with the 4 out, 1 in the paint, getting over top.
Connor into the front court. She'll pull it back out. She finds Armendariz. Good defense by the Quakers. Armendariz out at the top to Connor. Shot clock at 10. Connor looking for a high ball screen. Going to be a quick bump on Collins. So with 7 on the shot clock, Explorers get bailed out a little bit there.
Absolutely. I thought Connor could have turned the corner, and then Collins did a nice job of kind of bumping it. I thought that was a little bit of a ticky-tack there.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit more contact in other areas that wasn't called. As Magassa pull-up jump shot up and rims in and out. Rebound to Gale. Long three up and good. So that's 2 in a row by Sarah Miller.
I really like how Gale was surveying the court. Her eyes were going back and forth, and then she found Miller, knew that she hit the last one, and when a shooter's hot, you get them the ball, feed them the basketball.
Long three, no good. Run down by Caldwell.
Start seeing Penn up the tempo here, pushing the ball in transition.
Miller going for 3 straight. She's got it. The RAV4 minutes to play is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. 4 minutes to go here in the first half.
That's just really good recognition for Penn, knowing when your teammate's hot and when she's open.
Long three up, back rim, no good. Quakers with the offensive rebound. It's Connor. She finds her way in, up off the glass, no good, but it's run down again. Quakers get the 3rd opportunity. 3 is up and good by Pujalak.
Here we go. Now we're talking. I'm starting to get some points here on the board.
Starting to see the ball go in the basket. It's 4 threes in the last 5 possessions. 3 by Penn and now 1 by LaSalle.
And the other thing that needs to be seen, especially by LaSalle, is wherever Miller is on the court, you got to trail her now that she's hit a couple and be right on her hip.
Collins inside the GK. Drop step up and good. So a nice move there by Tina GK.
Collins was setting up again in the corner. Her defender decided to help.
Yeah, this flow's really picked up, as Christine mentioned, the last, I would say 2 or 3 minutes or so. Both teams offensively have really found their stride. Magassa pull, kicks back out. Connor long three, up and good.
And you see the big fist pump there by Connor. She's had a heck of a quarter here, really leading her team, not only in points, but with enthusiasm.
Let's see if they can get Miller open again. You make 3 threes, you're going to get guarded a little differently. And that time, Magassa was not going to let her come off that screen, but she picks up the foul.
She was trying to trail her, which is exactly what you want to do, and just ran into a Quaker.
So a good one here. LaSalle with a 3-point lead. 2:17 to go here in the first half. It's been raining threes for the last 3 minutes or so. Gale, she's back open. Another 3 is up and good. Sarah Miller. Somebody better find her.
What I love about Miller, though, is the way she's catching and shooting all in one motion. It's such a quick release.
That's 4 threes here in the second quarter for Sarah Miller. And a good finish by Daliba. Good back and forth action as both teams have hit their stride here late in the second quarter. Here comes Gale into the front court, full head of steam. She's going to get bumped and see if they call it before the shot, or if she'll get to the line and shoot 2. They're going to say underneath, so it's going to be before the shot. The foul's going to be on Joan Quinn.
But I like the push in transition. I think, you know, for Penn, seeing LaSalle early on in this quarter get on a streak. Now Penn on a streak.
Does Miller have another one in her? This time, Mactoon gets all over her, and she's going to pick up the foul here. Eris Mactoon, he's like, hey, that's better than getting someone making a 3 on me. But that will be the 15th foul on the Explorer, so that'll send Sarah Miller to the line for 2 shots. Sarah Miller now with 15 points on the day, leading scorer in the ball game.
You know, she's from Arizona. It's pretty hot in Arizona, and she's increasing the temperature here in the Pavilion because it is chilly outside, but she's been draining shots. This has been the Sarah Miller quarter.
Connor into the front court. There's Quinn. Quinn to Daliba. Good crossover pull-up. Daliba shot back rim, no good. Rebound for GK.
Really think Daliba can take her time a little bit and swing through and go right to the rim. I think that's a matchup that's advantageous for
Gale to
LaSalle.
Miller. Miller gives it up. Gale penetrates. Back out to Almquist. Miller doing a good job moving out the ball. Almquist straight drive, underhand scoop is good.
I've seen that inside-out game, Miller hitting those threes, but the reason why Miller was getting open, because early on, Penn was getting to the rim. They were getting all those backdoor cuts, so LaSalle was in help defense, and now you're seeing after Miller getting all that attention, Penn going back to the rim.
Long jump shot up, no good. Rebound Miller. Gale pushes it into the front court.
Here's where I think you want to get a really good possession if you're Penn.
An off the ball foul. I think that's going to be on McToon again, trying to guard Miller.
I think for Penn, you've regained the lead. You want to take a little bit of time here. Now they're going to get to the free throw line, but for LaSalle, depending on Miller hitting these shots, which I think she will because she's hitting everything right now, LaSalle wants to get a really good possession, keep this a one possession game.
Yeah, it's almost a story if she misses.
Points were so hard to come by in that first quarter, and a little bit of an offensive explosion for both teams here in the second.
So Miller extends the Penn lead to 3. 43.7 to go. Quakers lead this one 33-30. Second one up and good. So a 4-point lead, and Sarah Miller gets a well-deserved break as she'll take a break here with Caldwell. I'm a little surprised that Almquist is still in the game here with 43 points with those 2 fouls. Thought Mike McLaughlin might get her out.
And that's where you got to recognize that if you're LaSalle. I mean, they are in a zone here. Penn was in the zone, so she might be a little safe.
Rebound, second chance, good run out by Armendariz is out. Long 3 up, no good. Rebound to Sawyer. Quakers can hold for the last shot if they choose to. Shot clock is off. Gale's looks like she's gonna be content to get the last one.
You see they're doing a kind of a 1-4 flat. Watch for the elbows here.
Here
the
comes
double
GK
screen.
with a high ball screen. Gale pull up 15-footer, front rim no good. Run around, and that's gonna do it here for the first half. So a well-played second quarter by both teams. And at that break, the the Quakers lead this one 34-30 over the LaSalle Explorers. Coming up next after a short break is the Toyota Big 5 halftime show with Megan Caffrey and Harry Peretta.
Welcome into the Toyota halftime show here on the Villanova Sports Network. Legendary former Villanova women's basketball head coach Harry Peretta and myself, Megan Caffrey, are here with you. We've got you covered all afternoon and evening long. Halftime, post-game show. Harry, are you ready for a long night together?
It's the most relaxed I've ever been.
We are so excited. It is halftime here at the first game of the Big 5 Women's Classic with Penn leading 34-30 over LaSalle. And it was a little bit of a tale of two halves, Harry, really, in the first half alone with what these two teams were able to do.
Yeah, I mean, Penn came out at the beginning, played pretty well. Then LaSalle went on a run, took the lead. And then now Penn has taken the lead back before halftime. So these are usually how Big 5 games go, Megan. They're very erratic. Mm-hmm. You have players that step up that probably exceed their scoring average, which we have a couple kids in this game already doing that. So to me, it's a typical Big 5 game. too much of what I've seen over 42 years when I coached.
I was going to say, you have coached in plenty of these games as well, Coach, huh?
I've seen some. You want to talk about tales of two halves? I've seen some.
Let's break down this first half, though, Coach, here a little bit more, okay? So we went over the score. What stands out to you here as we're looking at things? For me, I'm kind of looking at the turnovers, 10-5, with Penn having 10 of those turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, LaSalle got a lot of their points early off of turnovers, but then Penn kind of straightened it out a little bit. But I'm looking at the three-point field goal percentage. I mean, Penn's shooting the ball well from the three-point line. So usually if you can make threes, you know, it's a big advantage for you.
How big of a difference maker could that be in this game?
I think it's a big disadvantage. I always used to say to my players, we used to be big on trying to get threes and obviously not give up threes. So I used to tell them, I say, every three we make, the other team's got to make 2 twos.
Oh.
So, I mean, I don't think it's real genius, but it came out, I can at least count 2 to 3. So
I mean, it sounds genius to me, Coach.
So right now, I think Penn has the lead because of that.
Now, as you spoke a little bit before, Coach, LaSalle did come out as we take a look at some first half highlights here. LaSalle came out and they went on a little bit of a run here to start off things.
Yeah, well, Penn made the 3 early, and then LaSalle started taking over the game like midway through the first quarter. So again, Megan, we talked about it before. There's going to be a lot of erratic up and down in the game. And look for the same thing to happen in the second half. You're going to see one team going to run. You're going to see another team going to run. Right now, Penn, there's another 3 that they missed a shot, but they go offensive rebound the ball. So right now, like I said, it's the team who could be the most consistent in the second half.
Yeah, and Penn was held scoreless for a little over 2 minutes here in the second quarter, and then they go on, they find a little bit of a run, like you said, and then they finish the first half on a 6-0 run to be leading 34-30. What stuck out to you defensively as we're watching some of these highlights as well?
Well, I think defensively, both teams at the beginning came out, like Penn's pressing early, trying to force some turnovers. LaSalle was denying outlet passes, not outlet passes, they were denying passes in Penn's offense, and Penn was able to compensate and get a couple back doors. And once you get a couple back doors, you see what happens. You get a 3. So, you know, again, I think it's just each team is feeling its way out. And you saw the second quarter, both teams scored the ball much better. They were a lot less nervous.
Now, Coach, question for you. Why is it in games like these that we don't typically see the team's leading scorers perform as well as what we're used to, and we see some of those underdogs kind of have a better performance?
I've seen that happen a lot, Megan. We've won games where like a kid who averaged like 2 points a game would get 12 in the game. And a lot of it has to do with the leading scorer. The pressure is always on the leading scorer, and especially in a Big 5 game, everybody's watching, especially this new format. So, you know, you might see that. It's happening already today, and it might happen later on in the second and third game also.
And the scoring we really didn't see come to light with both of these teams until the second quarter. You even came out here, we were chatting at the first quarter, and you're like, this is a typical Big 5 game. It's a really low scoring, and then things started to change a little bit offensively for both teams.
Yeah, teams start feeling themselves out, and I think they have to get over the nerves. Okay, like I've seen scores 6-4 in the first 10 minutes of games like that I've played in the Big 5. So it actually, both teams actually more relaxed in the second quarter. They start running their offenses a lot better.
Did you get nervous as a coach coaching in these games?
Yes. I wouldn't sleep the night before.
No way.
Oh, the day of the game, Megan, I wouldn't talk to anybody. It was brutal. So I'm happy to be sitting here with you right now.
Was this a typical game day thing, Coach, or was this specifically for Big 5 games?
Big 5 games always a little more nervous. I remember getting in trouble once. I told the president of the university that I would rather win a Big 5 game than a Big East game. It didn't go over real well 20 years ago.
No, sir. No, sir. But you won plenty of both.
Well, yeah, stick around long enough, you're going to win a couple by accident.
We are going to be back after this short break with our players to watch here coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander.
Grandma!
You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
we step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Welcome back to the Toyota Halftime Show here on the Villanova Sports Network. Let's get into our players to watch here. Some of the players that really stood out here in the first half. We are looking at LaSalle's Jolene Armendariz and Penn's Stina Almquist, Coach.
Yeah, well, Armendariz is already at her average, and it's only halftime. So remember, we talked about kids stepping up in these kind of games that sometimes you don't expect. So she already has 5 points, and that is her average for a game. So, and then on the flip side, you know, you have Alquist, like she's their leading scorer. So she's only has 6. She averages 18. Okay, so she's going to have to step it up in the second half if Penn's going to keep the lead.
Yeah, let's look a little bit closer at Jolene, Coach. When you were watching her play here in the first half, what kind of stood out to you with her?
She's a real mobile kid.
Yeah.
She's a strong kid. She can shoot, pass, and dribble. So I used to love to have players like that. They can do a little bit of everything. You know, now she goes inside, she misses, she gets offensive rebounds. She's already scored from the outside. She scored from the inside. And like I said, she can play almost any position on the court.
And to your point, Coach, too, you could just see her strength in those highlights that we were looking at. She's not afraid to get physical underneath.
No, she can play. She could probably play the 1, 2, 3, or 4. I mean, for LaSalle. And you know, when you talk about mobility, they're the kind of kids you want. Positionalist players is what they call them.
Let's take a little bit of a closer look at Stina Almquist for Penn and what she was able to do in this first half.
Yeah, same way. Like, she's a multi-positional player also. She offensive rebounds the ball, gets a basket here, okay? Then I think, and she's posting up on this play. Even though she misses it, she gets offensive rebound, puts it back. So she's doing a little bit of everything too.
She's a senior guard, and how much does that veteran experience really come to light in games like these?
I think it's big in games like this, and you know, she's experienced the pressure before. She knows what it's like. Hopefully, it doesn't bother her as much. But and again, I just can't emphasize more the positionalist players, how they do the best of all the players on the court.
And one player that stood out to me that we didn't exactly highlight here, though, was Penn's Sarah Miller, Coach. We were talking about her during the first half. Just a freshman. She's already now tied her season high, 16 points.
Yeah, she has 3 times her average already. So, again, we go back to the kid who steps up that you don't normally expect. I mean, that's a lot of points to get in the first half. It's almost half their points.
Yeah, and correct me there. She has 18 points in the first half. She had 16 just 2 games ago in their game against Immaculata. What does that say about a freshman coming out here and playing so strong?
Well, it's funny. I know Mike McLaughlin obviously very well. He's talked about her a lot, and he's hoping that he can build with her around, you know, in the future. So it says a lot that she can do that already, especially in these kind of games.
What did you watch with her play that you're excited to kind of see here in the second half?
She kind of do a little bit of everything, Megan.
Yeah.
Again, we go back to the positionalist stuff. She can play the point, she can play the 2, the 3. She passes the ball really well. She can defend a bigger player. She can defend a smaller player. So, you know, she can do a little bit of everything, which adds up to a lot in the end.
On the other side of the ball for LaSalle, Ashley Connor really came to light here in the second quarter.
Yeah, she came to life. They needed her to come to life. She's their leading scorer. She averages 11 a game. So, once again, they need her to continue playing well. So, in these games, like I said, I used to say sometimes the best players can keep you in the game, but it's the young kids that win the game for you at the end. So, she's their leading scorer. She's going to have to play a lot better in the second half.
Well, Coach, I know that you enjoy sitting out here with me, and we're having so much fun, but I'm going to ask you to put your coach's cap on here real quick and give me a little bit of a breakdown. If you're in halftime in the locker room for both of these teams, we'll start with Penn. Okay, you're up right now by 4 at the half. What are you telling your team right now?
I think I'm telling them we have to execute our offense a little better. We have too many turnovers. Even though we have the lead, we have too many turnovers. And we have to keep LaSalle in front of us, not let them beat us off the dribble. And again, you know, try to run our offense to get some 3-point shots because they've been really valuable. They're 5 for 9 in the first half. That's a really good percentage.
On the other side, LaSalle?
LaSalle, again, they're going to have to execute their half-court offense a little better, too. I think they're going to have to try to get in the passing lanes a little bit more and disrupt Penn. They did that in the first quarter, so hopefully they can do a little bit more of that in the second half and maybe get some steals and get some easy baskets.
Well, you heard it from the coach himself.
Yeah,
We've got the breakdown for both of these teams. Be sure you don't go anywhere. We've got second half action coming up here with Penn up 34-30 over LaSalle in the first game of the Women's Big Five Classic here on the campus of Villanova.
Back here at the Women's Big Five Classic. It's brought to you by your local tri-state Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places back here on the campus of Villanova University at the Finneran Pavilion. It's the Penn Quakers with a 34-30 lead over the LaSalle Explorers. And Christine, a little bit of a quick look at some of the numbers. What'd you think of the first half?
Well, I thought Sarah Collins was perfect. She literally was perfect. She was 5 for 5 from the field. She was 4 for 4 from 3. She was perfect from the free throw line. I thought she really was the difference in the game. Penn has shown the ability to go on runs. They went on a 9-0 run in this game. Cal Baptist that they played about a week ago, they went on a 17-1 run. They went on a 13-0 run. So LaSalle really needs to guard against some of those Penn runs. But it was her ability to create space on the floor, to find the spots, and then Gail finding her teammate, knowing she was hot, and getting her the basketball.
Yeah, and you see in a lot of these highlights, she didn't have to put the ball down on the floor. She's catching and shooting. Probably if you're LaSalle, you got to get up on her and make her bounce the basketball.
And we just saw that the halftime show with Harry Peretta, and one thing he loves is when you catch the ball on the hop, because either foot can become your pivot foot, and she was catching it on the hop and then going right into her shot. No wasted time whatsoever. And then for LaSalle, they got 11 more shots than Penn, but they weren't able to finish around the rim. So I think the difference for LaSalle here in the second half is if they could finish around the rim, because they're getting really good looks at it, I think they could close this gap a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big key as well. And I think if LaSalle can continue to force some turnovers and get some easy baskets, I think whichever team can get some easy baskets and maybe not be forced against to play against that half-court defense has a big advantage.
Yeah, and I thought that Penn did a really good job of recognizing the defense. When LaSalle was jumping those passing lanes, then Penn started putting the ball on the floor and getting to the rim. Then when LaSalle started to help, Penn was finding Miller for the outside shot. So credit to Penn for really recognizing the defense and taking what the defense gave them.
And the first possession goes to the Explorers here. To leave it at the high post. Good drive in. That ball is going to be blocked by Collins. Good take by Quinn, but Collins, with her size and length, able to get the block.
Yeah, I definitely like the assertiveness of trying to get to the rim.
And Miss Miller stays perfect.
Why not? Unbelievable display by the freshman.
Connor on the drive. Back up, McToon up, and it's going to be an offensive foul on Aris McToon. That's going to be her third foul as well.
That was a little risky there because Almquist had those 2 fouls that she picked up early in the game, but she knew she was in position and she gave it a go. And that's what you need to do. You can't be afraid on defense. You have to give up your body. She had her feet set and she gets the ball back for her team.
Yeah, either way that went, someone was going to pick up their third foul, and unfortunately for LaSalle, went against McToon. There's Miller with another open look and an air ball. I guess she's human.
A little bit of a heat check there.
Pull-up jumper at the line is good as Connor just takes it coast to coast and pulls up from 15 and knocks it down.
It's been a battle of the guards here. Connor, we highlighted before the game, she really is the engine that goes for the Explorers, and she's had moments in this game where she's just propelled their offense.
It's going to be a backcourt violation. Penn commits another turnover.
It has been an issue for them. They're in double digits with their turnovers. They typically take decent care of the basketball, but they need to take a little bit better. You don't want to give LaSalle any room to start digging into this lead.
Connor finds DeLiba on the left wing. DeLiba to Quinn. Long three from Quinn. Front rim no good. Offensive rebound goes to Magassa. She finds DeLiba. McToon. Pull up 12-footer. Back rim no good. Rebound to Gale.
That's another good example. You get a really good look at it. You get down in the paint, just don't have the finish.
Ball's going to be knocked away by Quinn. Penn will retain possession. Back out.
Good job by the LaSalle defense. They're trailing the shooters, not allowing any outside shots, especially by Gale. She was trying to run off.
Gets a back cut up and going to be an offensive foul on Sawyer. So good job stepping in there by Connor.
And it looks like she got the brunt of that. Yeah. She landed awkwardly on her backside. I don't know if it was her hip or kind of her backside, but she went down hard.
And she took an elbow to the nose earlier in the game, so it's been a rough cut go for her. And here's we'll see the back cut live.
Getting in really good position, and we can't really see the way she's landing, but I'm not sure if she just...
You see her hand there kind of behind her back, like near her tailbone maybe, that she landed on, but hopefully she'll be okay.
Sometimes when you get hit there, kind of in that lower back, but where the muscle is, it gets that deep tissue, and your muscle just has a hard time firing for a minute. So she's going to take a break.
Yeah, and a little gingerly getting off, but hopefully she can return.
It's awkward. Anytime you're dealing with the back, backs are funny sometimes.
So Teresha Bowers will check in.
You see Gale picking up full court, but plenty of other yellow jerseys there. But
we'll keep an eye on Connor and see if she gets back in. 8:03 mark when she went out.
I really like the way Gale plays defense. She cuts off, she turns, she beats her to the spot and turns her again. That's like the full court drill you've done since you were little, and she puts it into practice. She beats her to the spot, doesn't always ride the hip, but forces her to turn.
Kick violation against Miller. Looks like Penn went zone this possession. You're trying to maybe switch their defenses up to kind of get LaSalle off stride.
Yeah, they did a good job of that in the first quarter where they were going back and forth between their zone and man.
So inside. Bowers inside to McToon. Back out to DeLiba. DeLiba drives. It's going to be an offensive foul. Good job by Miller to step in and take the charge.
Yeah, I thought DeLiba could have taken that short pull up there in the short corner. LaSalle doing a good job with the ball movement. When you have that open shot right there, just got to go up with that. Thought it was a risky pass in with 3 white jerseys, but then the kick out, and DeLiba just one dribble too many.
Yeah, both teams doing a good job with their help defense, sliding across to take charges on consecutive possessions. Taya Gale into the front court. Back out to Almquist. Almquist to Gale. Gale left-hand dribble, pulls up, finds Collins. Collins backs her player down. Shot off the glass and good.
And Collins had been a little bit quiet here early in this game, and maybe they can start to get her going a little bit.
Yeah, that's her first field goal. Good drive. Oh, that's going to be a travel. Bowers just a little bit too aggressive there.
That's the thing with young players sometimes, it's a long season, your first full season, your first big 5 progression here, and sometimes it's a little bit up and down, but sometimes one ball goes in and it can get you going.
Yeah. Comes Gale, right-hand dribble, uses her strength, gets it up off the glass, no good. Rebound brought down by Quinn, and she'll push it up.
Definitely like Gale's game. I like the way she's assertive. She's tough on defense, uses her body well in her athleticism.
Bushlack finds McToon fadeaway jump shot's going to be short. Rebound to Almquist. Gale looking up. That's going to be deflected away. Nice job by McToon to get her hand on it.
That's just a situation where Gale was trying to push the tempo a little bit, but really didn't have the angle there.
Yeah, nice set. Here's Ashley Connor's going to be back in the ball game, so that's a good thing for the Explorers.
Adrenaline is a great thing, Steve. It's a great thing.
Still a little gingerly out there, but she's back at it.
She'll feel it tomorrow for sure.
Good pass to Collins, up and good. So 4 quick points for the freshman.
Such a simple thing, but such a strategic out-of-bounds play. You run one runner through, and all eyes are on them, and here comes Collins as the trail, and just a pass right to her for the layup.
Yeah. Good back cut there. Going to be a foul. So that was a really nice cut by Magassa. The foul's going to be on Tombe, I believe, 0.
And that was only because she put both her hands on her back. Anytime you touch with both hands, that's a quick whistle.
Menendez backing her down. She's going to be off. And it's going to be a foul on Armendariz, who's just got a little bit too aggressive after the missed shot.
But I really liked what she was trying to do there. She was trying to use her body, and there's where you want to go towards the rim and use the backboard. Instead, she kind of faded away and made her have to go right over the top of the rim. Backboard is your friend down low.
Quakers looking to extend that lead to double figures as they lead by 9 here about halfway, well, 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Almquist out top. They find Gale. High ball screen. She'll go the other way. Step out. Collins 3 up and in and out. Rebound to Bowers. Magassa long 3 up and no good off the rim. Rebounds battled for. And it's going to be back. Comes out to Magassa. Long 3 for Quinn is in and out. Both teams fighting for it. I think it's going to be a loose ball. I think that foul is going to be on Gale. And it is.
Magassa's done a nice job for LaSalle of keeping balls alive. She's gotten tips, she's gotten the ball to her teammate, and she's kept those possessions alive, or extended possessions for her team. That's not always going to show up in the stat book, but she's been able to tip the ball to some teammates.
Menders backs it down, Lee up and off the rim, won't fall.
But see, that's the difference. See the difference there of using the backboard?
Good hustle and finish. Good job there by Sawyer. It's going to be a quick timeout here for Coach McGilvery here. We're going to take our quick timeout here. We'll be back with more on the Villanova Sports Network after this short break.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander.
Grandma!
You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra, or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
You don't have to be a star athlete like Villanova's Eric Dixon to do this to your savings. Introducing the Slam Dunk CD from Ardent Credit Union. This 7-month CD starts with a high base rate. Then, whenever the Wildcats win at home this season, Ardent boosts your rate to 5% APY. It's like having a secret weapon on the court and in your budget.
Open your Slam Dunk CD today.
Get yours at ardentcu.org/slamdunk. Proud partner of Villanova Athletics.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that?
Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Here at the Finneran Pavilion on the campus of Villanova University, the Penn Quakers extend their lead out to 11 with 5:11 to go here, and doing it with some fast break basketball.
Early in the game, we talked a little bit about tempo, and I think Gail's done a really nice job of not only seeing the floor, but understanding when to push the basketball and when to kind of set things up. She's leading both teams in assists. That was her 6th assist of the game, but she's also doing it on the defensive end, pressuring the guards for LaSalle. Here you see her out there, right there, even just that, getting out close and forcing a pass early in the possession.
Out wide, finds Pushalak to Quinn. Quinn to Armandurez. Long three up and hits the back rim, no good. Rebound to Collins for Penn.
And here's Gail again. Look, her head's always up. She's always surveying the land.
Sawyer shot fakes at three, decides not to. There's a good steal taken away. Magassa one-on-one all the way to the rim, and good, and one.
What I really liked about that for Magassa is that she crossed over to her strong hand. She had a play earlier in the first half that was very similar. She stayed on the left side and didn't finish. But here, watch. She sees the contact, absorbs the contact, but goes over to her strong hand to make sure she finishes. For LaSalle, the name of the game right now has been not finishing around the rim.
All right, we'll take a quick break here with 4:33 to go. It's the Penn Quakers leading the LaSalle Explorers 43-34 here on the Villanova Sports Network. Back here with 4:33 to go. See Magassa jumping in the passing lane there. And she's going to get a good strong finish and one, and we'll send her to the line. to try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play.
That was something we saw early in the first half from LaSalle, jumping those passing lanes. And for Magassa, those were actually her first 2 points of the game. It doesn't feel that way because she's had a lot of good looks around the rim. LaSalle has had 15 more shots than Penn, but the difference is they're only shooting 28%, so they had the opportunities. Now they got to really focus on finishing.
I saw that. Magassa 1 for 9 from the field. Would have never guessed it. Almquist gets a look at 3. Front rim no good. Collins with a good rebound. She's had a good second half. Long 3 up, and it's going to be an air ball run down by Sawyer. Sawyer finds Gale. Nice pass. Beautiful pass to Almquist.
Yeah, Gail has really just been such a great court leader. That's her 7th assist of the game. She's always looking for her teammates, always has her eyes up, but I loved how she swung through, went right to the rim, drew the defender, and then dumped the ball.
Magassa trying to use her size. It's going to be a 3-second violation.
It was really good recognition by Magassa. She realized Gail was on her. She had the mismatch. She demanded the basketball, puts her arm up, just couldn't hold on to it.
Eris McToon will take a rest. That's a beautiful pass there and a really nice finish.
Well, her teammates know. They know to be ready for the basketball because they're going to get it. And every point guard loves a teammate with their hands showing.
Miller knocks down another 3, but it's not going to count. They're going to have an illegal screen. They tried to run her through the old elevator play where they closed the shaft door on it. Miller still knocked it down, but they called the moving screen on one of her teammates. Might have been Collins.
Yeah, there you see just, you can't step through and squeeze. Nice try, but that's not allowed.
Miller just made it for, that's just what she does. Connor trying to get free here, keeping the bounce alive. Long 3 by Quinn, back rim, no good, run down by Gale. So the Explorers a little cold. Good job. What a catch by Almquist running the floor.
Great job by Gale seeing her teammate, but Almquist runs the floor hard because she knows if she runs, she's going to get it. But you're right, what a great catch. That was on her fingertips, and she just pulled it in and went with the 1-2 stepping up.
And you got to reward the big player for running the floor, and you'll see it here. Look at that. Good left-handed catch in stride and able to finish.
Those are those outlet drills that you do your whole life. She didn't even have to put the ball on the ground. Great finish by Almquist.
Collins again puts it on the floor. Quinn drives up, and she's going to draw the foul. Trying to get a number on who that was. I think that's Gale again.
Quinn's done a nice job of putting the ball on the floor and trying to get to the rim. And I feel like this is an important time for LaSalle. Penn's gone on a little bit of a run here. You're down 13. These free throws are pretty important. You don't want to let this game get away from you.
And that is Gale's 3rd foul. So you saw her trotting off to the Penn bench. Probably won't see her for the rest of the 3rd quarter, I would imagine. Quinn cuts the lead to 12, and LaSalle's going to need just getting some stops here to try to get back, get this thing. Christine, what do you think, under 10 here going into the 4th quarter to feel like you can make a run?
Yeah, you always want to close out quarters well. Anytime you can get a little bit of momentum, and for Quinn, those are her first 2 points of the game too. So now you're seeing Magassa, Quinn starting to get some points on the board. We'll see if LaSalle can be a little bit more balanced offensively.
So Caldwell will be your primary ball handler now with Gale out of the game.
Good patience from Penn here, just surveying what they need, not trying to cause a turnover, just trying to get to the rim.
Sawyer with a good drive and finish.
Almost lulled the defense to sleep there. Pass, 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 and then swing through and take it down the baseline.
Really nice ball reversal, got her an open driving lane. Almquist going straight up, step through and up and good. Pushalak with a nice finish.
Yeah, I think she had good body control there. She could have lost her footing, but stepped through and finished. Again, that's the story for LaSalle when they finish.
Go inside to Collins against it. Good post position.
This is kind of what we saw in the 2nd quarter. All of a sudden, we started seeing points get put on the board. Connor's really, she's really in some discomfort here. We saw her hit the floor hard earlier when she took the charge, and she's limping around. I think she's having a little bit of trouble with that lower backside.
Yeah, I think McGilvery saw it. Coach McGilvery saw that and it's going to get her out.
Not much you can do there if your muscle's not firing. It's just a hard place to take a hit.
So it finds Miller. Miller to Collins. Oh, Collins, good left-hand dribble into the lane, left-hand scoop shot, and good. Nice move by the freshman.
Well, what was good was she was waiting to see if Miller was going to cut all the way through, and she had a little bit of a hesitation, and that got her defender on her heels, and then she was able to explode to the rim.
Up, no good. Rebound is going to go down to who's got it. It's going to stay with the Explorers.
I think Penn's done a good job on the offensive end of reading their teammates, whether they're coming off the screens, knowing when to kind of get to the rim, when to dish it off, and I thought that was a good example before with Collins.
So the Penn freshmen, Miller and Collins, have had big games. Collins really just in the second half here. That's going to be up and good. Nice finish by Daliba.
That's a great finish from Daliba. She's had some opportunities around the rim. She took her time, went right over with the floater. Here you see her using her athleticism and her strength, just going right over top.
And Collins would have been okay if she stayed straight, but she moved her whole body into Daliba, and that's what caused the foul. Free throw no good. Rebound at Collins. Stolen away by Daliba. So Explorers get themselves an extra possession. Quinn drives. That one's knocked away. Quinn's able to run it down. Here's Bowers. She'll drive to the hoop. Armendariz long three, back rim no good. Rebound Pushlik up, it's going to be no good. Quakers finally come down with the glass.
I think Pushlak saw Almquist coming, and instead of gathering herself and going up strong, kind of altered her own shot.
Caldwell finds Collins. It's going to be knocked away. Good hustle by Almquist. Bowers gets on the floor as well for the Explorers.
Ooh.
Bowers. Quinn thinks about a three, gets inside line, steps back three, up and no good. Collins tries to come down with it. It'll stay with the Explorers. Quinn looked a little indecisive if she wanted to shoot it or not.
And Almquist kind of also looked undecisive if she was going to close out or not. But I think she's also saying, you know, until LaSalle kind of proves that they're going to hit those perimeter shots. They hit some early with Connor in the game, but they haven't really hit any outside shots since then.
Tina GK sets back in. She'll give Collins a breather. Just 30 seconds to go here in the third quarter.
Not good spacing here for the Explorers. They need to re-space out the floor and give yourselves a little bit of
She's going to use a high
opportunity.
ball screen from Daliba. Bowers gets in the mid-range game. Armendariz shot up at the buzzer, no good. Rebound. That's going to be a foul on GK. It was a good offensive rebound by Bowers.
Bowers dove on the floor earlier in the possession to keep it and extend it, and then there again, sacrificing her body, crashing the boards, trying to get some points here now from the free throw line. She's been using her body really well. She's such a good athlete.
So 10.8 to go here in the third quarter. Teresha Bowers heads to the line with a chance to make an 11-point game. Seeing Penn with 10.8, going to look to try to push this and get one last shot off here before the end of the half. Let's see if LaSalle comes to the pressure to try to run some clock in the backcourt.
When you have Gail with the ball in her hands, though, good things happen.
Yeah, she's pretty quick. And you see her step back. Trying to find Almquist. That one's going to get thrown away. And with 0.2 of a second left, LaSalle will get the inbound on the side court.
Right idea there by Gail. I would have liked to see her go all the way to the rim. I thought she had her defender on her heels the way she crossed over. Would have loved to see her go all the way to the rim.
Collins will come back in defensively with 0.2 of a second to go. So that'll do it here from Finneran Pavilion. After 3 quarters, it's the Penn Quakers 53, LaSalle Explorers 42. We're going to take a short break here on the Villanova Sports Network. We'll be back with fourth quarter action right after this.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander.
Grandma!
You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
In moments of vulnerability, it's only human to seek warmth and expertise. Mainline Health is the place where both your health and humanity matter, where ultrasounds come with understanding, where tests are met with tenderness, where EKGs are as important as empathy, the place where you will never be your only advocate, the place for a lifetime of care delivered neighbor to neighbor. Mainline Health, where human care has a home.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models, like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Back here in the 5th place game at the Finneran Pavilion, 53-42, Penn leads, and part of that lead is the really nice job that Katie Collins did here in that 3rd quarter.
And she didn't even attempt a shot in the first half, and now Penn trying to get her more involved, and she's responded very well. I thought LaSalle let Penn get away from them a little bit in the transition game, and all of that was because of Gail. She was able to get the ball, get down the floor, find her teammates, and I thought she really pushed that tempo. And for LaSalle, it's unfortunate that Connor has been out. She took a hard hit and hasn't returned since going out a second time.
LaSalle only shooting 28% for the game, and that's been a huge stumbling block for them to get anything. Come with a little pressure here. Gail finds Almquist.
You always love at the start of a quarter or after a timeout when you come out with a trapping defense.
Yeah, LaSalle's going to need some turnovers. They're going to get one. 2-on-1 break. Bounce pass to Quinn, up and in. Nice job by Bowers to lay it off for Quinn.
And a great job by Quinn keeping the ball high there. Instead of gathering herself, knowing that her defender was flying in, she kept it in and kind of did like a quick shot up.
Yeah, like a trapping 2-3 zone from LaSalle. They're going to get another turnover. Bowers again.
Well, where they had success early was jumping those passing lanes, and they don't want to give Penn any opportunity to make clean passes.
McToon jumper off, no good. She got another good look. We talked about she was 1 for 9 coming in the corner. Got herself another good look that wouldn't go.
Again, when you're playing on a neutral court, you have to create some of that excitement for yourself, and LaSalle trying to do it on the defensive end.
There's Collins again, who we highlighted at the start of the quarter, a nice finish.
And that's what you have to love about Penn. You know, we talked about Almquist coming into the game. Gail has shown her glimpses of vision, and now Collins getting involved as well. Penn has a lot of weapons, and then of course we saw Sarah Collins or Sarah Miller going crazy in that first half.
Both those players are freshmen, so the future's bright for the Penn Quakers.
Yeah,
with those two players.
Balanced attack from Penn.
Nice spin move inside by Quinn, unable to get it to fall. Gail was once again with her head up looking. She finds Sawyer on the wing, long 3 up and in and out, and rebound for Collins. Good decision there, and then she throws it away. It's Bowers on the break. She has McToon with her. Let's see what she goes. Nice bounce pass to McToon. Layup is good.
That looked like deja vu, except instead of Quinn, she got another teammate. So Bowers leading the break.
Yeah, credit her unselfish play. 2 nice bounce passes to lead the baskets. Miller has it knocked away and out of bounds by Magassa.
Penn has to regroup a little bit. If you know that trap is coming out on the wing, you either need to backspace and attack one or move it really quickly. If you see the trap coming, once the ball comes, then you got to pass it right back or move that basketball.
Also, they want to get someone to the middle of the floor too, where you can catch and turn. And look, oh, there's another steal. There goes Mactoon all the way to the rim, up and good.
I
So
think
it's been Penn's LaSalle's half-court defense has kind of brought this back to a 7-point ball game.
We'll see how far Coach McLaughlin's going to let this
Really
go before.
it just extended kind of a 2-3 zone. And Mike McLaughlin's going to take a quick timeout here with 7:43 to go in the fourth. The Explorers are making a run here. And Christine, what is it about their defense that's allowed them to get back in this game?
Well, they're jumping the ball. They're absolutely jumping the ball on the wing, and Penn is holding on to it. You got to move it quick and get out of that trap.
We're going to take a quick break here on the Villanova Sports Network. We'll be back with exciting fourth quarter action right after this. Seven's as close as they've been, and it's been their defense that's gotten them there.
Absolutely. They were jumping the passing lanes, and now they were jumping into traps out of that quarter to begin it. Bowers was leading the break early on, but the difference is now they're finishing. They're creating easy opportunities, turning defense into offense, getting to the rim, and finishing. What a run by LaSalle to cut this lead to 7.
And Gale back in the ballgame, try to stabilize this offense for the Explorers. There's another deflected ball. As Mactoon gets her hands on it, knocks it down, but Penn will retain possession.
Yeah, there's a couple things you can do there. If you can't make that pass, then kind of swing her through, push her out, and dribble into that if that's where you need your offense to have the entry point. If not, you got to, again, move it quickly or swing through and dribble out of it and get to the rim.
Alquist back to Gale. Gale breaks her player down, gets in the lane. It's going to be a foul on the way up. I think that's going to be on Bowers. So that'll get Gale to the line for 2.
We saw early in the game where Penn was mixing up their defenses. Now we're seeing LaSalle mix up their defenses. They were jumping in that zone trap. Now they were going to the man-to-man, but Gale exposed it there and went to the rim. She drew the foul because she went to the rim.
Yeah, sometimes if they're going to deny all those passing lanes, sometimes she's going to use the dribble and beat your player and try to get into the lane and create. And she was able to at least get herself to the line to make 2 free throws. Extend the lead back to 9. Bowers out top. She keeps her dribble alive. Finds Quinn. Quinn drive, pull up, jump shot up and good. So Joan Quinn knocks one down to get it back to 7.
We've seen a few players that weren't able to contribute much in the first half starting to explode here in the second, and Quinn is one of them.
And Penn, good job here moving the basketball. Into Almquist and up and good. Miller with a fine feed. Almquist able to finish.
What a finish. What body control. We saw earlier in the game where Almquist got that fingertip catch from Gale and finish, and now we're seeing her athleticism. You know, she's a little bit deceptive because you don't realize how athletic she is. She takes her time underneath, but there you can see one thing she does very well is finish around the rim.
Always thought with big player, I'd rather have a big player with good hands than even in feet, because it's more important to be able to catch and finish around the rim, and Almquist has shown that today.
Well, as a former point guard, you love teammates who can catch everything. They make you look good.
That mid-range shot is good by Magassa, so she gets one to go down. And the Spurs still hanging around here, down 8.
Magassa and Quinn have really picked up the slack since Connor has exited this game, and unfortunately we haven't seen her come back. She went out of the arena and we have not seen her come back in, probably getting some treatment in the back.
That's been the key. Get the ball in the middle of the floor. Almquist finds Collins. Collins backs her player down, goes back to the left shoulder, up and good.
Katie Collins, after not even attempting a shot in the first half, now up to 12 points here in the second.
It was Miller with the big first half, and now the other freshman, Collins, with a big, and there's a big rebound from Collins. As Magassa unable to get that layup to fall. So the freshmen have kind of changed halves. Good move by Gale. She finds Almquist in and out. Long rebound. It's going to be a foul. Going to stay right here.
And she hit her elbow pretty hard on the ground there.
I think that's going to be Bowers again.
I think Almquist needs to buy Gale a coffee, because that should have been Gale's assist there, but Almquist getting the ball back and regaining the possession.
But we did know Almquist is leading the Big Five in scoring, so she's given her teammates plenty of assists up until now, so maybe they'll throw her a little slack. But that's one she knocks down 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 out of 100.
Yeah, and you benefit from a guard, again, who has really good vision and can find you in different places on the floor, always with the head up, and if she could see your numbers, you're getting the ball.
Caldwell back dribbles. Penn in no hurry, shot clock just under 10. They go to Almquist at the elbow. She goes left-hand dribble, scoop shot up, no good. Rebound from Miller, and they get a reset. Caldwell had a shot but lost control. Back to Almquist, and there's another one that goes in and out. Rebound pulled away by Armendez.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Caldwell went there. I thought she might have pulled it out, used more of that shot clock with the 10-point lead.
Good job by Miller to get in the way of that pass and knock it out of bounds. Good finish, step out. Mid-range jump shot. Collins goes high in the glass and able to pull it down. Explorers had a good look on it. Pushlak had it, just able to get it to go down. Gale back to Almquist. Right-hand dribble. She finishes, kicks it out. Long three up and no good. Rebound out to Miller. Miller finds Collins.
If you're Penn, you're not trying to take the air out of the ball, but you are trying to use a good chunk of your shot clock here with a 10-point lead. You can afford to be a little bit patient.
Gale uses the high screen. Pull-up 15-footer is good.
So solid. She's been so under control in this game. When you talk about a floor general, that's what you're talking about. Taking what the defense gives you, and a lot of times that's passing to your teammates, but there she's knocking down the short pull-up.
Drive up, no good. Rebound to Almquist. She'll get it to Gale, and they'll slow it up.
And here's Gale recognizing that as well. LaSalle, again, just they've been able to get to the rim. When they go back and they look at this film, they're going to see all the opportunities that they had and just not being able to
deflected away by Quinn, but now Gale gets it back. Gale, another pull-up 15-footer is good. 2 straight jump shots from Gale. It'll be a quick timeout. The RAV, 4 minutes to go. Play is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. So with 4:08 to go here, the Quakers extend the lead back out to 14. And we've talked about Sarah Miller, talked about Katie Collins. Now we got to talk about Matea Gale.
Yeah, she's been phenomenal. the way she's been able to take over in the second half, and she's done it in a variety of ways. When you have a point guard, you just need to know what to do with the ball, and a lot of times that's pass first. But what she's been able to recognize here in the fourth quarter, especially under the 5-minute mark, is hitting that short pull-up, knowing when to take the shot, and getting all of her teammates involved. She's up to 8 points right now, but the key has been the assist and finding her teammates. You love to play with a player like that because you know you're going to get the ball.
She has 9 assists. There's just a pass and a basket away from a double-double and 6 rebounds to boot that no one even, we haven't even brought up yet. What she's done on the glass.
Penn in general has had a very balanced offensive attack, but Gail has had a very balanced overall game.
Explorers now getting to crunch time here. And they get another turnover. Almquist will bring it back out. Hands it to Miller, hands it to Gale.
Again, if you're LaSalle, you want to press the issue a little bit. You might jump those passing lanes. You might trap off the picks.
Gale kicks it out. Long 3 by Caldwell, in and out. No good. Rebound Gale. There's her 9th rebound of the game. That's her 10th, I believe.
She's been doing it all.
So Gale pulls it out, finds Collins. She looks at a 3. She'll go inside to Almquist. She's got good position. She'll draw the foul. That might be the 4th foul on Bowers. That'd be her 3rd, excuse me, but that'll send Stina Almquist to the line for 2.
They're just kind of playing that 2-man game as well. And Almquist just has a really good feel around the rim. And she typically has the ability to finish, but she also can create some of that contact and absorb the contact.
Is up and good. She's had a very quiet 14 today. You know, she's just, when you're a scorer, you just find ways to put numbers up. You see there, 14 points, 9 rebounds.
She's had a few offensive rebounds. She's gotten a few points that way, and then some of the other ways has just been benefiting off of Gale's vision.
Miller leads the Quakers with 21.
And the majority of those came in the first half.
Mid-range jump shot just short. Collins taps it out. Almquist fights for it. Let's see what they call here. It's going to be a held ball situation. No, it's going to be a foul. So we'll take it down the other end.
Almquist has come up with some big rebounds here in the fourth quarter.
Looks like Almquist will be heading to the line. Miller's going to take a break as Simone Sawyer checks back in.
Having multiple players in double figures, the balance of the Penn offense really just outlasted LaSalle here. LaSalle with some opportunities. When they were going on their run, they were able to jump those passing lanes, get some defense turned into offense, but just haven't been able to finish here in the fourth.
Second free throw is good. And then Ashley Connor going out in that mid-third quarter certainly didn't help them.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. She is back out in the arena, but she's got some contraption around her waist now, and we will not be seeing her again.
Good offensive rebound by McToon. Bowers missed a layup. McToon got on the offensive glass. She'll get herself to the line.
That's what you need to do. You need to force the issue a little bit. You really have to just try to get to the rim. Your floor leader is out of the game. Different players have stepped up for LaSalle throughout this game.
Yeah, and LaSalle's best offense today has probably been their defense. When they've been able to get out and transition off of steals, they were able to cut the lead to 7. But from there, it's kind of been all Penn in the last 3.5 to 4 minutes. So McToon goes 1 of 2, and another rebound for Collins. And she finds the floor general, Gale.
What a second half for Collins as well. Rebounds and offensively with getting some points, but getting a lot of rebounds here in the second half too.
Gale's going to drive in and finish, and 1. I think that officially gives her a double-double on the day, and she's just, as Christine has mentioned, she's just controlled this whole game. And as you mentioned, as a point guard, you're going to love to see this. Look at this drive here. Head up a whole way, take the contact, and still finish.
She's a great athlete. She has good vision. She finishes. She makes the mid-range jumper. But I love her calmness. And sometimes the best point guards are the point guards that make your team feel under control. When you have the ball in your hands, they feel calm. And that's what she does for this Penn team.
Long three up and short. That was Garcia just checked into the game. McToon's going to get one and go back in, and she's going to draw the foul as well.
Yeah, she's done a really nice job here in the fourth quarter. Has gotten some points very, very quickly. Continuing to show that effort.
Coach McGilvery emptying his bench a little bit. Sarah Jenkins, Sine Jenkins getting a chance. He's going to give some of his other players an opportunity here. 2:25 to go, and the Quakers leading by 17. So Eris McToon will be at the line to shoot one. Ivy Fox checking in. You see her there, number 11. Free throw goes. So McToon will check out. Alyssa Blaylock could check in.
Penn has shown their ability to go on runs. They went on a run in that second quarter to get back into the game. This was a 4-point game at halftime, and it was just, you know, slow and steady wins the race for the Quakers.
Yeah, and it's been this person right here with the ball in her hands who's done a great job. Matea Gale has just kind of controlled the floor. Still a step back jumper, a little bit short. Rebound to Garcia. Garcia finds Fox. Rezaisi pulls up from the foul line and knocks it down. Dior Rezaisi with a little jumper.
Anytime you get your opportunity, you make the most of it. And LaSalle still picking up full court, trying to make something happen.
Good double team trap there, and Penn will take a quick timeout. Gale showing her smarts there as well.
Yeah, I think covering for a little bit of a mistake. She knew she picked up her dribble and then but you have the ability to take those timeouts. That's why you save them at the end of the game there.
Yeah, so, you know, a really good second half from the Penn Quakers. Just mentioned a 4-point game at halftime, and, you know, I think really Katie Collins got them going in the third quarter, and then Gale kind of just took over from halfway through the into the fourth quarter, and then, you know, the constant of Stina Almquist as well.
Yeah, I think when you have multiple players in double figures, you have multiple players stepping up at different times. You know, obviously Miller just went off in that second quarter, hitting the 4 threes, really propelled Penn because they were trailing up until that point. She propelled them ahead, and then when they came out of halftime, it was Gale and Collins started to pick up the slack a little bit.
Where would they have been without her? She had 18 points in the first half, and you mentioned the Quakers could have been, instead of being up 4, could have been down 6, 8, or 10.
Yeah, you look at the score, and it looks like a little bit of a blowout by Penn, but it was anything but that during this game. LaSalle did a great job in that third quarter when they started that trapping defense, got a few transition points, but their inability to finish in the half court around the rim and Penn's ability to get some of those transition points really was the difference.
Just want to throw out a quick shout out to Toyota, the Big 5 sponsor of the Women's Classic this year. They did a great job. Really good turnout. I expect even a bigger turnout for the second game here, which will start about a half hour after this first one is over. So stay tuned for that. Christine and I will be back with that one, as I mentioned, probably a good 25 minutes after the first game ends. That'll be the St. Joe's Hawks and the Drexel Dragons.
All of these teams know each other so well. You know, it really doesn't matter what the records are because whenever all these teams play each other, it's Big 5.
Gale drives. She's going to kick it out. Extra pass. Caldwell 3 just before the shot clock is no good, but they get an offensive rebound. Almquist, and they'll be able to run another 20 seconds off the shot clock. Gale again, just content to use clock. She finds Almquist. 3, hits the rim, no good. Rebound comes down to Garcia. Excuse me, that's Fox.
It really just was so unfortunate that Ashley Connor had to leave this game. She had such a great game up until that point.
No good. Rebound, offensive rebound comes back out. Long 3 is up and good. So Sanaya Jenkins with a 3, her first points of the ball game.
A little bit of that Big 5 action for some of the bench players that get their opportunities in the game. Got to make the most of it.
Caldwell just holding. It's about a 5-second difference between game and shot clock. Big five Collins, they go back to Almquist inside. She scoops and she's going to draw the foul with 9.9 seconds to go. As Icy picks up the foul, so Almquist will get herself back to the line.
I think what you take from this game, if you're Penn, is you have multiple players that have the ability to step up in games. So you feel really good about that going into getting ready for your conference season as you get closer to January, that they have multiple players. And especially for Penn, they're about to go on a 2-week break. The Ivy League takes a long break around their finals. So this is a nice win for the Penn Quakers going into that 2-week break, and they can get back into the gym after using their brains the way they do. And then for LaSalle, you look at the film, and what you're going to see is they had a lot of good chances, a lot of good opportunities. So it's not like they have to change everything. It's, hey, if we convert a few more of those chippies, this is a totally different game.
They're going to look back and say we had opportunities offensively, just didn't take advantage of. And against a good balanced team like Penn, who can score inside and out, because we talked about Collins inside hurt him as well. Probably your last possession of the game. Good driving in. That layup is going to go. Good move there by Blaylock to get her first bucket of the game. And that should be just about do it here for game one. And that's going to do it. Your final horn. The Penn Quakers finished in 5th place in the Big Five with a 74-63 win over the LaSalle Explorers. So, Christine, one final comment. Your thoughts on the good win by Penn today, I thought?
Well, I thought it was really a tale of two halves. I thought LaSalle jumped out early. Penn regrouped. I thought Sarah Miller really did a great job of propelling Penn. LaSalle responded, and that's what you want to see is that response. But it was just too much Penn balance, too much Penn sharing of the basketball, and really just a lot of Gail finding her teammates and getting everyone involved.
The Toyota Big Five game break is coming up next with Megan Caffrey and Harry Peretta, and then Christine and I will be back for game 2 after the Toyota Big Five game break with Harry and Megan. We'll see you soon.
Big Five Women's Classic. Penn coming away victorious 74-63 over LaSalle. And Coach, we were talking about it a little bit at halftime, but what Penn was able to do coming out here in the second half was completing and executing their game plan to come away with the win.
Yeah, they really executed their offense much better in the second half, and their 3 top scorers or top players really played well in the second half. So they all scored the ball, and Gail did a great job of passing the ball, distributing it to people. And usually, Megan, if you can get 70 points in a game like this, you're usually going to win.
I was going to say, Coach, you were telling me that Big Five games, we're not used to seeing this type of score.
That's a lot of points for a Big Five game, I'll tell you that.
Well, if it's anything but the 2 games that we have coming up later this afternoon and evening are going to be like, we are in for a treat for sure. Let's break down this game a little bit more, though, before we get into what's coming up, Coach. Now, looking at these 2 teams, really, when you look statistically with what Penn was able able to do. What stood out to me was Penn turned the ball over 21 times. So how are they able to, with turning the ball over that much, still come away victorious?
Well, they made up with it because their field goal percentage was over 50%.
Yeah.
So if you turn the ball over and you can still shoot over 50%, that helps negate the turnovers. I'm not saying it does away with them, but it does help negate the turnovers. And LaSalle's field goal percentage was not very good.
And Penn was also able to knock down some threes
yes.
as well.
And they shot it well, Megan, from threes. Not only knocking down threes, it's shooting a high percentage. That really, really matters.
And we see her name on the screen for Penn, Sarah Miller, the freshman, 21 points in her game. She was just lights out.
Yeah, and we talked about it at halftime that usually a player steps up in these games that you don't really think is going to do that. And she did most of her damage in the first half. And then the second half, depends, leading scorers then took over the game in the second half. But that's part of having a balanced team.
Now, looking at the highlights a little bit closer, Coach, LaSalle came out early on in this one, and it was looking like LaSalle might, as we're back in the first quarter, might come away.
Yeah, well, LaSalle jumped on them early. I mean, Penn turned the ball over a lot early, and LaSalle jumped on them. But again, the game kind of steadied, and LaSalle got Penn got their feet about them and then started playing better. And then the second half, I think their balance really paid off in the second half of the game.
And to your point, when you look at the balanced scoring attack by Penn, 4 players were able to finish in double digits.
Right, and that doesn't usually happen, especially in these type of games. And like I said before, Megan, sometimes a more experienced team calms themselves down. I mean, say what you want about LaSalle. They have a lot of new players on their roster from last year. Penn, being an Ivy League team, kind of keeps their players a little bit more than some of the other teams. Like, that's kind of the one thing that an Ivy League team might have as an advantage during this new generation of NLI, that kids usually stay at school a little bit longer at those schools, so you can kind of build a team.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about Gail for Penn. What stood out to you about her? Really just a floor general for this squad.
And that's exactly was the right word. That's what stood out to me the most. Her ability to keep the game under control. She made the right passes, especially in the third and early fourth. Early in the fourth quarter, LaSalle made a little bit of a run, and then she made 2 jump shots, and I kind of thought on her second jump shot that was the game. And she was able to score the ball and distribute the ball at the same time.
Yeah, and as we see right here, LaSalle did stay in the fight, though, Coach. When we were in the fourth quarter even, you made a comment to me when we were sitting here at the desk. You were like, hey, this game isn't over quite yet.
This is the jump shot. That one right there, and then I think she makes another one also. That was the one that put them up 14 that I thought kind of like put LaSalle away. And it's really something, Megan. When you have a point guard that can only distribute and she can create offense with her talent, that really, really helps out, because when you're in trouble, she scored 2 baskets late in the shot clock on just ability.
Yes, she also, Coach, is physical as well. That's what really stood out to me while we were watching her play.
Yeah, she's physical, and so are the other kids. I mean, they got a lot of offensive rebounds in this game. So, that was the one thing, like I said, if you can offensive rebound the ball, if you can shoot a decent field goal percentage, you can survive the 20 turnovers.
To your point, Coach, Penn finished with 15 offensive rebounds. So they were getting themselves involved very much so. But defensive rebounds, guess how many they finished with?
I don't know.
33.
Oh, well, that means LaSalle missed a lot of shots. Yeah. I told you their field goal percentage wasn't good.
They took it, but Penn taking advantage of the opportunities
given. That's correct, yeah. And like I said, LaSalle did not offensive rebound the ball very well. Penn did a great job on the defensive glass.
Let's look a little bit closer at some of our players that we were looking at during this game. Looking a little bit closer here, Connor versus Miller, Coach. What are you seeing here?
Well, I mean, Miller just played unbelievable. I mean, here's a kid that averages 4.8 points a game, and she's in the 20s this game, okay? And Connor played decent, but she wasn't able to overcome, like, all the players from Penn. I thought she played a decent game. She got close to her average. Actually, it was 2 points over her average, so she played pretty well, but Penn just had too many players in this game.
And for Ashley Connor as well, Coach, we saw her go out with an injury, and then we didn't even get to see her finish the game.
Correct, and they were talking about that. That did hurt LaSalle. I mean, she had over her average when she got hurt.
Yeah, so if you're looking, if she was able to play a complete game, right, she finishes with 13 points.
Right.
You can only imagine how much more she would have.
If she gets 20, the game's a lot closer.
Yeah, 1,000%. Now let's flip things over with Penn.
Penn, like I said, their balance in the second half was just the thing that did away with LaSalle. I mean, if one person didn't score, another person did. So when you really get balanced like that, you get 4 players in double figures, it's hard to beat them. And that's exactly what happened in the game.
And Sarah Miller is able to get out in transition and also knock down some threes.
Right, and like I said before, she's what? Like she's almost 14 points over her, no, she's more than 14, over 18 points over her average. So LaSalle never expected that. And when a kid like that starts making shots, now the other kids, now they have to adjust LaSalle, start guarding her, and then Penn's better players start getting easier shots.
Yeah, and Miller finished almost perfect from long range, 5 for 6 from 3-point.
Yes, and like I said before, field goal percentage is a big, big deal, believe me.
And I just think it's something to reiterate. This was a freshman playing in this game, Coach.
Well, it's interesting. I've talked to Mike many times. Like, it's tough to get good players in the Ivy League when you have other schools paying players.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. If we get a chance to talk to him, I want to talk to him a little bit about how do you keep getting players to go to Ivy League schools when other schools are offering so much money to these kids,
Mm-hmm.
So it's just an interesting thing, like if you look at some of the Ivy League teams this year, Princeton's pretty good, Harvard's pretty good, Columbia's pretty good, Penn's pretty good. It's just interesting to me that they can kind of get these players.
Yeah, Penn pretty good as we're looking at the stats from today's game. The 21 turnovers still sticking out, though, but to your point, Coach, they were still able to shoot.
48% from the field. LaSalle was 33%. So, again, it kind of negates the turnover thing a little bit. LaSalle's missing, like, almost 1-2 shots for every shot Penn's making. So, like I said, if you shoot a high field goal percentage, it hides a lot of weaknesses.
If you're McLaughlin, though, are you addressing the turnovers in the postgame?
I think he'll address it, you know what I mean?
We will be back with more after this, including a player and coach interviews. Be sure you are not going anywhere. The Toyota postgame continues after this.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models, like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at IBEW98.org.
Welcome back into our Toyota Big 5 Game Break show here on the Villanova Sports Network. Harry Peretta and Megan Caffrey here, wrapping up Game 1 of our triple header here at Finneran Pavilion of the Women's Big 5 Classic. And we are going to talk to Stina Almquist from Penn here in just a moment. But let's talk about her play before she joins us, Coach. She was just lights out today, 18 points for her. What stood out while you were watching her play?
She did everything. She rebounded the ball. She passed the ball. She defended. So, again, it wasn't just her points. I mean, she had a lot of offensive rebounds, too. And she had a lot of defensive rebounds, and her defense was solid. So, when you're scoring points and then you're doing other things like that, it really helps the team.
And she's a senior as well, right? So that leadership, it's interesting. We were talking about her teammate before, right? Sarah Miller, and you've got the tale of two ends, right? You've got a freshman performing extremely well in her first Big 5 Classic, and then you've got a senior as well performing the ways that people do expect a senior to play.
And when the senior plays like that, it makes everybody else relax a little bit. So, and like I said, when she just does so many multiple things is what I think. She runs the floor here, gets out on the break, makes a layup. And then, like I said, she had at least 1 or 2 offensive rebounds that she put back for baskets. She scores around the basket. She gets fouled. I mean, she just basically plays every position at almost some point in the game.
I love how you mentioned she plays relaxed, Coach. What are you looking at body language-wise in these highlights that really show you how relaxed she is?
Yeah, she doesn't rush anything. Like it doesn't seem like anybody can rush her into doing something. And again, you know, that's a skill. A lot of kids don't have that. A lot of kids play nervous or play too quick or play too fast for themselves. So, we have her on the set right now. Well,
to your point, Coach, though, at what point of a player's career do you start to see them get relaxed? Have you ever seen in your past some freshmen playing relaxed?
Yeah, you see it towards the end of their freshman year a little bit more. We were just talking about how relaxed you play.
Hello, Stina Almquist. We're so excited to have you to the set here. Harry Peretta, our coach, was just talking about the relaxed playing nature that you have. Could you talk to us about getting out on the court today and just how you were able to get into the flow of your game?
Yeah, I think my teammates did a really good job. Matea got me open, and we struggled a little bit in the beginning, and then when our freshman Sarah gets that on fire, you just gotta take advantage of that momentum, and then the play started coming to everyone. So yeah.
I was saying, like, you can play almost any position. You really rebounded the ball extremely well on the offensive board. Like, is that something that you try to do, or is it just something that comes natural to you?
I think it's just like an instinct. I played more of a guard at home in Sweden, and then when I came here, I opened up a spot more like the forward center position. So then it's just like I'm more closer to the basket now, so I think I get more opportunities in there.
You mentioned your teammate Sarah Miller, freshman, coming in her first Big Five Classic. She had herself a game, career high points for her, finishing with 21.
Yeah.
What did you see from her light up today?
I mean, she's proved it in practice, so I knew it was going to come at some point, and Coach obviously has confidence in her, starting her. So I'm just really happy that all her hard work paid off. So yeah, and I'm sure all the freshmen is going to come out and do the same thing soon too. So yeah.
I mean, she basically carried you in the first half. Yeah. And then you guys picked up the slack in the second half. So, I mean, it's really, I was telling Megan, in these kind of games, usually somebody steps up that you're not really sure about, and she did in the first half. And I think, you know, and you leading the team, I think, helps a freshman like that.
Yeah, it's impressive that she just comes in as a freshman. I don't think she really cares about it. She's just confident, and I love it. So
great.
Yeah.
You can tell about your confidence on the court as well. You're one of the leaders on this team. How would you describe the leadership that you bring to the squad?
I think I'm captain's right now with me and the other senior, Lizzie, and I think right now I'm just trying to keep us together. So like after every play that's stuff, I try to huddle everyone, just like in the beginning when it was kind of a little rowdy, I just try to just center everyone, we're good, we got this, and then eventually we found a way to do it. So I'm really happy about how the team performed today.
Can you just tell me how you got to Penn from Sweden?
Well, it was COVID, so it was kind of different. Right. I tried to post my highlights on Twitter, but then I couldn't do any visits or anything, and then I got an offer from Pennsylvania.
From Twitter? They saw your highlights on Twitter?
Yeah, Coach Killian DM'd me from Twitter. That's when they first found me.
Right.
Everything was on, the first time I stepped on campus was when I started at Penn.
Okay.
I wanted to go to school. There was an offer in Montana, Utah. I was going to go there. But then a family friend said that if you don't go to Penn, it's going to be the worst decision of your life.
Getting an Ivy League education.
And he ended up being very right.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you're getting an Ivy League education,
That's
which is great.
Yeah.
So.
And
sometimes the threat really works.
So he was right all along.
I could never go to Penn. I'm not smart enough.
You can. I'm sure you can.
700 my SATs. They wouldn't even let me buy a hot dog on campus.
You do come from a family of basketball players, though. Your dad played professionally, and your sister currently plays professionally as well. I mean, our family gatherings when you're finally home, are we a little rowdy? Do we have a hoop in the driveway, and are we going up?
They're all watching right now.
Say hi.
Great.
What's up? No, yeah, my dad has been coaching me all my life. My mom's on the board of our club. I have an older sister and a younger sister that play. So when I grew up, it was either I'm going to be in the gym either way. So it's either you play or you don't. So yeah, we're a real basketball family, and we love it. So yeah.
Did you ever dabble in any other sports, or it was basketball?
You know, Sweden, we do a lot of soccer, but at the end of the day, it was always basketball.
Great. Yeah, I just said I had a player once that was a Swedish citizen, Tia Grant, and she's actually moved back to Sweden. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. And I don't know if you know this, but some great players out of the Big Five men played in Sweden. Franny O'Hanlon.
Oh, really?
Joe DeCoco. Yeah. So they played in Sweden. So I have a little bit of connection over there.
That's awesome.
with being here for the holidays, right? You're missing home a little bit, I bet. Are there any traditions from home that you've brought over here and you celebrate with your teammates a little bit? Have you gotten the culture to your teammates?
Yeah, I mean, my team is my family over here, so they're doing a great job. Like, so it's just like Thanksgiving, that's something we don't celebrate at all at home. So they've introduced me to that. But also now that Christmas is coming, I actually do get to go home for like
that was going to be my next question.
5 days. So right after a game, I'm going to leave, and then I'm going to be back in Arizona ready for the play.
Doesn't Penn have a rule that you have to get a certain amount of days off over the holidays?
Not sure.
Okay, I think the Ivy League does, Megan.
Maybe it is.
Which I think is a great rule.
Yeah.
Coach McGottney has been really nice. I've been able to go home every year.
Great.
And
here's a question. What do you plan on doing afterwards? Staying in America or go back to Sweden?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to follow my Penn footsteps of going to Wall Street. I think I'm going to try to hopefully keep playing. I don't know where yet, but yeah, hopefully somewhere in Europe, somewhere exciting.
You want to play? Okay, that's good.
And with the stat line like you, the hopes are high. Stina, 18 points today, 11 rebounds for you. Stina, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
As we take one more quick look here, Coach Peretta, at just yet again, right, the first half highlights, some of these stats that stuck out to you. And what a class act in speaking with Stina.
Yes, I mean, you can tell. I mean, she loves it. You can just tell she loves her teammates. And that's really important, Megan. Like, you have a kid come over and you know, they're in a different country. They have to make friends. It's not that easy. You know, I had kids come over and it took them at least a year to get themselves feeling comfortable. But you can see that she's real comfortable now.
What were some of the things that you implemented with your team when you had some kids come over that the United States wasn't their home country, right? Some Europeans or whatever. How did you make them feel comfortable?
Well, you know, the team knew, you know, and we pride ourselves at Villanova when I was coaching to be a family, and they kind of took them under their wing, showed them around, take them home. You know, even I would take kids home, you know, after practice or on a weekend or something, just hang out with my family. So that's what the kids on the team did, and you can tell that she really loves her teammates, which is really important.
Were you ever cooking for your team?
My mother used to do it. I didn't do much.
You would have your mother come over to your house and cook for the team?
My mother actually.
No way.
Yeah, she used to make big dinners, Megan. It was unbelievable. That was a long time ago, though.
What was the fan favorite?
Spaghetti and meatballs were the thing.
Oh, listen. Spaghetti and meatballs, you can never go wrong. Did you make a mean meatball?
Well, my mother used to make this recipe of fried meatballs. And the interesting thing is Jim Valvano was in Rolly Massimino's office one day, and I used to bring them in at like 8 o'clock in the morning. My mother would make them at 6 for Rolly. So Valvano ate one, called my mother, and tried to get the recipe to put in his cookbook. So that's one of the stories from the old days.
And did she give him the recipe?
She gave him the recipe,
Her recipe. So her recipe is famous.
Yes.
She needs to get a little byline in this cookbook.
That's pretty funny.
She needs to get the specialty byline.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I don't know if you heard the name McGillicuddy's, but they have a couple bars in the areas. They actually call them Aunt Millie's meatballs.
All right.
It's kind of comical.
Meatballs, we love it.
I love them.
We've got a special guest here coming to the desk to join us. Maddie Segrist, coach. You were able to coach her for her time here at Villanova, the all-time leading scorer for the Wildcats. Just wrapping up her second season in the WNBA as Maddie is playing for the Dallas Wings. And just yesterday, it was announced that Maddie was named to the USA 3-on-3 Women's AmeriCup team just yesterday. Maddie, congratulations first and foremost with that.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's so exciting for you. And you're back in a very well-known place.
Yeah, for sure.
Coach.
No, I mean, tell us a little bit, Maddie, you know, how you got to Villanova. Tell us a little bit about how you liked Villanova and you know, and talk a little bit about the Big Five, because that's what we're here today for.
Yeah, I mean, you know how I got to Villanova. I mean, Villanova was my last offer coming out of high school. Just, I love the campus, I love the players, and then obviously a strong tradition of basketball. So it was a no-brainer, and then just being introduced to the Big Five, like, I didn't really get it, and I remember, like, my teammates, like Mackenzie Gardler or Brooke Mullen, were like, oh, you got to see, like, the rivalry, and then I remember, I think it was, we played St. Joe's first my freshman year, and I was like, oh, gosh, all right, I get it now. And then, you know, by your senior year, you know, those games are circled on your calendar.
I love that you brought up your freshman year a little bit here, because we just watched in this game a freshman shine bright for Penn. Sarah Miller get getting 21 points, her career best so far. I mean, could you imagine your freshman season just coming into the Big 5 game and performing so well?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, it's so exciting, especially, the way they're doing it with the 3 games in a row. I think, everybody's like extra amped and hyped for that. So I'm sure she wanted to bring it, and, 6 for 7 from the floor is pretty good.
Yeah. Maddie, be sure you're not going too far, because we're going to want to keep chatting with you all afternoon long. Thank you so much for joining with us. We will be back with more after this quick break. Be sure you are not going anywhere.
And welcome back to the inaugural Big 5 Women's Classic. It's brought to you by your local tri-state Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. I'm Steve Pannone. We're joined by Christine Mata. Christine, we saw game 1. Now we're on to game 2. It's the Drexel Dragons and the St. Joe's Hawks. And I want to talk to you a little bit about things to look for. It's the RAV4 Things to Watch, brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find out your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. And let's talk a little bit about the Drexel Dragons.
Well, we're talking about a team that needs to shoot the 3 ball well here today. They have a tendency to go through some scoring droughts, but when they move really well without the ball, that's when they play their best. But they're really going to rely on Amaris Baker. The reigning CAA tournament MVP from the CAA conference has picked up right where she left off. She's averaging over 17 points per game this season. She is the go-to player for the Dragons, and they need her to play well today to be in this game with the Hawks.
And if the St. Joe's Hawks have an advantage, they come in at 5 and 2. It's probably inside. They have a dynamic duo inside for them that's been a big part of their good start to the early part of the season.
Absolutely. Laura Ziegler is just having a phenomenal start to her season, averaging 18 and 11. But St. Joe's as a team is absolutely shooting the lights out. They're averaging over 80 points per game. They're shooting great from the free throw line, over 80% as well, and they're sharing the basketball. They have over 20 assists average for their team, and Ziegler is the recipient of many of those.
And St. Joe's early on in the season defeated Penn and lost to Villanova, so they come in the Big 5 1-1, and it should be an exciting game here as the the Drexel Dragons defeated LaSalle and fell to Temple, who we'll see in the championship game. So it should be an exciting game here from the Finneran Pavilion as we see the starting lineups coming out here. First for St. Joe's.
Yeah, again, St. Joe's is really doing a good job of sharing the basketball this year. They're off to a phenomenal start. Drexel really needs to close out on the shooters. They need to double down low. They have to really do a good job of one and done because St. Joe's just keeps coming at you.
Drexel's head coach Amy Mallon has been well traveled in the Big 5. She played at St. Joe's. She was an assistant coach here at Villanova and a long-time assistant coach at Drexel before taking over for Denise Dillon, who's now the head coach at Villanova as the head coach of the Dragons in her 5th season.
Yeah, both of these coaches have been around at their respective institutions for a very long time. Amy Mallon would love to get a win here against her former school, but she knows exactly what she's doing when she took over this Drexel program for Denise Dillon. And for Drexel, if they want to play well here today, they really cannot afford to go through those scoring droughts. They need to limit St. Joe's in their offensive rebounding. They have to limit them to one and done if they want to stay in this game.
And Cindy Griffin in her 24th year at St. Joe's done an outstanding job. 451 wins, 346 losses. She's been around forever.
Yeah, both very successful coaches. Cindy Griffin has also been to the NCAA tournament. She's produced WNBA players. But what matters most today is getting a Big 5 win.
So we're ready to throw it up here in game 2. It's the Dragons and the Hawks. from the Finneran Pavilion on the campus of Villanova. If you didn't join us for our first game, the Penn Quakers took the 5th place game with a 74-63 win over LaSalle Explorers. And these two teams will battle out for the 3rd place game of the championship to follow. And jump up and tap controlled by Drexel and Baker. Baker into the front court. Comes out. Finds Hodges. Hodges back to Baker. Baker on the left-hand side. A lot of motion offense from Drexel.
They move very well without the basketball. You have to jump to the ball on the passes or they'll slip cut. They move so well and read the screens so well as a team.
O'Neal inside. She finds Evans. Evans up and good for the first 2 points of the game.
And that's a really good entry pass there. And a good job by Evans as well to gather herself, take her time, and make sure she finishes. See right away that St. Joe's trying to get the ball to Brugler. We talked a lot about Ziegler early on. Well, Talia Brugler, she's just as difficult to deal with. She averages over 18 points again as well. It's like a dynamic duo between those two players.
And she's also getting 6.5 rebounds. They go inside to Brugler. Kicks that long 3 up and good. So there's an answer from Casey knocking down the long 3 to get the Hawks on the board.
Well, that's been the biggest thing for the Hawks this season. They are shooting an unbelievable percentage from all over the floor, whether it's inside, whether it's out, whether it's from the free throw line. They are shooting lights out, averaging over 80 points per game.
O'Neal finds Baker at the top. Good back screen there. There's a cut inside O'Neal, kicks it back out. Hodges drives and scores.
Drexel really likes the inside-out game, but right now they're really focusing on the inside. But they just move so well without the basketball, and they read each other's eyes. A lot of it isn't a set screen, it's reading the defense.
Yeah, she drives. She'll kick it back out to Ziegler. Ziegler hands off to Boslett.
They're really trying to get the ball into Brugler.
Brugler, good offensive move. Left-hand finish up, no good. Rebound to O'Neal. O'Neal finds McCormick, long 3 is good.
One thing we talked about with the Drexel Dragons is they need to shoot the 3 ball well here today. They have to be able to knock down those perimeter shots, and that's a good start.
Boslett into the front court. Left wing drives, looks inside to Brugler, to Ziegler. Going to be knocked out of bounds. Going to be a St. Joe's turnover.
That's the right look. You just need a better pass. You need to throw a little fireball bounce pass in there and lead that post player down on the left side where she can have an easy layup.
O'Neal finds Baker. Baker back to O'Neal. O'Neal finds Evans. Back to O'Neal. Find the Hodges. One dribble inside back to Evans. Shot up and good. Drexel off to a hot start.
Yeah, Ziegler has to close out a little bit better there. Hodges does a really good job of finding her teammates. She'll also hit that short corner jump shot as well.
Dribbles down. Post up, good cut inside, up and no good. Brugler unable to finish. A good pass by Ziegler.
Drexel isn't typically thought of as a transition team, but they will push it if they have the advantage.
Hodges pops out McCormick again. McCormick uses her screen. She drives left right-hand scoop, no good. Rebound for Ziegler. Good transition defense by the Dragons.
Good handle there by Boslett to not lose the ball. This is going to be a tough matchup here for Hodges, going one-on-one against Brugler. They're going to battle it out.
Step back 3 from Smith is good.
And St. Joe's just putting on display that perimeter shooting that has gotten them off to a good start so far this season, already knocking down 2 threes.
Yeah, so Smith and Casey each with a 3 each for the Hawks. Drexel with the early 9-6 lead.
St. Joe's is very concerned with those back screens.
Hodges to Evans. Evans at the high post, drives left. Kicks it back out for Baker. McCormick's going to have to let it go at the end of the shot clock. Long 3 up, does not hit the rim, so it'll be a shot clock violation.
Good defensive set there by the Hawks. I thought they were jumping to the ball much better there. Whenever the player that you're defending throws the pass, you have to jump to make sure that they're not going to slip cut. They just do such a good job moving without the basketball, Drexel. But St. Joe's beat him out there.
Try to get a post up inside for Ziegler. She steps away. Now she's at the high post. She'll turn and face. 15-foot jump shot is good.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the matchup to watch. Ziegler and Hodges inside, whether St. Joe's is doing the 4-out, 1-in, and she's got a one-on-one matchup, or if Hodges pushes her up a little bit to the high post and she has to turn and face.
There's Baker on the drive. She gets in the lane. Shot falls off. Rebound for Casey. She pushes it up. Good back cut and a nice finish by Smith.
And Grace O'Neal just losing Smith. She turned her head for a second, and Smith doing a great job of slipping.
So Talks at their first lead, 10-9.
You can feel the defensive intensity in the Pavilion here. You just can feel that these two teams,
Hodges
they're going at it.
She goes into Evans. Shot no good. See, the size of Ziegler there was a problem. Evans unable to shoot over her. Long three up in. Ziegler knocks it down.
And that's why Ziegler is such a tough matchup, because you bring her down low, she's going to go one-on-one, but then she can also have the mismatch out at the perimeter. So she's always going to have a post player guarding her, and now you're pulling that post all the way out to the three-point line.
So a nice run here by St. Joe's. McCormick left-hand dribble to the rim. Kicks it back out. Step back three is up. Back rim no good. Rebound Ziegler. Up in the front court. Brugler runs it down. It's going to be off the foot of Hodges, I believe. So St. Joe's will keep the basketball. 4:13 to go here in the first quarter. A lot of action as the St. Joseph Hawks lead this one 13-9. We'll be back on the Villanova Sports Network after this short break. Here at the Finneran Pavilion, the St. Joseph's Hawks out to an early 13-9 lead here in the first quarter. Independence Blue Cross is a proud sponsor of the 2024 Women's Big Five Classic in the entire greater Philadelphia area. IBX has been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years as your hometown health insurer. Christina, really Good back and flow here, and a good Drexel got off early, and then St. Joe's had an answer.
Well, don't blink or you're going to miss something. Don't turn your head away from the screen. This is a very fast-paced game. For some context, in our first game of the Big Five tripleheader here, it was 11-9 after the first quarter. We're halfway through the first quarter. It's 13-9. Points are going up quick. Both teams are doing it in a variety of ways, playing inside and out. But Drexel really needs to close out on Ziegler because she can get you out and she can get you in.
So they're going to skip it back. Long three up and off the front of the rim. As that was Brugler who took the three.
Drexel's really going to want to get Amaris Baker involved here in this offense. She is their leading scorer, but the offense needs to run through her.
Yeah, and she's only had the one shot attempt so far. Here she is at the top of the three-point line, trying to create some space. Size bothering her just a little bit. First trip McGurk in, first trip to the bench. That ball's turned over.
Yeah, that's just a tough
Lane
angle
McGurk
with
off
that
the bench
pass.
for the Dragons. Also Molly Lavin's in as well. Good defense there by Hodges. Get the steal.
Great double, great recognition that she was about to turn because she had her back turned and stepping up with the double.
Baker out high. Good roll for Hodges. Let's see. Oh, that's going to be a tough offensive foul call. Christine, I don't know what you think about that.
I'm not sure if she had enough room to land, but I think it was good recognition by Boslett. But I'd have to see the replay to see if Hodges actually had enough.
I don't think she ever got enough time to come down.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she was sliding in while Hodges was in the air. I do think you need to give her room to land there.
Yeah. For those that don't watch a lot of women's basketball, there's no restricted area in the women's game, so that arc means nothing. That's used for the men's game.
See that man-to-man defense for Drexel. Good communication.
Smith pull up,
through.
jump shot, rims out. Good rebound there by Sneed off the bench. Ziegler drives, finds Sneed out wide. Aaliyah Sneed. Boslett out top. Shot clock under 5. Tries a little pocket pass that's knocked away. Good defense by the Dragons.
Yeah, that was a great job of stepping up to her
That was
offensive
McGurk who got her hand on it. Baker wants the three, and it's good. She kind of hesitated in the first one, was still able to knock it down.
That's one way to get involved. Just like we're talking about Baker here in the broadcast, you know, St. Joe's was talking about her leading into this game. They've been playing good defense on her thus far, but there she got open.
Brugler inside, uses her strength and unable to finish. Got herself good post position.
Yeah, good job by Hodges staying straight up.
Hodges a little pick and pop. Good bounce pass inside. Kick back out to Baker. Good defense there, but Hodges picks up the loose ball. Lavin long three up. That's going to be off. But run down again. Good job by Drexel getting on the offensive glass. That time it was O'Neal who ran it down.
Yeah, O'Neal is not shy to dive and try to save a ball. She often ends up on the floor with her hustle.
Lavin drives all the way in and scores. Molly Lavin with her first field goal.
Again, just good recognition, seeing that direct lane to the rim, putting it on the floor with one bounce and up.
And Drexel regains the lead 14-13.
Good job by Hodges there on the top
and
side.
She's really working in the low post against Ziegler.
She's making Ziegler earn it.
Ziegler's going to step out and shoot the three. Back rim no good. Run down by Baker.
Really is just such a tough guard because Hodges works her tail off inside, and then she's got to go chase her out at the perimeter as well.
McGurk shot no good. A little too strong there. Good rebound for Brugler. Brugler fine. They go inside to Ziegler. This time she's going to draw the foul. That might be Baker. Let's see. No, it's going to be on. It's going to be on Hodges, I believe.
Oh.
Number 5. Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought originally it was on Baker. She did have her hands straight up, and I thought Ziegler did a good job of recognizing the mismatch in height. That's why she was able to gather herself, but it was Hodges on the side. That's a big hit for Drexel for Hodges to go to the bench. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Amy Mallon, you know, typically when players pick up that second foul early, they sit until halftime, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mallon trusts Hodges to still play her here in this first half at some point.
Both free throws give the Hawks the lead. They'll come with some full court pressure. Baker throws ahead to Lavin. They'll look up the floor, back to Baker. And she'll bring it up against Smith. Baker beats her player. Pull-up 15-footer from Baker is good.
Baker lives on that shot. She is so good
It's like
in
a
the
one-person
stop.
press break.
Absolutely, the stop and pop. She does it all the time where she gets in the paint, then elevates and releases. She gets a lot of her points that way.
It's going to be a foul. It's going to be an offensive foul off the ball. It's going to be Ziegler, who was battling down low with Lavin. I think they're going to call it on Ziegler.
Yeah, and I think Ziegler went up to the official. She just wanted to know what the call was, so she knew. And that's actually smart because she wasn't complaining about it. She was saying what wasn't, and he showed that she was clearing out with her elbow. So then she can now make that adjustment, seeing how the official is calling that.
And they were both banging down in the low post, and the call goes against Ziegler.
Because there's going to be a lot more banging down there. She just needs to know how to bang down there.
Shot clock is off, so Drexel can hold for the last one if they choose to with a 1-point lead. O'Neal back dribbles. Go to that horn set. They'll hit the pop-out person, McGurk. They're looking inside. It's going to get knocked away. St. Joe's with about 5 seconds to go. See if they can get a shot off. Smith pull up long three is good. At the buzzer, Mackenzie Smith with a 3-point shot.
And that happened because of the defense of Stokes. Stokes jumped the ball, jumped into that passing lane, tipped it out, and that's what started the transition.
And you see Smith right there at the buzzers. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back with more on the Villanova Sports Network. The Hawks lead it 18-16.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
Home is for making dreams come true, for making memories that will last, for forging lifelong friendships, for watching your loved ones grow. The time is now to find the freedom that comes with pre-qualifying for a new home, or refinance in minutes and unlock the freedom to do the exciting things you've always wanted to do. Whichever path you choose, you can achieve your goals and celebrate the freedom of home ownership with Freedom Mortgage. Start making your dreams a reality at freedommortgage.com/dreams.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion, it's the St. Joseph's Hawks with an 18-16 lead over the Drexel Dragons. We have an opportunity here, Christine, to look at some of those first quarter stats.
Yeah, I think one thing is both teams are shooting the ball very, very well. We talked about the 3-point shot for Drexel, how they needed to knock down a few threes. Well, they're doing that, and so is St. Joe's. They've been shooting the lights out all season, and they have continued that here. This is a very fast-paced game. Both teams shooting well. Now you're looking to get some stops.
St. Joe's goes to their bench to bring in Ryan Stokes. Long three from Stokes is good, so the Hawks stay hot from three.
Well, she had the defensive play that led to the three before the half, and now she's getting in the mix on the offensive end. I think Drexel needs to take advantage of Ziegler being out of this game right now. They need to expose that.
St. Joe's now 5 of 7 from 3. And off there, McCormick comes off, pulls up to the line. McGurk longs there, it's going to be well short. Rebounds run down. Pulled down by Stokes.
Stokes with another defensive play. She blocked that shot, and then she ends up with the ball as well.
Smith a long 3, and there's 2 in a row for her. She hit the one to end the quarter, so it's 2 straight threes for the Hawks to start the second quarter. And they extended to the biggest lead so far, 23-16.
And great recognition by Stokes. She knew her teammate was hot. She got her the ball. Good vision by Stokes. Stokes is out there doing it all. It's those little things that make a big difference. Getting tips on passes, securing the basketball, and then getting the assist.
Evans finds Baker. Baker pull-up jump shot's going to be short. It's going to be body on the shot. Looks like she's going to get to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, that's a tough call for Sneed. She had her hand up. Cindy Griffin not liking that call very much, but Baker going up with that shot. She's saying, hey, I can make the shot from out there. It got tipped. But then a little bit too much body by Sneed on Baker.
Damaris Baker will go to the line to shoot 2 to try to stop this run by St. Joe's. First one rims out. It's interesting. St. Joe's has gone a little bit smaller. Maybe they're a little tougher to defend that when they can put 4 out on the perimeter and make it harder for Drexel to guard. Baker able to get 1 to go down.
Well, when you've been shooting the ball as well as they have been, you can afford to go that 4 out, one in, and Brugler or Ziegler can be that 1 in.
Stokes into the front court, finds Smith. Marina with the ball on the high post. Back off to Stokes. Stokes one dribble, gets right-hand dribble, gets knocked away, knocked out of the bounds. That one off McCormick, so St. Joe's will maintain possession.
Yeah, good recovery there by McCormick to not allow, like Stokes was swinging through. She had that lane to the baseline to the rim, but McCormick sliding her feet and cutting her off at the baseline.
Off the set out of bounds. There's no good rebound. Pulled down by Evans.
Remember we talked about Amy Mallon not afraid to probably put Hodges back in.
Evans
well,
using power. She gets it. She's going to get her own offensive rebound, go back up and score. Nice job by Deja Evans to stick with it.
And that's the difference Hodges makes. That's why Amy Mallon needs to have her out on the floor, even with those 2 personal fouls. I knew she wasn't going to let her sit for that entire half. She's too important to this team, not only scoring and rebounding, but also facilitating.
Smith back out top, right-hand dribble, gets to her scoring area and finishes. Nice job by Mackenzie Smith.
That is such a tough matchup there for Baker with the height advantage, but the way Smith was able to put the ball on the floor and elevate, what a great finish.
It's like something fell on the court there. So the referees will stop that to get the court cleared off. Laura Ziegler back in the ball game for St. Joe's, so they'll go back with more size.
Giving Ziegler a rest again. That matchup down low, whether it's with Evans or Hodges, she's working hard.
O'Neal on top. Good pop out from Hodges. 1 dribble pull up, kicks it back out for Baker's 3 up and back rimmed out. No good. Rebound to Stokes. She pushes it into the front court.
And Stokes was out running ahead. No one was running with her.
Ziegler out high.
She didn't have anybody to pass
Ziegler
it to.
behind the back, showing some guard skills. Stokes to Smith inside to Brugler. She takes her back out, tries to back her player down. Good left-hand finish. Nice move by Talia Brugler.
That was all Brugler. I thought that entry pass, she had her on her back. That needs to be a bounce pass. Then she could just turn and go because of the chest pass. That's why she had to come out and get it, but she ended up cleaning it up herself.
Hodges out high. Finds McCormick. Back Hodges 3 up and good. Really good looking stroke from Chloe Hodges.
Yeah, she's one of the leaders on this team. She can play in and out. That's why it's such a great matchup, whether she's guarding Brugler or Ziegler. They're such similar players because they can play that inside-out game. Ooh.
That's going to be a foul picked up by Evans as she tried to come over that screen, never got set. So Deja Evans picks up that foul. That's her first.
And Mackenzie's knee went right into that hardwood. She needed a minute.
Gabby Casey will check back in for St. Joseph's. Stokes, good flare screen. Good defense. Smith with a long three. Back rim's out. Rebound to Smith. Excuse me, Casey who stays with it. Gabby Casey with the offensive rebound and put back.
That's just great effort. That's not just turning around and running down to get on defense. That's playing defense right where you are. It's awareness and turning your head, always having your eye on the basketball.
Going to be a little tic-tac foul on Brugler.
Now all the bigs have a foul. Now everybody's even. Everybody's got a foul.
Bossel will check back in. And they find Baker. It's going to be a travel. Evans just too quick there.
Yeah, a couple of turnovers here. She had the lane to the basket, just shuffled her feet a little bit, but a good move. Drexel really needs to get a stop here. That's 2 turnovers in a row, from the one that led to the score, and now the one that took away a score.
Good back cut there. Casey again, and she draws the foul.
Evans has picked up 2 fouls in about 40 seconds here.
So Casey's made an impact here in the last couple trips down the floor. Gabby Casey, sophomore, averaging over 10 points a game. St. Joe's with 4 starters over 10 points a game, so they're a balanced attack. We talked about how important Brugler and Ziegler are, both at 18, but they're getting almost 15 points from Smith and 10.5 from Casey as well.
Well, when you're scoring over 80 points a game, the points have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere, you're right.
See, there's that math. There's the who said you won't use math? There we go.
We don't want to get into where you went to elementary school, Christine.
I'm at the age I don't remember, so. Half my schools don't exist anymore, you know? That's where I'm at.
I'm on that boat, too. I used to have a high school. It's just not there anymore.
Hey, Drexel needs to execute here. The lead's starting to get
down
a little
8
bit
here.
much.
You don't want it to sneak away from you. Lavin out deep. She finds O'Neal on the wing. O'Neal keeps her dribble alive, pulls up, finds Hodges. Hodges left-hand dribble. She looks to spin back. Outside long three is up and back rimmed out.
I felt the difference.
Yeah, O'Neal unable to connect.
Felt the difference for Drexel was when Hodges went out of the game. That's when St. Joe's was able to go on the run. They didn't have that presence
Really
inside.
nice drive left hand. No good. Good job by Brugler, though. Good offensive move. Cross-court pass. Baker long three up and no good. Run down by Mackenzie Smith.
No weak side rebounding for Drexel. Nobody getting to that spot on the side, especially when you have the long perimeter shot. You know there's a really good chance for a weak side rebound. You got to sprint to the opposite side.
St. Joe's running their sets. They're trying to get the ball inside. Drexel doing a good job of fronting in the post. McSmith's drive up, no good. Rebound for Lavin.
That was just enough of a bump there to throw Smith off balance.
O'Neal in the front court. Baker with the catch. She's got an isolated left wing. Throws it back to Lavin. Lavin finds Hodges. Hodges looking back to Lavin. Good help defense. Baker steps out, doesn't take it. Long three up, back rim, no good. Rebound to St. Joseph's.
The spacing is there, but here's where Drexel goes through one of those scoring droughts. They really need to knock down some of those
shots. The RAV4 minutes to play is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. St. Joe's being patient. Ziegler backs in, no, can't get it to fall.
Fortunate for Hodges because there's not much she could do there with those 2 fouls. She can't go hard. She just needs to stay straight up. And
Drexel hanging around, but really could use a field goal. Baker with a back cut. That's a turnover.
That's a tough window. That's a tight window to thread that needle.
Ziegler showing her guard skills again. Brings it into the front court. Hands off to Casey, who gives it back to Boslett. Boslett finds Casey. Good defense by McCormick. It's all over. Good job. It's going to be a travel, I think. Yeah, good job by McCormick defensively.
Yeah, that was an interesting matchup. You had 15 on 15, but McCormick won that one. Way to move her feet.
So 2:59 to go here in the second quarter. The St. Joseph Hawks extend their lead out to 30-22. We'll take a quick break here on the Villanova Sports Network. We'll be back with more basketball action right after this. here on the Villanova Sports Network in the second quarter of the third place game here in the Big Five Classic. The St. Joseph's Hawks lead this one 30-22. I'm Steve Penn, joined by Christine Mata. Christine, about 3 minutes to go here, and the Hawks have been able to do it defensively right now. They've been able to shut down Drexel here.
They've been able to shut down Drexel, but Mackenzie Smith, who you saw making all of those shots, is outscoring Drexel in this quarter herself. She has 8 points in this quarter. Drexel has only scored 6.
Turnaround jump shot is going to be short as Evans long shots up and good. So Grace O'Neal knocks down the jumper to make it 30-24.
Well, that's just Grace O'Neal having those rabbit ears saying, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Let me score some points too. We got to get more than 6 in a quarter.
Drexel doing a good job defensively, having a hard time scoring. They go inside the Brugler, one-on-one on the post. Brugler trying to step through, back to the left hand, nice finish.
It's such a good combination that St. Joe's has. They push the ball, they have 11 fast break points, and you know that tempo is up, but then they can also sit in the half court, be patient like they were there, and work those one-on-one matchups.
And they're shooting the ball well from the perimeter, so you can't really double Brugler there and give up the 3.
Yeah, the hesitation by Snead outside allowed her to reestablish
Evans going to back
inside.
her player down. Left-hand finish is good. Deja Evans in the low post.
If Drexel can get some of that inside game and really go at those defenders, especially when Ziegler and Brugler are guarding the bigs, I think then those are some advantageous matchups as well.
Bosslet in the low post. Lavin now fronting a little bit. Long 3 is going to be too much. Good try to save that was Brugler, but leads to a Drexel break. McCormick into the front court. Pass, extra pass, Lavin. She drives in, pulls up, tries to kick it out to Baker. Baker drives right hand, looks to finish, and she's going to draw the foul. Let's see who this one's on. Looks like it's going to be on Snead.
Yeah, Baker going with the floater. When I saw the help coming, I wasn't sure if then she was going to end up landing on the defender, but the help coming just a little bit too late, and Baker drawing that foul. I think if she can get to the free throw line, and she spends a lot of time at the free throw line typically in games, and that's what Drexel needs. They need some of those easy points.
Yeah, you got to respect her from the perimeter, so you go out on and she uses her shot fake and her dribble moves, and she's able to get to the rim and draw some fouls. She gets the Dragons within 5. 1:20 to go here in the second quarter.
And then she has one of the best short pull-ups in the game as well. So you really don't know what she's going to do. Is she going to shoot it outside? Is she going to go all the way to the rim? Is she going to have the stop and popper there? She's with the floater. So what else are you going to pull out, Amaris?
Yeah,
what else you got?
That's why she's such a good player. She scores at every level of the field. Ziegler out wide. Hands it off to Casey. Casey back out, finds Ziegler.
I think they like pulling Ziegler out, especially when Evans is on her. They think that's a good matchup on the
here
perimeter.
at the right elbow. Tries to back down Baker. It's kicked out. At the buzzer, it's good. Gabby Casey with a huge 3-point shot right at the buzzer.
And if you're Drexel, you're saying we did absolutely everything we were supposed to do. We wound the shot clock down, we closed out, and she just gets the shot off with no time. That's one of those you kind of just throw your hands up.
Yeah, you take away those 2 threes. Obviously, Casey hit that one, and Smith hit one right at the end of the quarter. It's going to be an off-the-ball foul. It's going to be on Brugler, kind of holding away from the basketball.
That ends up being a really big foul because that's her second now. Now, there's only 29 seconds left in this quarter, but now she picks up that second foul leading into halftime. Yeah. So both bigs with 2 fouls.
Yeah, and that'll put her on the bench. They go inside to Evans. It's going to be another foul. This time it's going to be, I think, Bosslet reaching in. It is.
Yeah, she was trying to trail her because she knew she was going to come off that screen. She knew the play. One thing you know is all of these teams know each other's out-of-bounds plays underneath the basket. So she knew exactly what was happening. She tried to trail, but she ended up just bumping when she was trying to step through.
Both these teams with outstanding assistant coaches who have done all that scouting and relayed that to their players.
The worst feeling on the bench as a coach is when the opposing team executes their out-of-bounds plays because you're like, we went over this.
And walked through today and practiced the last few days.
Then the offensive team says it's not what we do, it's how we do it.
And Baker back at the line, and she knocks down both.
Yeah, it makes a big difference when Baker can get to the free throw line. One, you're chipping away a little bit, but now you get a chance to reset your defense.
Yeah, St. Joe's with the shot clock off. At the end of the first quarter, they were able to knock down a huge 3 by Mackenzie Smith. Bossett with the dribble, just trying to get it down under 10 before she starts the Play action.
They're going to go to Ziegler here.
I say the high up, she drives left. Left-hand scoop is blocked. She gets it back, doesn't give up on it. Shot is short, and a nice rebound there, taken away by Evans. So credit Deja Evans with some good defense there at the end of the half.
What a defensive stop. The whole building knew the ball was going to Ziegler, and Deja Evans made 2 defensive plays to get the stop.
Coming up next after a short break is the Toyota Big 5 halftime show with Megan Caffrey and Harry Peretta. We'll be back with Megan and Harry right after this short break on the Villanova Sports Network.
Now, fans, direct your attention to the quarter race special presentation. Coaches versus Cancer is a nationwide collaboration between the American Cancer Society and the National Association.
15 seconds.
Okay. Philadelphia legends Fran Milligan and Omar Telly founded the Philadelphia chapter of the American Cancer Society with Coaches versus Cancer nearly 3 decades ago. The Philadelphia chapter hosts fundraising events throughout the year.
It is halftime here of our third place game of the Big 5 Women's Basketball Classic as St. Joe's leads 35-30 over Drexel. I'm Megan Caffrey, joined by the legendary Villanova head coach Harry Peretta as we are breaking down this first half here on our Toyota halftime show. And Coach, just your general first thoughts of what St. Joe's was able to do, but Drexel is still hanging in there.
St. Joe's, I mean, is physically impressive. I haven't seen them live. It's the first time, and they're physically impressive all across the board, guards and forwards. And they have a really high level of skill so they can score the ball. But Drexel is hanging in there. I mean, Drexel doesn't have the same skill level, but they're doing a good job of hanging around right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. And one of the reasons why St. Joe's is really scoring the ball, Coach, is because they are 60% from beyond the arc, 6 for 10 for 3.
Yeah, and like I said before, Drexel has no chance to win if St. Joe's either keeps shooting that field goal percentage or if St. Joe's gets to 10-plus threes. I just don't think Drexel has enough offensive firepower to match that.
Yeah, and as we're looking at here with some of the players, Mackenzie Smith for St. Joe's, 13 points, and she had 3 threes in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, she's really good. I mean, she posted up. She had some threes. She went low to high on a kid. So she had a really good first quarter and part of the second quarter for St. Joe's. So if she keeps doing that, it's like I said, it'll make it really tough on Drexel.
Defensively, what stood out to you?
Well, I mean, both teams are playing really hard defensively, but I got to be honest with you, Megan, both teams' offenses are playing pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't expect no 35-30 game at halftime. I really didn't. That's a little more high scoring than I thought.
Coach, you told me that these Big 5 games were supposed to be low scoring.
I know they're supposed to be low scoring, but like I said, I'm shocked that it's 35-30.
Well, our first game really set the tone for our triple header that we have, game number 2 going on right now, Coach. Now let's dive in a little bit deeper as we look at our first half highlights here on our Toyota halftime show.
This is Drexel right now. Okay, they're coming down. They're shooting a 3 early in the shot clock if they can get it off the break. And to be honest with you, they should, because defense, St. Joe's half-court defense is pretty good. So if you can get a shot on the break, you should take it. But here you go, St. Joe's big kids show their skill level there. She just turns around, holds the ball over her head, makes a really tough skill shot. And then you got one of the players from Drexel, best player. That's a great skill shot, low to high from 3. It's not an easy shot, Megan.
And one of the things that seemed to be a little bit of a difference maker, Coach, of when the tables really started to turn and you could see St. Joe's take over, was when forward Chloe Hodges for Drexel sat on the bench. She had 2 fouls, so Coach benched her.
Yeah, she got 2 fouls. She had to go out of the game. That's a big part of Drexel's offense that went out of the game there. But you look at Smith here. I mean, that's a tough shot. I mean, the 3 she made at the end of the quarter, that pull up there, that's a very high skill shot. And then you talked about Hodges going out of the game. There she makes a 3, and now she's not in the game.
What made that shot so tough, her ability to make it?
I just think that it just have to have skill, Megan. I mean, some kids have skill like that, some kids don't, and that was a tough skill shot. This was just a mistake by Drexel. They doubled the post, and they gave up a 3. But the ability to score the ball over people's heads is really tough. And look at the stats. I mean, they're almost perfect, except for the 3-point line, where you said St. Joe's was shooting 60%.
Yeah, and then you look at turnovers, pretty even as well.
Both teams take care of the ball. Drexel's a little more methodical in the way they play than St. Joe's, but look, both teams are taking really good care of the ball, and that's maybe one of the reasons why the score's a little more higher. They're getting more shots at the basket because they're not turning it over a lot.
So are you, at this point, Coach, leaning into a little bit more of just rolling with the offense, or at halftime, coach talk, are you kind of leaning into your coach a little bit more on defense? Are you saying, hey, we need to step it up on defensively in the second half?
If I'm Drexel, I got to try to talk about our defense. I mean, even though they made some tough skill shots, you can't allow them to get an open 3.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so they have to work a little harder, Drexel, because St. Joe's has a little bit more offensive firepower. And the flip-flop, I think St. Joe's is playing solid on defense. I would just say, guys, you know, you're playing solid. Just keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully keep the Drexel kids in front of them. You know, so I would be like, just that's what I would say to either team.
Who defensively on St. Joe's is standing out to you?
Well, I mean, Brugler plays tough D. I mean, they all play. Ziegler plays tough D. Smith. They all play pretty solid defense. So, and their size, their length gives you a problem. That's why I wanted to go out the first quarter and watch the game live. I didn't realize St. Joe's length. If you go out there and see the game live, their length is much, much more than Drexel's, especially at the guard spot.
They've got the size and the athleticism.
Yes, they do. And that's why, like, Villanova's playing in the championship game because they won at Drexel. I'm sorry, they won at St. Joe's. I thought it was a good win. Now it's a really good win. That's a really good win, beating St. Joe's in their home court.
Well, be sure you don't go anywhere, because we still have more with our Toyota halftime show coming up after this break. Coach Harry Peretta and myself, Megan Caffrey, are hanging out with you all halftime long.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra, or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown,
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra, or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota.
Welcome back to our Toyota Big 5 Game Break halftime show here on the floor of the Finneran Pavilion. As the crowd is starting to come out, people are starting to get bumping here. We have halftime at our second of 3 games here at the Finneran Pavilion. And Coach, we just broke down a little bit of the first half stats. Let's look a little bit deeper now at some of the players who really stood out. Now with Drexel, it was a little bit of scoring by committee, but Maris Baker, she did lead the team with 10 points.
She's clearly their best player offensively, and they usually go how she goes. So she has 10 points now, and she's playing pretty well. So that's why they're in the game. You know, if she doesn't score the ball, they have a tough time scoring the ball in general. And she can do it a lot of different ways, Megan. She can score, you know, inside. Look at this. This play here is a great offensive move. That's a low to high 3. That's a tough shot. And she can also take you inside a little bit, shoot some fadeaways. She can also take it off the dribble. Here she goes in, pulls up. I mean, you know, that's a tough shot too, especially when you're playing against big kids that St. Joe's has. So, like I said, without her, they're in a little bit of trouble.
And without Mackenzie Smith for St. Joe's, they're in trouble as well. She's been lights out.
I mean, that's a tough shot too. Step back 3. Well, look at this shot. That's a tough shot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and she's physically imposing too, and she's able to get her shot anytime she wants. See that? I mean, that's just a tough shot. And now you're going to have to go up and guard her. And now when you go up and guard her, this is what happens. She takes it by you. So I've been very impressed with her. I mean, they're clearly the two best guards out there on the floor for either team.
Yeah, she's dynamic in the sense where she's got the size. So if you go down low, you're going to try and guard her one-on-one. But she also has the ability to stretch the floor a little more.
And she does everything. I mean, all the shots that she has made are not easy shots, especially the pull up in the paint over somebody's head. That's a tough shot too.
How do you defend a player like that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if she keeps doing that, you may have to double her because if she's shooting the ball that well, you just can't let her keep shooting the ball. So I think what Drexel will do is kind of wait and see how the second half goes, and if she's continuing to score, they might run somebody out.
Now, if you're going to double her, is it your two best defenders? What's kind of the schematics there?
I think you look at the stat sheet, whatever St. Joe's weakest three-point shooter is, you kind of help off of them. But you also saw in the first half when they did help, they kicked it out to a kid who really wasn't shooting the ball that great. She made a three. So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, Coach, we also have to talk a little bit about the energy here in the Pavilion, the Big 5 Women's Basketball Classic. It is so much fun. Fans of all shapes and sizes coming out here. What is the energy like for those watching at home?
Well, the energy level is really high because the Big 5 is part of the whole thing. You know, you got Amy Mallon and Cindy both played in the Big 5. Denise played in the Big 5. She's in the Hall of Fame. So the coaches feel it, which transfers into the players, which kind of transfers into the crowd, because the crowd likes to see events like this. Like, they like to see the city teams play. And this event is great because it gives everybody an opportunity to come out in one day and see everybody.
And history really does run deep in the Big 5 championship here. And I think you were joking a little bit here.
I know.
You were joking a little bit earlier about a comment that you made of, I'd rather win the Big 5 versus the Big East. But there's a lot of pride. I think that's the point that you were trying to cut.
Absolutely. You got to remember something. In the summer, all these kids play summer league. They see each other over the summer. And it's like really, really big if you're be able to like get a little extra smile and we beat you. You know what I mean? So I used to feel it for sure. I'll tell you that. I used to like it.
Did you ever have some kids that you coached kind of coming up that then you coached against in any Big 5 games?
Well, I coached against all these guys. I mean, Amy Mallon, I coached against her. I coached against Cindy when she was at St. Joe's. So, I mean, obviously Denise played for me. So I coached against some of these people who are actually coaching.
What's your favorite memory? I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but favorite memory from Big 5?
I think when we upset St. Joe's when they were like 10th in the country, it was the first women's Big 5 game ever televised at the Palestra. And we won I think we won by 2. And that was a real memory for me because I remember because St. Joe's was so highly ranked that year.
Wow. Well, St. Joe's is hoping to keep their winning streak going along as they have the lead right now, 35-30 over Drexel. It is halftime. We are going to take a quick break here, and we've got second half action coming up after this.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion, it's the St. Joseph's Hawks 35 and the Drexel Dragons 30 in the third place game of the Philadelphia Big 5 Classic. Steve Pannone joined by Christine Mott. Christine, a really well-played first half. Chance to look at some of the numbers.
Yeah, I think it was a really competitive half. I thought there was a chance where St. Joe's was going to be able to run away with it a little bit, but it was Drexel's second chance points. They were getting a couple offensive rebounds, got some putbacks, got some people involved, especially Evans and Hodges. When Hodges came back in, off the bench with those 2 fouls and Amy Mallon trusting her, I thought that changed things for Drexel. But typical St. Joe's, still shooting the lights out, Drexel's doing such a good job. Drexel with the advantage on the rebounding margin, I think they have to continue to battle the boards.
Yeah, and one of the stats that's not up on the screen, St. Joe shooting 60% from three-point range, 6 of 10 from 3, which is huge. And we saw a little bit of the halftime show talking about the coaches a little bit. Amy Mallon and both Cindy Griffin played in the Big Five, and talk about what it means to them as being former players in the Big Five and how important it is to them.
Well, this is as Philly gets. I mean, when you're talking about the Big Five with these 6 schools and the coaches feeling it, the players feeling it, it just means a little bit more. There's only so many chances to get bragging rights against players, and I think this is one of them. There's a lot of local players as well, but there's also a lot of players from all over the country and all over the world, really, as we saw even in the Penn game. But I think the big thing for Drexel really comes down to Amy Mallon knowing her team, knowing what they need to do to stop a very high-powered St. Joe's team.
Yeah, and all 6 of these schools recruit the local area so hard. You'd love to go into recruits' homes and say, oh, by the way, we won the Big Five championship this year. Or, those are so important, those bragging rights that you talk about, Christine, but it does help with recruiting.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about the Philly Catholic League and all the high schools in this area. There's you could just really develop all of these teams just from the high schools in the Philadelphia area. Now, things have changed over the last 30 years, but that's what makes basketball so great. You have a little bit of a local flavor. You have some other players from all over the place, but the one thing that stays the same is the bragging rights for Philly, the Queens of Philadelphia.
And Drexel gets the ball to inbound here in the second half. A really well-played first half. As we mentioned, the Hawks lead it by 5.
Yeah, it was very exciting, and we named some players before the game, but it was really the cast of characters for both teams that were stepping in and helping out.
McCormick on the right-hand drive. She'll try to scoop and score, and she does.
She does that very well. You see her a lot of times get to the rim and then use her body and put the ball out far, because that's how she protects the basketball.
Yeah, at 5'3", she needs that kind of create that separation to get the shot over taller defenders.
Yeah, when you're smaller, you do have to find ways. You think back to Jackie Stiles in the late 90s, early 2000s, and she perfected kind of the fallback and step back shot before step backs were cool, but she did it in a different way, and she had to learn how to shoot over bigger players, and McCormick has figured that out as well.
O'Neal into the front court. Finds Hodges. They've run a lot of offense through her today. McCormick again.
Well, that's that Drexel offense. Yeah. There's constant movement, but the forwards are
back
passers.
Cut by O'Neal. She goes up top to Evans. Good scoop and score as well. It's a one-point game.
I thought Evans was a big difference on the defensive end at the end of the second quarter. She got that one putback and then got 2 stops. And if they can get her involved offensively, that's a bonus.
St. Joe's looking to answer here. Casey with the dribble. She kind of loses it, and it's picked up and stolen away by McCormick. McCormick into the front court, 1-on-2. She finds Baker on for a long 3. Front rim, no good.
Yeah, there's again McCormick using her body, kind of like leans into the defender to get her off her toes, and then whips that pass across the court.
Smith hands off to Bossett, who calls out a play. St. Joe's nursing a 1-point lead. Back out to Smith. Smith right-hand dribble. Tries to back down her player. And she's going to travel. So that'll be a second turnover on 3 possessions for the Hawks.
Smith was such an offensive factor in that first half. She's leading scorer in this game for either team. But she made those 3 threes and then got to the rim as well. When you have the duo of Brugler and Ziegler, and then you're getting some of these other players involved, we joked about those 80 points average for St. Joe's, but they really do have a well-balanced team.
McCormick hands it off to O'Neal. O'Neal to Baker, top of the key. Evans posting up. See if she spins back to that left. Good little fadeaway jump shot, no good, off the side rim.
Thought that was a good possession offensively and defensively. It was a nice matchup there. Good shot and good defense.
Bossett finds Brugler out high on the wing to Sneed. They're going to give her space as Baker backs off of Sneed. They're looking inside, trying to get the ball inside to Ziegler. Good defense from Evans. So she steps out, shoots the long 3, and it's good. How do you defend that? You tried it in the low post, she steps out and knocks down a 3.
I was just thinking to myself, wow, the offensive set's a little bit stagnant. And Ziegler says, oh yeah, well, I'll just stand here and chuck this one up at the end of the shot clock. But hey, that's why she's such a tough guard. She could step back and shoot with that range.
And she spent 20 seconds in that position with her back to the basket trying to get the ball in the low post. Enough of this. Let me pop out and shoot a three.
Absolutely.
And there's a quick turnover. Good steal by Sneed. She finds Boslett.
Drexel staying in that man.
Sneed at the top. Boslett off the flare screen, puts it on the floor. Goes inside, left-hand shot, no good. Rebound to Drexel. Ziegler unable to get the bunny to go down.
Ziegler and Evans have been going back and forth a little bit here.
O'Neal backs in, finds McCormick, who finds Baker. Back to McCormick. Up high to Hodges. O'Neal, long jump shot, off the glass, no good. Rebound brought down by Sneed. The ball's gonna be tipped away. Good hands by Hodges.
There was a lot of, that was an odd possession for Drexel because there was like a lot of movement, but nothing was happening. So a lot of dribbles, a lot of players running around, but really it didn't seem real efficient.
The breakdown defensively there. St. Joe's unable to capitalize. Brugler was able to get the layup to go, but she gets the offensive rebound here. Back out to Ziegler. Long three is good. So 2 straight threes from Laura Ziegler.
And that's those second chance points that you just can't give a high-powered offense, that availability. Drexel, they were turning and looking, but they weren't pushing back on the box outs, and that's how St. Joe's was able to get those 2 different rebounds.
Hodges finds Baker. She drives, right hand finish is good. Shows her quickness there, went right by 2 St. Joe's defenders.
She's just so shifty. You never really know what she's going to do with the ball.
Boslett guarded by O'Neal. Ziegler back to Boss, back to Ziegler.
There's a mismatch there.
Smith steps out outside the line. Smith right hand dribble all the way to the rim, up and good.
Really
Mackenzie
good.
Smith.
Really good job by Smith of turning the corner. I really thought they were going to go back to the big, especially because O'Neal was guarding her. Huge mismatch, but Smith recognized and turned that corner and went right to the rim.
Smith with a team high 15. McCormick finds Hodges. Hodges inside to Evans. Evans post move up and won't go. Rebound to St. Joe's, and here comes Sneed.
It was great effort there by Boslett.
Sneed out. Ziegler pulls up, doesn't take the three. Puts it on the floor, right hand dribble. Finds Brugler. Scoop around in, good.
It's a great job of Brugler to step to the basketball. That was a tight pass. I love when there's the big passes, but she stepped to the basket, then kind of got herself out of position and then went up with the reverse.
A nice pass by Ziegler there, who had knocked down 2 threes and shows her passing ability.
A little stagnant here for Drexel.
Baker gets bumped, no call. Left-handed shot doesn't go. Here comes Boslett. Ziegler steps in with 3. Back rim, no good. Rebound to the Dragons. McCormick pushes into the front court. Stops at the foul line. Specs out a 3 to Hodges. It's up, no good. Rebound St. Joseph's. Emma Boslett.
A lot of up and down here with some dead possessions. Good decision, I think, by Boslett to settle things down, get an offensive set.
Boslett inside to Brugler. Cutting Smith, but it'll be a foul before.
Actually ends up being a good foul because he took away the layup.
Yeah, this came in the corner. So we'll take a quick timeout here. 3:16 to go. St. Joe's extend their lead 45-36. We'll be back more on the Villanova Sports Network right after this short break.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
You don't have to be a star athlete like Villanova's Eric Dixon to do this to your savings. Introducing the Slam Dunk CD from Ardent Credit Union. This 7-month CD starts with a high base rate. Then, whenever the Wildcats win at home this season, Ardent boosts your rate to 5% APY. It's like having a secret weapon on the court and in your budget.
Open your Slam Dunk CD today.
Get yours at ardentcu.org/slamdunk. Proud partner of Villanova Athletics.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models, like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion, the St. Joseph Hawks have extended their halftime lead over the Drexel Dragons, 45-36. Christine, it's been a really well-balanced day, but Laura Ziegler's really taken over here in the second half, and Mackenzie Smith had the big first half.
Ziegler can do it both ways. She's shown her ability to play with her back to the basket down low, but then she can step back and hit those three-point shots, and I really think that's been the difference in this game is the three-point makes. St. Joe's is 8 for 14, Drexel 3 for 13, and so you're giving up 15 extra points off those three-pointers.
Boston looking inside. They skip it out to Ziegler, who finds Sneed. They don't guard Sneed. She'll take the long three, and she'll front rim no good. Going to stay here. It's going to be a foul on the Dragons. Trying to get a box out there. I think it's somebody, Kara McCormick.
Yeah, I think she kind of undercut her, kind of kept boxing out.
Drexel undersized at just about all 5 spots against the St. Joe's. Got a real long physical team. Smith driving right in. She gets a 15-foot, 12-foot pull-up, hits the back rim and no good. Rebound brought down by Baker.
And that's going to be a huge difference for Drexel. If they can hold St. Joe's to one and dones, that'll make a huge difference going forward.
Look at a back cut. Beautiful finish by Baker on a beautiful back cut.
There's great vision, and that's why, again, Hodge is such a good facilitator. Really has a great passing ability for a big.
See, they're not going to guard Sneed down on the perimeter. Baker just kind of doubling in the paint. Smith out high, finds Bosley. Brugler back to Ziegler. Ziegler at the wing. She looks like she'll go drive. She's going to back her player down. She'll kick it back out. Bosley drives left. Left-handed drive, no good. Rebound to the Dragons. Grace O'Neal.
Good defensive stop there for Drexel. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
Baker finds O'Neal. O'Neal back to Baker. See a lot of weak side action and cutting from the Dragons. That 5-person motion. I'm just trying to find there's going to be a hold there. I think it's going to be Sneed who grabbed Baker on a back cut.
And that would have been a tough pass either way. She, for a split second, had 2 people there that would have been threading the needle, so kind of bailed Drexel out.
So Lane McGurk will enter for the Dragons. And Ryan Stokes will come in for St. Joseph's. It's going to be a foul. It's going to be 4th foul on St. Joe's. And that's going to be it for Aaliyah Sneed. Will have to take a seat with her 4 fouls. Gabby Casey back in the ball game. Good slip there. Lavin up and good. Good set out of bounds. You talked about that, Christine. They're not going to be happy when they score on that one.
Yeah, good execution. They really needed that.
Back to a 5-point game.
There's been a few times where St. Joe's has threatened to run away a little bit and pile up some of the points, but Drexel's responded.
Good back cut by Smith, lays it in. So a good set by the Hawks. Mackenzie Smith finishing at the rim. Adds to her game high total, gives her 17.
So much of basketball is really just your response to things, because things are going to happen. Teams are going to make runs, but it's responding and getting stops.
Yeah, Hodges up top. Good cut by Baker. Good slip by Lavin. And puts the ball on the floor. She gets grabbed. It's going to be a foul. The Drexel ball underneath. The foul's going to be on Ryan Stokes.
Yeah, a lot of fouls being called here. I don't think the St. Joe staff's very happy about that. It looked like she tried to step through.
And then they got the grab there.
I don't know about that one. Looked like she was kind of on her way on the ground anyway.
Yep, McGurk. Step back three is going to be short. Good box out by Smith. Good lay and nice finish. Casey running the floor well. Nice find by Smith, and Casey's able to finish.
And that's harder than it looks to be able to finish. She saw 3 blue jerseys around her, and she was still able to go up and finish.
So good body control there. Keep her eye up on the rim and able to finish.
It's a big possession for the Dragons, closing out the quarter.
Baker going left-hand drive and finish. They isolate her at the center of the floor. She was able to get by Casey and score.
They needed that, and just like that, Baker's up to 16. We said about 10 minutes ago she needed to get more involved. Well, she said, okay.
Stokes is dribbling out here. 15 seconds to go on the third quarter clock. Shot clock is off. Good pass and fine. They get it inside to Brugler. To see if Drexel's going to have to hurry here. Baker sees it. She go left, pull up, 15-footer is no good. Lavin tries to tip it in to no avail. So the Hawks extend their lead here at the end of the third quarter. They lead this one 51-42 over the Drexel Dragons. We'll take a short break here on the Villanova Sports Network. We're back with fourth quarter action right after this. here at the Finneran Pavilion in the third place game as we get ready to start the fourth quarter of play. It's the St. Joseph's Hawks with a 51-42 lead over the Drexel Dragons. And Christine, a chance to look at some of the third quarter stats.
Well, I think when you look at the stats across the board and what's on the screen, it's a pretty even game. The biggest difference is really in the three-point shots made. And St. Joe's has made 5 more three-point shots. It's a couple of rebounds here, a couple of three-point shots there, but other than that, a pretty even game.
Yeah, and St. Joseph's ended the third quarter on a 4-0 run. They take it from a 5-point game out to 9, and they'll inbound here to start the fourth. And there's Ryan Stokes. She'll run the show here to start the fourth quarter for the Hawks. They go into Brugler. Good back cut there. Nice set play out of the timeout.
Yeah, it was no help sliding over, and O'Neal just couldn't do anything. She was trailing her, and there was no one there to help.
Yeah, they lifted the defense up, and Stokes snuck behind him and was able to finish. That was a good read by Casey, but unfortunately went through the player to get that ball. I think she had a good understanding what Drexel was trying to run, but she ran right through the player O'Neal there and drew the foul.
Yeah, she knew it was coming. Just had a little bit of arm with the ball. I think that's who needs to have the ball, Baker.
She goes into Evans. Evans spins, kicks it out. McCormick can't handle it, turns it over.
And that's what you can't have happen when trying to make a comeback.
Here come the Hawks. Casey slows it up, they'll run a set. They go high to Blueberry, high-low, and a good job by Smith cutting away from the ball. It's twice we've seen that weak side ball action where they get an easy one.
Absolutely, but with 2 different players. So instead of being able to adjust to it, now it's a different player doing it. And Amy Mallon wants to talk about it.
Yeah, and I don't blame her here. This one's getting away a little bit. St. Joe's now with a 13-point lead. So we'll take a quick break from the Finneran Pavilion. We'll be back with more on the Villanova Sports Network after this.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
In moments of vulnerability, it's only human to seek warmth and expertise. Mainline Health is the place where both your health and humanity matter, where ultrasounds come with understanding, where tests are met with tenderness, where EKGs are as important as empathy, the place where you will never be your only advocate, the place for a lifetime of care delivered neighbor to neighbor. Mainline Health, where human care has a home.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
St. Joseph's Hawks with their biggest lead of the game as they've spread it out to 13 with a 55-42 lead over the Drexel Dragons. here in the third place game of the Big Five Classic, which means the championship game will follow 20 minutes after this game. In that game, the Villanova Wildcats will take on the Temple Owls in the inaugural Big Five Women's Classic for the championship. So about 20 minutes after this game. And Christine, this one's got a long way to go, but St. Joe's starting to pull away.
Well, and the reason why they're pulling away is because of the back cuts and the passing. You know, Talia Brugler averages 18 points a game. She only has 8, but you know what? She has 8 assists in this game. She's facilitating from the base.
You can argue she's their 4 or 5 person making plays like that from the perimeter.
Absolutely.
Baker finds Evans. She'll try to back down. She's going to step on the baseline, so it's going to be another Drexel turnover.
Yeah, because everybody looks at the offense that Ziegler and Brugler bring, but it's been their passing and it's been their stepping out at the 3, especially for Ziegler. It's a really tough matchup.
And Amy Mallon's going to bring some full court pressure here down 13. St. Joe's looking to attack. Smith into the front court. Pulls it. I think she got away with a travel, not called. But Ziegler with the offensive rebound gets a 20-second reset.
It's really smart here for St. Joe's. Take your time, work through your offensive
Ziegler
set.
Isolated. Here comes Smith. Smith puts it on the floor, right-hand dribble. Layup is good. Mackenzie Smith now over 20 points on the game.
She's just had a phenomenal total game, and it's not just her scoring. She's dove on the floor. She's gotten some big rebounds, but first
very good
and second,
athlete for her. Good size for a guard, good length, long arms.
She was hitting the 3s early, but now we can see she can also get to the rim.
Drexel finds Baker. Baker runner is in and out, everything but the finish. She keeps fighting for it, unable to come down as Brugler pulls down the rebound.
She was 1-on-4 there trying to get that rebound.
It's like the Hawks' size starting to take over here a little bit. They go to Ziegler again at the high post. Back out to Stokes. Stokes left-hand dribble, no help, and she'll lay it in easily. Little breakdown there in the Drexel defense.
Yeah, I think the Hawks like that side of the floor. They're getting a lot of scoring from the left side of the floor. And I was thinking a few minutes ago saying, you know, Drexel's not doing a terrible job on defense because they're holding a team that scores over 80 points a game. At that point, it was in the high 40s. Now they're starting to pull away a little bit, and points are coming a lot easier.
Smith with a good hand there to knock it away from Baker, but it'll remain with Drexel.
St. Joe's is a deep team. They just keep subbing player for player.
Yeah, the air ball there. That one's short from McCormick. St. Joe's not in any hurry now with this large lead with 6:57 to go.
We weren't sure how that was going to impact the defense for St. Joe's when Sneed went out with that 4th foul, but St. Joe's just keeps coming with more players.
Yeah, Stokes has come in and really run the show very well for St. Joe's. Stokes just a freshman. She goes inside to Ziegler. Ziegler one-on-one. She puts the ball up and gets the bounce. Shooter's touch.
That's tough. I mean, she has a little bit of a height advantage, but you see how she kept the ball low and kind of jab steps? So that forces Evans to also go a little bit low, and then she just brings the ball up and shoots high.
Drexel really needs a basket here as they're down 19. It's going to be, it looks like a Bossett's going to get caught kind of riding Baker there. Kind of get the sense it's just St. Joe's size, and I thought it was just wearing down Drexel a little bit. Drexel was able to hang for a good 30 minutes, and now it's gotten away from them a little bit.
I agree, and it's coming up with some of those empty possessions.
Baker tries to finish. She'll draw another foul on Boslett. So she picks up 2 quick ones in a row.
Then when Drexel is getting some of those opportunities, they were trading for at one point, trading 2s for 3s, so can't have any more empty possessions. Just not sure if there'd be enough time for a miracle, but I will say I have seen some miracles on this floor for sure.
Yeah, and it's going to start at the defensive end here. You know, hopefully you knock down your free throws, and then you got to start playing defense.
So I think it was 2 seasons ago, Villanova played, I think it was St. John's. They were down like 16 or 18 about this time and made a miracle comeback. So it can happen. Maybe those Philly vibes are flowing.
Not the way to start by missing 2 at the line.
Wow. But just overall, I mean, St. Joe's has had a really good start to their season, and they've been very, very solid.
Yeah, I think Harry Peretta mentioned it in the halftime show. That win by Villanova, very impressive, where they went to Hawk Hill and really controlled that game. It's going to be an offensive foul on Casey. Good job stepping in there by O'Neal to draw the offensive foul.
Yeah, and the only other loss they have was at Utah, and that was an overtime game where they had an opportunity to win that. So, you know, they're a very competitive team this year. I think, you know, Cindy Griffin feels really good about the squad they have, especially in the A-10, and there's some tough teams in that conference as well.
Yeah, but you look at them here, with, you know, give them the eye test. They have everything. You have size, they have good guard play, they can shoot it from the perimeter. So, yeah, they're going to be a tough out in the A-10 for sure. Amy Mallon's going to take another timeout here. She's just trying to find some offense.
I don't think she liked what she was seeing. The offense has gone a little bit stagnant.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break here. 5:30 to go. Excuse me, 5:32 to go here in the fourth quarter. Once again, St. Joe's leads at 61-42. Back with more on the Villanova Sports Network. Here at the Finneran Pavilion, it's been a very good second half for the St. Joseph's Hawks as they extended their lead out to 19, and we get a chance to look at some of those highlights from this second half.
Well, yeah, it was some of those back cuts, but just the play of Mackenzie Smith in general in the first half with the threes, but then getting to the rim and cutting to the rim in the second half. She's just played an all-around good game, and Drexel has unfortunately had some times where they've gone into scoring droughts this season, and the fourth quarter is one of them. It's 10-0 this quarter, St. Joe's. So when you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole, going scoreless for the first 5 minutes is not the way to do it.
Good job by Smith to pull down that rebound. Lavin picked up the foul. So Molly Lavin will take a seat, get a little rest. Drexel trying to come with some full court pressure just to swing this momentum a little bit, but it's been really all St. Joseph's here in the second half, especially in this fourth quarter.
Absolutely. But one thing about Drexel, they never give up. And you know, when you're watching them play, you don't know if they're up 20 or down 20 because they play exactly the same. The attitude, the positivity, and that really stems from the coaching staff and what they've instilled.
Definitely a credit to Amy Mallon and her staff. One of the members of her staff, Stephen Peretta, who's Harry Peretta's son, works with Amy on the Drexel bench.
I mean, that's part of the Big Five. Everybody, you know, it's super competitive, but it's also one of the greatest things because all these schools, all these staffs, they all help each other in many, many ways. You see a player like Brooke Mullen, who was at Villanova, then, you know, for educational reasons, then goes to Drexel. Now she's sitting on the bench over there on the staff. It's just, they share everybody. Everybody shares everybody.
One big happy family.
Yeah, except between the lines.
Yeah, except for the 40 minutes when they play each other. Nice jump shot by Ziegler there.
And I think what's been on display here is just, again, that balance of St. Joe's. They put player in, play after player, you know, multiple players in double figures. Really a balanced effort here today. And they just kept coming at the Drexel response.
Well, trying to find it inside. Going to be a kickball, so that'll reset the shot clock at 20. It's been the Ziegler and Smith show offensively for St. Joe's. Smith leading the way with 21. Ziegler has 17.
And then Brugler with those 8 assists. She has 8 assists, 8 rebounds, and 8 points. So triple eights for Brugler.
A chance for maybe a triple double here with 4:32 to go. Just unable to get it to fall. Drexel's been a lid on the basket, and unfortunately Hodges unable to score. So they'll stay with the Dragons. Certainly not out of a lack of effort, as you mentioned, Christine. Just unable to get the ball to go down here in this fourth quarter.
You know, and that does happen sometimes. I mean, you have games that are a little bit ugly, and you just have to try to fight through them. I mean, Drexel only averages, I mean, they average under 60 points per game, but.
There it is. Deja Evans kind of breaks the skid there and gets a deuce inside. St. Joe's does a good job against the pressure. Smith will pull it out, and they'll rather run clock than take a 2-on-2 advantage. Boslett controls the ball out high. She finds Casey. Casey cross court to Smith. Smith, Boslett in the corner. She'll line up a 3. Rims in and out. It's going to stay here as it looks like that foul is going to be against McCormick. Pushing down low.
Yeah, Boslett was looking for her first bucket to go down. Doing a lot of little things, but ran into a little bit of foul trouble. She had those 3 personals, but still out there trying to contribute.
Right there, she'll reset the offense. He gets trapped. They find Brugler on the wing. She's going to go cross court to Casey. Casey, that's going to get stolen. Taken away by Hodges. She brings in the front court. And she's going to travel.
It was good anticipation by McCormick on the cross-court pass, which then led to the bad pass that Hodges was able to tip. If McCormick doesn't hustle like that, I think it was Ziegler, then she wasn't in a hurry.
Yeah, and Hodges got with that steal and started leading the break. Probably something that she doesn't do very often. She tried to pull up and she dragged the pivot foot. Whoa. There's going to be an offensive foul on Stokes, so a good job stepping in there was McCormick right in front of us.
And I think the reason that was called an offensive foul is because she left her feet when she was trying to pass the ball. We'll take one more look at this, and here you see jumping of the ball.
Yeah.
They both, I mean, McCormick goes straight up. You do have that space, but that's a tough one. I think that could go either way.
Yeah, I think I would have just given it out of bounds. Probably no call there, but officials saw it differently. Here's McCormick driving. Long free from O'Neal, front rims. Good rebound from Stokes. Maybe foul go down the other way. I think that's the 4th foul on the Dragons, so.
So they just trade fouls back and forth. They were involved in, in the first foul, and it went Drexel's way, and now the same 2 players, and now it goes St. Joe's. It all evens out. It all evens out.
And both teams be shooting the rest of the way now, because that's the 4th foul on Drexel. St. Joe's has already committed 5.
And I like the pressure by Drexel. I mean, I think it's a numbers game now, but I do like the pressure.
Credit to freshman Ryan Stokes. She's giving them good minutes just running the team. Google finds out. Boslett wants that 3, just can't hit. She missed one in the previous corner. Now the other corner, she just a little bit long. I think they're going to get Smith coming across. I think she could have poked that from behind.
Yep.
She went to go over the top, and I think she caught the arm of the Drexel player.
Agreed. She probably felt like she, there's a little bit of a height difference there. She had to bend down too low, but that's, you definitely want to poke that from behind. But good job by McCormick to stay with that dribble. When you feel that heat on you, sometimes you have a tendency to cross over, but there was another defender there.
And Cindy Griffin's going to take a timeout. It's going to be a 30-second timeout. So we'll stay here and work our way through it. 2:57 to go. St. Joe's with a 17-point lead. I think Cindy Griffin wants to end this game. Let's play the right way, so to speak. No silly fouls. Take care of the ball. Make sure we move the ball and get good shots.
Yeah, now's the time you're working on closing things out. So you want to close out quarters well. You want to close out games well. You want to stay sharp. You don't want to let things loose. And then for Drexel, you just, you have live game opportunity. You want to keep working on your different sets. But both of these teams, this was a very close game all the way through until about, a little bit into that fourth quarter here. But then St. Joe's just pulled away again with that offensive shooting, and those couple of back cuts early in the fourth quarter really kind of put a stamp on this quarter. Drexel got caught up 2 or 3 times. Amy Mallon took the timeout, but by that point it was a little bit too late.
And Kara McCormick will go to the line, try to cut in his 19-point lead. I'm thinking Cindy Griffin also wanted to talk a little bit about her press offense, because I'm sure Drexel will be coming with some full court pressure here. It's 3 straight free throws that Drexel has been unable to knock down.
That's tough too when you're leaving some of those points out there. Neither team getting to the free throw line a ton here today.
McCormick makes the second, and here comes the full court pressure. They enter into Brugler, who throws back. They get it to Boslett, who's their primary ball handler.
Get that to the middle of the floor.
Who gets double. Good job by Smith to get to the middle of the floor, as Christine mentioned.
And then that's the situation, Brugler kicks it.
I don't think you want to foul. And if you're Hodges, the shot clock down to 13, you might want to play that out.
Yeah.
But that'll send, I think, Brugler to the line. No, I think it's going to be Ziegler, actually. We'll wait and see. Maybe I got them both wrong. I did. It's going to be Boslett. If I could pick one,
you only had 2 left.
Yeah,
I mean, you could have done a roll call. What's
1
that?
out of 5 ain't bad. I'm good at math. That's 20%, I think, right? Back to my elementary education.
There's Boslett getting her first points of the game.
Second one up and good. St. Joe's is their biggest lead of the game at 20. Baker trying to find a set. Finds McCormick trying to drive. McCormick left hand, right-handed scoop, won't go. Rebound for Stokes. Up ahead is an easy lay-in for Smith.
Right, you have to be feeling good if you're St. Joe's. You're beating one of your crosstown rivals, and then your next 4 games are at home. So I think they're feeling like they can grab a couple of games here, be in some friendly confines, and see if they can go on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by them. I watched the game Sunday against Villanova, and they just didn't play as well as they played today. They were very good today. Maybe credit Villanova. We'll see Villanova in the 3rd game today. Grace O'Neal with a nice looking jumper there. Sometimes the other team just plays well. As they say, their kids are on scholarship too, so.
Well, and the way the whole Big 5 Classic works, and with the pods, Pod 1, Pod 2, and this is such a new thing, having all 3 games in one venue. What a great way to celebrate Big 5 basketball.
Yeah, I think I heard Harry mention this in the halftime show. You get a chance to come out and see all 6 teams on one day, which is really special.
And it's exciting for the players too, because there's going to be people in the arena to see all the teams, and if I wasn't calling this game, I'd be here watching.
Exactly. And then they find Brugler at the high post. She finds Smith. St. Joe's very content to just move the ball here and work the clock. Smith now under 7. She'll have to drive. Kicks it out. Brugler puts it up with 2 in the shot, and there's pretty good offense.
Yeah, she was saying, I was stuck on that 8 for a long time, giving everybody else the ball. I'm going to try to get to double figures.
But you run 28 seconds of offense, and you knock down a mid-range jump shot. Cindy Griffin's got to be happy here. So we'll stay with this one. A 30-second timeout Amy Mallon takes. Probably wants to talk to her team. And it's 47.9 seconds ago. Maybe an opportunity to get a couple people in the game.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's, if she could have just, kind of said, hey, substitute.
Yeah, I see Jalen McNeil checking in.
But you also know coaches never pass up an opportunity to talk to their team.
Yeah, always teaching. I think Irene Gravely is going to check in as well. Those were two players I saw come off the bench. Yeah. We talked about it a little bit. St. Joe's really moved the ball well. I think we have a couple of clips here.
Oh, yeah. And that's part of the reason why they're so good. They're very unselfish. They have so many players that can do so many things, but they really take what the defense gives them. They understand when the help comes and they're kicking out, kind of that help and recover. Well, they're penetrating and kicking, and they've done it all day. And it's been all of the positions that have been able to do that, not just the guards.
And I'm a little late, but the RAV4 Minute to Play is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. That was more the 42nd RAV4.
Hey, it still has a 4 in it. All you need is the 4.
St. Joe's at a 12-second difference here.
And again, Drexel, they may be down by 22, but they have held St. Joe's.
Kaylee Griffin getting a check in a little bit, so St. Joe's going to their bench a little bit as well.
They've held them under their scoring average. They average 80 points a game, and they've held them so far 11 under that.
Ziegler backing down, a little left-hand shot up and no good. Let's see where the ball goes. It's going to go down to the Dragons. 13.7 to go. St. Joe's with a 22-point lead.
So that's kind of the trade-off, though. It's like you hold St. Joe's 11 points under their season average, but you only put up 47.
Yeah.
So
you said that offense has been a little bit of a challenge for them this year, and St. Joe's just had too much for them today. But I'll be interested to watch Drexel in the CAA. Amy Mallon's team's always going to be in the fight.
Yeah, she's done an amazing job.
Yeah. Clock ticks down. Inside, Gravely's going to get a shot off. It's going to be off the front rim and no good. And that'll do it here. So the St. Joseph's Hawks capture third place in the Big Five Classic with a 69-47 win over the Drexel Dragons. We'll be back with Game 3 in about 20 minutes. I'm going to toss it to the Toyota Big Five game breaks coming up next with Megan Caffrey and Harry Peretta. We'll be back with Game 3 in about 20 minutes.
St. Joe's advances to 6-2 on the season as they claim third place in the Big Five Women's Basketball Classic. As we welcome you into our Big Five post-game show presented by Toyota, legendary Villanova women's basketball head coach Harry Peretta and myself, Megan Caffrey. We are so happy to be joined with you as we have concluded Game 2 of our triple header here at the Finneran Pavilion. And Coach, what really stood out to you as St. Joe's really ran away with this one at the end?
Just the skill of St. Joe's. I mean, their players are very skilled, and they played really good defense today. I mean, they really shut Drexel down. They switched when they had to. Drexel runs a lot of motion offense, and St. Joe's did a really good job holding them on. They didn't even get 45, I don't think, Drexel.
And we mentioned a little bit before, Coach, with St. Joe's ability to shoot the three.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. All their players can do a little bit of everything. They can all play, multiple positions. They can shoot the ball. They can dribble the ball. So, they all do a pretty good job.
Coach, what do you think with Drexel? You were really impressed with their ability to hang on in the first half and then they just weren't able to really keep the pace offensively. But what did impress you with Drexel tonight?
Well, their defense, let's put it this way, their offense was much better in the first half. They were able to score 30 points. So if Drexel puts 30 points on the board, they're relatively going to be in the game. And then you saw the second half, I think they may have only got 12, right, in the whole second half. So that's Drexel's weakness, is the ability to score the ball.
Let's take a little bit closer look here at some of the stats and the players. Coach, what are you looking at on this screen?
Well, I mean, Amaris Baker, I mean, she was the only one that really scored for Drexel in the game. They didn't get scoring from their other kids, especially in the second half. And then you saw that Drexel was only able to get 17 points in the second half. And then for St. Joe's, you mean, you have Smith, who's a really good player. She gets 21 points, but she has a lot of other help from other kids that can score the ball.
And Smith proved just how good of a player she was tonight. I mean, especially her ability to shoot from long distance.
Yeah, and that's the thing she didn't do in the Villanova game. She didn't score the ball a lot in the Villanova game, and Villanova was able to upset St. Joe's in that game. So these are the highlights. I mean, the shots she's making are just really tough shots, especially in the first half. The second half, you know, she made some moves in the second half, but this is a good, tough shot there. It's a low to high three with somebody in her face. And then I think the next one is where she pulls up. Yeah, this is the one. Oh, this is Drexel. I'm sorry.
This is Drexel, because Drexel did.
In the first half, they did score the ball.
However, in the beginning of the second half, too, Coach, they were really hanging on. There was a fight in them.
Yeah, they made a little push at the beginning of the second half, and then St. Joe's tried to take, like right here, they had the game to a 4-point game, and then St. Joe's just kind of took over, started making some threes and pulling away. Like for Drexel, they can't give up more threes than they make. They're just not good enough offensively to make it up.
And they gave up 8 today.
Yeah, they gave up 8, and I think they only made 3.
Yep.
So, but like last time, Amaris got a layup. You saw Drexel's offense, but there's Smith again making a great offensive move. And then, look, they're just taking the ball by the Drexel kids. Their guards played really well today, St. Joe's. And again, that's what their guards did not do in the Villanova game. They did not play that well, and that's why Villanova was able to upset them. But if you look at these shots that St. Joe's kids are making, that they're high-skill shots.
Yeah.
I mean, they got people in their face. And Drexel did the best they could with what they had. But again, St. Joe's has had too much for them.
And a balanced scoring attack from St. Joe's as well. 4 players finishing in double digits.
Again, just like the Penn game.
Yeah.
You know, you get 4 people in double figures, it's tough. You know, it's tough to get beat. And like I said, Drexel, when they play well, they have to have at least 2 or 3 people in double figures. They can't have Baker being the one scoring all the points. And if you look at the field goal percentage, just like the first game, Drexel's 37%, St. Joe's is 51%, okay? And look at the three-point field goal percentage, 47% to 19. That's major in a game like this.
And that's kind of your difference maker, because you're looking at some of the other stuff, right? Turnovers are generally even. Assists are pretty even as well. Credit to Drexel. They were sharing the ball well as well.
Yeah, they played as well. I mean, I don't say they played as well as they could, but Drexel did a good job of running their motion. It was just a better St. Joe's team. Sometimes you go out, and Steve Pannone said it. I mean, sometimes the other team just plays good.
Yeah.
And if St. Joe's plays well, they're tough to beat. I'm just telling you. I mean, I was very impressed with them today.
What impressed you the most?
I guess, like, what impressed me the most was St. Joe's ability to defend. They guarded the motion very well, which they did not do in the Villanova game. They did not guard the motion very well in the Villanova game, because Drexel and Villanova play the same way. But they did a really good job of guarding Drexel's motion. And when Amaris Baker got the ball, you kind of saw people cheating off, trying to help out to make sure she didn't get to the hoop as much as she normally does. And I think you combine that with their offense, and that's what you got, a 20-some point game.
And I think that that's exactly what you want as a coach. Coach, you're alluding to their loss to Villanova, right? And that's then we are clearly seeing the adjustments that then they made to ultimately come away with today's win.
Like I said, today their defense was much better than it was the Villanova game. And again, like I said, they did not guard Villanova's motion very well, but they guarded Drexel's motion today. And Drexel's motion is Villanova's motion. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But they did a better job today of guarding that motion.
Let's look a little bit closer at our players to watch of who stood out to us in today's game. First and foremost, taking a quick peek at Drexel. Maris, you mentioned her already, Coach, with what she was able to do for Drexel.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's a skilled offensive player. They have to get her some shots. You know, they helped her in the offense, get her some open shots. But you see there, she's scoring the ball in her own ability. Like, this is her own ability there, just pulling up and shooting the ball. They didn't run any offense for her, but she has the ability to do that. And Drexel doesn't have a lot of players like that. That's why they depend on her so much to do stuff like that. Dribble the ball by you and score it. And again, that's what she's supposed to do for Drexel, but she didn't get a lot of help from her teammates today on the offensive end of the floor. But her job is to try to keep you in the game, which she did in the first half.
16 points for her to finish off the night. And for Mackenzie Smith, coach, 23 points to finish off the night for her.
She was really good today. And, you know, I hate to keep going back to the Villanova game, but she did not play that well in that game. And that's like the difference in the game. St. Joe's big kids are really good, but she didn't play that well in that particular game. She played well today, and now it's impossible to guard St. Joe's because now they're getting scoring from their guards and their big kids.
Yeah, and one of the trends that we've been seeing all afternoon and now into the evening long are the seniors really stepping up here as well.
I mean, Smith on that play there just ran a backdoor cut.
Yeah.
Look at this play. She just takes the ball by everybody, lays it in with one hand. So she was really good today, and when she plays that well, St. Joe's is going to be pretty good.
5 rebounds for Smith as well to finish off the day.
The field goal percentage was 59%.
How tough is that?
It's not easy to do. I mean, no, we had Maddie on the set, and great players are able to shoot the ball close to 50% or better. And Maddie, for her career, shot 50-some%. This kid shot 59% in the game. That shows you had a really good offensive game, efficient.
And I love Maddie Segrist as well. Also, Coach, when we were talking with her about a freshman shining here in the Big Five, you were talking about a story with Maddie also in her first Big Five game here as a freshman as well. She shined herself, huh, Coach?
Yeah, well, it was funny. I told you the story. After the game was over, I said to our SID, I said, Maddie had a pretty good game. Because, yeah, pretty good. She had 41. And I didn't realize she had that many points. And I was like, oh, maybe she's a little better than we think she is. So sometimes that shows you how smart I am. You know what I mean?
The smartest. I'm lucky that I've had you as my partner in crime all afternoon long, Coach.
My recruiting pitch to Maddie was she wouldn't play till she was a junior. So that shows you how smart I was.
Well, me and the smart Coach Harry Peretta will be right back with you with more post-game action here on our show presented by Toyota. Don't go anywhere.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models, like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
Welcome back into the Toyota Big Five game break, where we have all of the special guests joining us at our set today. Now, as we have Debbie Williamson, coordinator of women's basketball officials, here with us at the set. First and foremost, Debbie, are you having some fun here tonight at the Big Five Women's Classic?
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, things are going well, I think. We've got a great game coming up. So, yeah, 2 down.
I don't know. Can you hear me, Debbie?
I can.
Okay, Megan, can you hear me?
I've got you, Coach.
You translate for me, okay? How tough of a job is it to coordinate all the coaches, all the officials, and like just dealing with the personalities?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I think, I mean, this is like year 20 on the officiating side, coming from the coaching side. I think it's a little easier for me, having coached and played before. It's like you take one hat off, you put another hat on, so I can kind of see things through their eyes a little bit. As far as the coordination piece, I mean, everything's amped up these days. I mean, just tensions, demands, the all the pieces of the game, the call for accountability. I think there are a lot of things that coaches are wanting from us now that 10 years ago we didn't have the video angles, we didn't have the resources. So I think with the way the game has changed, the way the ante's up, if you will, that more than anything, even more than the personalities, is what's really placed more demand on us as coordinators to be able to provide what coaches need, the answers they want, when there is an answer. A lot of times they're not. So.
And for anyone who's watching at home who is interested in getting into officiating, how do you get into officiating? What's your story a little bit like?
Well, I think, we've run a camp called Player to Ref, and a lot of former players feel like, hey, they would like to be able to get back into the game somehow whenever their career is over. And so I would just say reach out to your local high school assigner. I know for me, I would have never refereed, but I would miss the game. I miss being on the floor. So I just called the local high school and said, hey, who assigned your games? I called that person and said, how can I get started? And then at every level, I just reached out to people that knew something or they could tell me who I could get in touch with. And that hasn't changed in 30 years. So I would say reach out, just ask. We welcome people that know the game. A lot of former players do referee for us now, and there's room for everybody, really.
Do you remember what your first game was like that you refereed?
I remember that I had played in 4 Final Fours, so I thought I knew more than I did, and I didn't. So I remember thinking, oh my God, no, that's not the rule. And then I had to say, oh gosh, that is the rule. So I just remember not knowing as much as I thought I knew. So imagine that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm amazed at how you deal with the coaches and the officials. So after the game's over, you go into the locker room, talk to the coaches. Talk to the officials. Can you kind of tell us what you go over with them and everything?
So I sit next to the replay system, so I'm able to pull up the exact play numbers. And so for every whistle that's blown, I've got the game time, the call that was made, the position, and whether or not, in my opinion, it was right or wrong, and then the play number from the replay. So we go into the locker room. They've got their iPads or computers. I'll say, hey, let's pull up play number 67. What did you see? It's kind of like raising teenagers sometimes. You want to make them think it's their idea, right? And then we have the exchange of, where were you? What were your angles? Why didn't you take a step up or step down? Those are the details, and usually they give themselves up immediately. They'll go, oh yeah, that was third quarter 224.
I got you.
I remember now, and they'll all remember it. It's amazing the recall in that room. So those are the things we talk about.
I just learned so much. Debbie Williamson, a wealth of knowledge. This was absolutely so much fun. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Debbie.
We will be back with so much more, including a player interview after this. Be sure you do not go anywhere.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models, like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NECA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NECA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NECA, visit us at ibew98.org.
Welcome back to the Big 5 Game Break show presented by Toyota, as we are now joined by Talia Brugler from St. Joe's. Talia, congratulations on the win. Welcome on in.
Thanks for having me.
What was this game like, playing in a Big Five Classic game, for anyone watching at home who doesn't know what it's quite like to have this atmosphere?
Yeah, it was a really exciting atmosphere, especially with the new format this year, like with the pod format. It's really cool to have the 3 back-to-back games and bring more attention towards the women's side of the Big Five.
Yeah.
No, I mean, where did you hone your skills? I mean, your offensive skills are very high. So, like, tell me how you try to develop those kind of skills. Like, what do you work on, things like that, the way you hold the ball. Like, just tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, just coming in my freshman year, I was just a little weaker. So, like, just in the weight room, helping with that and my grip strength. And then, obviously, just working on my guard skills more in the summer to get better at that. And expand my game beyond in the perimeter.
That's what impressed me the most, your ability to do other things than just post up. So I was just curious to know that you're really developing those skills very well.
Thank you.
We were talking halftime and throughout the game of just your team's ability really to share the ball well, and just how it was so dynamic and so complete on offense. Is that something that you and your teammates pride yourselves on?
Yeah, I mean, we have a really good connection on and off the court, and I think that helps us just knowing where we're going to be, where our teammates are going to be, and then also we're a pretty seasoned group. We've kind of played together for a really long time. We know our teammates, what they like to do, where they like to be, and we know how to hit them in the right spots on time and on target.
Well, it was funny, Megan. I saw their practice over the summer, and I was very impressed with the way they connect as a group, and you can tell that when you guys play. So, I mean, like, do you guys, like, what do you do to work on that? Do you do like bonding things or whatever? Because I was really impressed with that when I came to practice that day.
Yeah, I mean, one of our core values as a team is being selfless and then just doing things with and for each other. We just all are very good friends off the court, and I think that helps with the bonding experience that we have. And then also this past summer, we took a trip overseas to Croatia.
Right.
And that obviously really helped with our bonding experience, just being able to see different parts of the world together and do different activities. So
11 of you returned starters from a season ago. So to your point of just a really veteran squad, that is exactly what you guys are. How does that just continue to make all of you level up day in and day out, going up against one another in practice?
Yeah, I mean, we have a really competitive group, and like you said, we are a lot of veterans, so there's a lot of expectations on us, and just attacking every day. Like, a lot of us are seniors and may not be able to, we're not going to be back next year, so attacking every day like it's the last one, because you never really know. So yeah, we just love being around each other.
Love it.
I was just impressed with the fact that in this time where players are leaving and all that, you kept your team, which is not easy to do anymore.
No.
So, I mean, you know, can you talk to us a little bit about that? Did you guys discuss that? Like, I'm sure that you had opportunities from higher level schools. Like, how do you guys deal with that? Or how did you deal with it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, with the transfer portal, like nowadays, it's really difficult, but I think that just says a lot about the character of the people on our team. We really love being at St. Joe's and the culture that we've built here together. I know the group that came in my freshman year and the sophomores the year above us, that was something like, we took a lot of effort in those first few years to build a really strong, connected culture, and we've carried that through. And now we've just become one big family, and
I mean, it's impressive because if you look, Megan, at Division I basketball, men and women, how many teams keep their whole team? It's almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, and you know what adds to the culture, too? Going overseas together.
Yeah.
What was a favorite memory from that trip? That must have been so much fun.
Yeah, so we went ziplining in Croatia, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, we had some teammates on our team that are kind of scared of heights.
Did they still go?
Yes, they went.
Yes.
Yeah, we helped each other through it, so it was really fun. It was a lot of fun.
Not a chance for me. Not a chance. I get up 10 feet, it's over for me.
Did you get coach on the zip line as well?
Yeah, all the coaches came with us, and the families that were along on the trip came as well. It was really fun.
That is when you know, honestly, that you have good team dynamics and everything. When your teammate is standing at the top of the zip line, like, I don't know, and you just give them a little love
You
tap.
could go with like a trainer too, so that helped.
Are you thinking about, I mean, what's your plan afterwards? Are you thinking about playing overseas, maybe try to make WNBA? Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to just say where my feet are right now and be present in the moment, but it is a goal of mine to play professionally, whether that be in the WNBA or overseas, wherever the opportunity presents itself. I just want to continue playing basketball as long as I can. I just love it. So.
Yeah, you're definitely good enough to play somewhere because of your mobility.
Thank you.
When you think about that, right, just kind of following up on it, the places that basketball has been able to take you and can take you, how thankful are you for this sport?
So thankful. I don't even think words can describe the opportunities that this sport has brought me, whether it be people or an education or the places that I've been able to go. I mean, my sister, she plays overseas in Spain, and like just the experiences that we're able to have just from a ball going into a basket, it's just unbelievable.
What is your major? I'm just curious.
Well, I graduated early last year. It was sports marketing.
Okay.
But now I'm in like organizational development.
Oh, good.
Because I would like to, after play, come back and coach or
Nice.
just stay involved in sports. So
It's really good.
10 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists for you this evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
That is Talia Brugler from St. Joe's as they take third place with the 69-47 win over Drexel this evening. And Coach Peretta, just looking at these highlights yet again.
Yeah, just like I said before, I mean, she's one of, a couple kids on that team. They're very highly skilled, and they can do a lot of different things. And like I said, they're very skilled offensively.
How hard is it, Coach, to get that many players, though, performing that well at the same time, to have everyone peak, so to speak?
Well, she said it, that keeping the team together is the biggest. I was talking to Brugler saying how you kept this team together, and it's very difficult to do in this day and age. So,
Yeah.
and they showed it today.
Yeah, as we welcome head coach Cindy Griffin to the table with us. Congratulations on the win. Coach Peretta was just alluding to our conversation that we just had with Talia, and she was talking a lot about the culture of your program and this year's team specifically, and we would love to hear from you a little bit about what really is the culture that throughout your time at St. Joe's you've been able to create.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what Coach Peretta talked about was just keeping them together was really big, and why that is. I think there's a very unselfish attitude, and the work ethic is really high, and their goals are very similar. They all want to win, but they also want to play with and for each other, and it is hard to find kids like that sometimes because there's just so many other distractions and a lot of voices in their heads, but we've been very, very fortunate, and I credit their parents, because I think, when you have great parents, you generally have great kids. And, we're very fortunate with this group.
Yeah.
That's a really good point that she made about parents. I mean, when I was recruiting a kid, I also was recruiting or watching the parents. I watched the way they would sit in the stands, how they would act, and she's got to be right, because those kids are pretty solid ground. Like, what is it like, Cindy, coaching a group that's so mobile? Like, they can all do something. Like, that's got to make it, I don't want to say easy, but it makes it easier for you to put stuff in and do different things.
Yeah, I mean, the versatility of our group is really dynamic. I think sometimes I could be doing a better job of using them in different ways, and that's something that we have the ability to work on those things, especially with an older group, because they can get it. They can learn really quickly, and they're willing to do that. I think that we do have a couple international players, and I think that helps because their games are a little bit more expanded. But just being able to give Lara or Talia the ability to pass the ball. I mean, you looked at Talia had 9 assists today. Yep. Lara's leading us in assists. So the unselfishness, but the ability to be able to pass, move, cut, and go to open areas, and your teammates are going to find you. That's fun. That's fun basketball. And when you're doing those things, and Harry, better than anything, that's the joy. You have the joy of playing basketball with and for each other.
I mean, Smith was really good today. Really good.
Yeah, she was phenomenal.
Yeah.
She got off. She made some really tough shots, and she was just, the great athlete that she is.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Coach, the joy of playing basketball, but also coaching basketball, when you do have, we've talked about now, this veteran squad that you have this season, how does it continue to challenge you and make you grow as a coach to maybe even have some fun also of being able to try out some schemes that you might not be able to do in those seasons that you have a little bit more of a youthful team?
Yeah, I mean, it's great because we can kind of put things in on the fly, and they can listen, and they can do it, and they can execute it. So, part of that is obviously having the talent to be able to do that and throw some audibles out there, and they're able to absorb it and they execute the plan. So it's fun. they come into work every day. They enjoy basketball, they enjoy each other, and they enjoy the grind, because sometimes it is a grind.
That's a really good point. Like when I was talking about when I came to your practice over the summer or whenever it was, I was totally impressed. They remind me of Trish Jolene's team that I had that went to the Elite Eight. The way they bond with each other, and also the bonding with the coaches, I noticed was really. You don't see that very often, Megan. So just so you know, that doesn't happen very often. But I saw that in this team, and they're really showing it. Don't you think, Cindy?
Thank you. No, my staff is fantastic. I mean, obviously, Coach Dunn's been around for a while. She played in the Big Five. She coached at Drexel. She was a head coach for a while. She coached at George Washington, so she has a lot of experience. Katie Kuster is a former player of mine who just brings energy every day. I mean, just the amount of energy and passion for the game has been fantastic, and Coach Prim, Ashley Prim, another former player of mine. So having those former players around is really, really awesome, because they understand what we're trying to do. They understand the culture of St. Joe's, and not just our program, but also the school and what our mission is.
Coach, and also playing in the Big Five in the Big Five Classic, right? That's something that is prideful year in and year out for you as well, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think it prepares you for our league, for the Atlantic 10, because I'm telling you, there's great coaches in Philadelphia. I mean, there's great players, but the coaches that are coaching in the Philadelphia Big Five are really, really dynamic.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. It was such a pleasure getting the chance to speak with you. St. Joe's wins 69-47 over Drexel to take third place in the Big Five Women's Classic. And we've got one more game coming up tonight. It is the championship with Villanova and Temple. That is coming up next.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion, it's the one we've all been waiting for. It's championship game time. It's the inaugural Women's Big Five Classic. It's brought to you by your local Tri-State Toyota dealers. Toyota's Let's Go Places. Steve Pannone joined by Christine Mott, and this is the one we've been waiting for. It's the Temple Owls and the Villanova Wildcats for the Big Five championship. And Christine, it should be a really good one. Temple comes in 4-3 overall, and they're going to take on the Wildcats who come off that big win over St. Joe's over the weekend. It's now time to look at our RAV4 Things to Watch, brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find out your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. And Christine, let's start with the Temple Owls and their top player, Tierra East.
Well, Tierra East does a little bit of everything for this Temple Owl squad, but she is their leading scorer, but she does more than that. She's a leader on the floor, and I really think this game is going to come down to control. Who can control the tempo? And the tempo for Temple is they want to get up and down the court. They want to get up and down in transition, and Tierra East helps lead them in that direction.
And for the Wildcats, we're going to go from a senior to a young player, a freshman who's really made an impact as soon as she got on campus here at Villanova, and that's Jasmine Bosco.
Yeah, the Villanova squad is led by a few youngsters, and she's one of them. She does everything. You can see her stats on the screen. She's their leading scorer. She gives the ball and shares the ball with everyone. She gets some rebounds at such a young time in her career to be a leader for this Big East squad. It's been phenomenal. When we talk about control, we said ball control control and tempo, but the ball control for Villanova, they want to control the pace of the game and take care of the basketball, get into those half-court sets.
And maybe one of the keys to Christine, too, Villanova normally does a really good job of not turning the ball over, but Temple does a good job of forcing turnovers. That could be something to watch in this game. Can Villanova handle Temple's pressure, or can pressure force Villanova into some mistakes?
In some ways, it's two competing styles of play. Diane Richardson wants her team to get up and down, cause havoc, get steals. Denise Dillon wants her squad to set the pace, take care of the basketball, knock down some threes, and execute in the half court.
And they always say styles make good fights, and this could be a good fight today. Other than East, who do you think you need to see from Temple today that maybe needs to step up and give them a second score, or maybe somebody that can do something on the glass?
Yeah, I think Tariana Gray has shown that she has the ability to put some points on the board. She has 12 three-pointers on the season. I think if they can get her the ball at the perimeter to help contribute to the scoring, I think that would be a big benefit for Temple. But they can score in a variety of ways. They'll pound it in the paint, they'll get up and down, but they can also knock down the three.
And for Villanova, only a sophomore, but Maddie Weber was a Big East honoree last year on the freshman team. She's done a good job here. Injury late last season cost her the WNIT. She wasn't able to play in it, but now she's back, and she's done a really good job for the Wildcats as well.
She's been very impressive. So those are the two leading scorers. You have a freshman and now a sophomore with Weber, and she can shoot the three-point shot as well. So I think if Villanova could knock down some threes, play that inside-out game, and keep Temple moving and a little bit of chaotic on the offensive end, Villanova does such a good job of moving without the basketball, and I think that's going to be the key for Villanova, to keep Temple on their toes.
Yeah, and these coaches known each other for a long time. A lot of it goes back to the old CAA days when Denise Dillon was at Drexel and Diane Richardson was at Towson. So these coaches know pretty much what both teams are trying to do tonight.
And there were some battles then as well, and both of these coaches won CAA championships, and now they're trying to win a Big Five championship.
So it should be a lot of fun here as the lights are coming back on, and we're just moments away from tip-off here in the inaugural Big Five Women's Classic. Just recapping on the day, in the fifth place game, Penn beat LaSalle 70-64, and then the game just concluded. The St. Joseph's Hawks captured third place with a 69-47 win over the Drexel Dragons. We look forward. Temple will be in their road reds. The Wildcats will be in their home whites. And it should be a good one to see a look at Diane Richardson, and now a look at Denise Dillon in her fifth season as the head coach of the Villanova Wildcats.
We talked about the Philly vibes feeling here in Finneran Pavilion. My goodness, with the triple header, all the excitement here today. Can't wait for this nightcap.
It looks like Danae Carter will jumping up against Jaleesa Molina. And Temple will control the tap.
It is loud in here. What an environment for a championship game.
Maybe Tristan Taylor run the point. Temple with size advantage at a couple of spots. There's East with a good drive. Good job by Carter to jump out on her. But there's the Temple size looking for an offensive rebound. It's going to stay with the Owls as Oliver got her hands on it, but was knocked away by a Wildcat.
It's going to be really important for Villanova to get a body on a Temple Owl. Every time a shot goes up, you got to push back, cannot allow those second chance opportunities.
Yeah. Wildcats not known really for the rebounding, but that will be a big key, as Christine mentioned.
If you want to know how loud it is here in the Pavilion, my watch is telling me loud environment warning, so it's not just me saying it.
Gary misses that mid-range shot. Carter into the front court. Skips it out to Weber. Weber pulls up, back out. Edmondson mid-range shot is good. Laura Edmondson for the first two for the Cats.
And you see how Edmondson kept the ball high? She received the basketball high and just shot from that point. Did not bring it down to allow some guard hands to knock it away.
Wow, with the Wildcats with their sticky man-to-man defense. And you see Power Cassidy out on East. Oliver at the high post, and she's going to travel, so that's going to be the first turnover for the Owls.
That's some good pressure from Villanova in the half-court set. You can see that they're trailing on a lot of those screens, and Temple really wants to put the ball on the floor and try to attack the rim.
Temple with their half-court man-to-man defense as well. Weber at the front court. Finds Carter. Back cut by Edmondson. She goes to the lane and one. It's going to be an and one. A beautiful back cut by Edmondson. Great pass by Carter. And they'll pick it up and the foul.
What a great.
You see a good cut here. Watch that back cut by Edmondson, and then just avoids the contact draws the blocking foul.
Yeah, and I thought that probably should have been a no call, but Edmondson being rewarded for her movement without the basketball.
So a quick 5 points for Laura Edmondson, and Wildcats lead 5-0.
Well, she's almost to her scoring average already.
Molina on top of the key. Hands it off to East. Drives, good switch. East step back, pull up, hits the back rim. Rebound for Bosco.
Bosco loves to get out and run, and she has really good vision in the half court.
Bosco finds power. Cassidy skips it back to Weber. Weber left-hand dribble. Backs her player down. Bank shots up and good for Maddie Weber. Wildcats out to an early 7-0 lead.
Yeah, there's not much you can do there. What great ball handling display, and then hanging in the air for the shot.
Good defense by Bosco. Taylor tried to score over. Bosco went straight up to avoid the foul. Let's go to Carter. Carter dribble, hands off with Weber. Weber keeps her bounce. 15-foot jump shot up, back rim, and good.
Oh, that's why they love having the Big 5 Classic here, because you get that friendly hometown bounce.
And Richardson down 9-0. Might be in need of a timeout here early. East right-hand dribble on Weber. Creates some space, steps back, and knocks down a 15-footer. Tiara East, averaging 15 points a game, gets her first bucket, and the Owls on the board.
East will just keep coming at you. She missed a shot or two early, but she just keeps shooting that basketball. She's a very emotional player that is really one of the heart and soul of this team.
Wildcats with their 5-out motion. Weber out wide, inside to Carter at the high post. Carter dribbles left, spins back right, steps through, can't finish. Edmondson tries to come up with it. She knocks it out of bounds.
I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup. Carter against Oliver down low. We said how Villanova likes to do the 5-out. Sometimes they'll do a 4-out, 1 in. But if it's going to be the 1 in, it's going to be Carter against Oliver. It gives up a little bit of height.
And Taylor into the front court. Finds Gary. Oliver back to East. East with Weber on her. She goes left this time and scores. So she saw her go right, now go left.
And that's what makes her so dangerous, because she can put the ball on the floor. And you can see she loves to get to the rim. She'll shoot the mid-range jump shot, but she really wants to take that player one-on-one and get to the rim.
Bosco on the dribble, left hand. She's going to drive. Let's see if it's going to be a jump ball call. So good defense there by the Owls. The ball will stay with Villanova, but a really good defensive play. I think that was Taylor. So take a look at who it was. Yeah, it's Taylor on the ball. I think she gets a hand in right there, right on the ball. Maybe a little bit of arm late.
Yeah, I think it was pretty good up until the end there when she yanked the arm. But other than that, it was pretty good.
Slips to the hole, but an errant pass run down by Weber.
You know, the environment here,
Bosco
this feels like a championship
game. Gary.
There's not a lot of times where you get to play for a championship.
Power Cassidy for 3. Backboard, no good. Tristan Taylor into the front court. She keeps her dribble, drives on Bosco, and scores.
That is a tough finish by Tristan Taylor. She often gives out a lot of height. The sophomore only 5'5", but she plays a lot bigger than her size.
So 6 straight for the Owls. Wildcats jumped out 9-0, 6 in a row for Temple to get right back in this thing. Bosco step back 3 is in and out. Rebound's going to be a foul on Edmondson.
It was a good job by East to get in position to go straight up. Edmondson was kind of coming from the outside and just taking East out. You know, there's not a lot of times where you get to play for a championship, and this feel here early in the season. You know, you have some holiday tournaments and you get to do some of those things, but there's nothing quite like the Big 5 bragging rights for these players.
Denny Scone goes to her bench with Maddie Burke, who's been a really important player off the bench. East beats Weber to the basket on just a little zipper cut. That's Temple with 8 straight after Villanova went up 9-0.
What a catch, though. She snatched that out of the air and then finished.
Bosco keeps her dribble. Finds Danae Carter in around the hoop. Good pass by Bosco. Good finish by Carter.
Bosco always has her head up. I love her vision. And here you see that it's just it seems like wasted dribbles underneath the basket. No, she has her eyes up the whole time. She knew exactly where Carter was.
Good drive there. We're going to call the travel. Good drive by Gary. She came hard off a down screen and went to the baseline, but dragged the pivot foot.
Yeah, it was a sharp move, and I think the coaching staff for Temple was like, wait, did it really slide? They like that, stopping on a dime and trying to pop.
Lisa Rivera is going to check in for Temple. Julia Green in for Villanova.
Got to have a lot of communication on defense. There's a lot of off-ball cutting.
Carter, top of the key. She'll keep it. She'll go all the way by. She should get a good job there. Just kept it and went right by Molina for the easy lay-in.
And what made that move wasn't the initial step. It was the hesitation, again, to get that defender guessing.
Looks like that's going to be an illegal screen on Rivera.
And Rivera has to be a little careful there. You don't want to be showing too much emotion to the official early in the game.
So that's our first timeout. 4:48 to go. Wildcats lead this one 13-8 over the Temple Owls. We'll be back on the Villanova Sports Network after this short break. Independence Blue Cross, a proud sponsor of the 2024 Women's Big Five Classic in the entire greater Philadelphia area. IBX has been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years as your hometown health insurer. So 4:48 to go here in the first quarter. The Wildcats jumped out to a 9-0 lead. The Owls jumped back with 6 in a row, and then the Wildcats have now spaced it back out 13-8. Christine, what do you think for the first 5 minutes so far? What would you expected?
Well, I think the most unexpected thing is I'm seeing an owl dancing with a cat. But other than that, I think the ball control for Villanova has been very good. They've taken very good care of the ball. They don't have any turnovers. I think Temple's trying to push the pace a little bit, but Villanova's knocking down shots, so it's hard to get out in transition when the team you're defending is making shots. Just such good movement. Look at Maddie Burke down low. She's got the mismatch, demanding the basketball.
And good patience by Green to wait for her to get open and make sure she could connect on that pass.
Yeah, she had a big height advantage there.
Temple turns it over, looking to push in transition.
That's Temple's
There's
fourth
Burke,
turnover.
a spot up three is in and out. Run down by Weber, so a second opportunity for the Cats. Trying to find Carter, and she just threw it over her head.
Yeah, Temple has 4 early turnovers. Now, again, you're going to have some turnovers when you play in transition, but a couple of those miscues were travels and things in the half-court set. And then Villanova almost with the second chance opportunity there, but then getting their first turnover.
Play Turner in as well. She's handling the ball into the front court. There's East. Rivera. Over to Turner. Jump shot's good.
That's tough to guard. Again, she nailed her foot into the ground and then exploded up. She gets up really, really high, so a lot of times she can actually jump over her guard defender.
Weber right-hand dribble, gets by her player and up, and she draws the foul. There's no help defense on the strong side. Weber went with the right-hand dribble and was able to get all the way to the rim.
And what I love about Weber is the way she kind of turned her body to protect the basketball. So not only did she protect the basketball, but ended up absorbing the contact. She was really close with the finish. See how she turns her body to kind of absorb that contact, and then everything but the finish.
And that's a big call because that's Tiara East's second foul. So she'll head to the bench with 3:38 to go in the first quarter. That's something to keep an eye on. And she's kind of going, hey, I had my hand straight up. Referee saw it differently, so let's keep an eye on that.
Much like in the game right before this with Drexel, Hodges picked up those 2 early fouls, but Amy Mallon had to keep her on the floor in the second quarter. I think we're going to see a similar thing with Tiara East. I don't think Diane Richardson could keep her on the bench for the entire first half.
Yeah, still 3:38 to go here in the first quarter, so that's a long way to go. And you probably trust your senior to go out there and play smart and not pick up a third.
You might have to. Sometimes you have to make those decisions because she's just too valuable to sit on the bench.
Let's see where they can find offense with East out of the game. Long 3 up, and that's going to be no good. Rebound. Edmondson fights for it, and it looks like she's going to lose it out of bounds. So they'll remain with the Owls.
Oliver didn't quite get her hand on that ball, but she's so active around the rim. On the offensive and defensive end, but especially for those offensive rebounds, she's always a threat to grab the ball.
And to Gary. Gary out to Rivera, guarded by Burke. 15-foot jump shot, back rim, no good. Rebound, Rivera, put back up, no good. Another third chance, they're going to stay here. That's going to be a foul on Green, boxing out. So we talked about rebounding being a key. There, Temple gets 3 opportunities.
Yeah, she was in the right position, but she didn't push back, and just the elevation to kind of snatch that away from her.
Gary, ball gets deflected, right back to Temple.
3 seconds!
That's put back up and in by Curry.
Yeah,
Savannah
the right place
Curry.
at the right time, and we have some fans here. You could hear it through the microphone. I was about to say the same thing. 3 seconds. I thought she was in the lane a little bit long, but got that rebound.
Burke at the wing. Finds Bosco on a curl. She tries to go all the way to the rim, and she does.
It really is amazing how she could kind of wiggle her way down there. She goes into the land of the trees, and she just finishes really well. When you're a smaller player, when you have that strength, upper body strength, credit to the weight room to keep that ball high.
It's going to be a travel there. That's Oliver, just a little too quick. Just didn't need to rush there, and she picks up her pivot foot.
And you see Bosco going out, getting a little bit of a breather, but you know that adjustment from high school to freshman year, not only with on the basketball court, but in the weight room. This is where you see that adjustment and things starting to pay off already early for Bosco. She's showing some strength.
Weber finds Burke. Burke back to Weber. Weber drives right, spins. Right hand pull up and in and out. Almost got it to go, but it'll stay here. Good job by Burke battling on the glass, and looked like she knocked it off of Gary.
Weber's just so much fun to watch because you really don't ever know what she's going to do with the ball. She has a great handle, and she really has a plethora of moves down low. She's a guard, but she plays like a forward with her back to the basket at times.
She's got a scorer's mentality, too. She's always looking to score. Power Cassidy's inbound pass got deflected, so now the Wildcats will inbound on the side court. Chance to see head coach Denise Dillon there.
She's surveying things. I've seen that look before.
The pensive look of the head coach, no doubt about it.
And I'll tell you one thing, she's one of the best at making adjustments.
Green pivots, kicks it out. Weber has an open 3 and back rims it. Runs down, gets her own rebound. Good effort play by Green, has it back out to Weber.
And those are the little things that make the difference. Following
Power
your shot.
Cassidy at the right, left wing. Good cut by Edmondson. They go into low post to her. She turns, faces, puts it on the floor, and they call a travel.
Yeah, she had her in the air, but she kind of shuffled her foot there, and right away we're going to see Carter coming back in the game.
I think Carter's going to give Maddie Burke a rest.
Just the enthusiasm that Diane Richardson and her staff has brought to Philadelphia over to Temple.
Rivera up high, finds
a lot of different characters on this team.
Back to Taylor. Taylor left-hand dribble. Long three. It's going to get blocked by Power Cassidy. Good defense by Villanova. Here comes Danae Carter down the middle of the lane. That one's thrown away.
Oh.
Back-to-back turnovers.
Bodies are flying everywhere here in Philly.
Taylor, left-hand dribble. Good job by Green to keep her in front.
Credit to the staff. They were quick as lightning getting out there and wiping it up with a towel.
Oliver's going to keep it. Oliver fadeaway is going to miss everything, but offensive rebound. It's going to be a foul on Carter. Good job by, that was Rivera getting on the offensive glass.
Yeah, that's one of those situations with Oliver. She had the move. You want to go straight up. She kind of started fading away. And anytime you're fading away, you're not going to have that power with your shot. But her teammate bailed her out a little bit. Rivera hustling, getting that board.
Yeah, we don't have the rebound numbers yet, but Temple's done a really good job on the offensive glass. That's what's getting them, keeping them hanging around here. Well, second and third opportunities.
It's the physicality. They play a physical game. They want to get out and cause chaos in transition, and they want to bump around. They want to get physical, and that's what they're trying to do. But Villanova so far has done a pretty good job of boxing out.
Kellen Cedeno checking in for the first time.
It's always fun having the bands in the arena as well. They're battling out. The fans are battling it out. The coaches are battling out. True Philly style right here.
Rivera back rims the first free throw. 1:09 to go here in the first quarter. Villanova with a 19-12 lead.
Well, Temple gets to the free throw line a bunch. They shoot in the 60s as a team, high 60s, but they do get there a lot because of their physicality.
Let's go high post. Finds Edmondson. Dribble handoff to Weber. Weber back out to Edmondson. He finds Bosco. Carter in the mid post. Dribbles left. Looks to spin back right. And up. No good. Rebound for Rivera.
And Rivera getting boards on both ends of the court. She really goes after the ball hard.
Taylor at the three-point line. Driving on Bosco. Kicks it back out. Rivera's going to shoot a long three and knock it down.
Oh, and she looked down to make sure. She took a look at her feet on the step back and said, yep, I'm behind the line, and she shot that with confidence.
So 4 straight for Rivera, and then Owls are down 3.
I mean, she does average almost 10 points a game. She comes off the bench. But
shot clock is off. Temple does have a foul to give here in the first quarter, so they can afford to be aggressive. Edmondson loses it. Rivera with a good steal. Temple with a chance. That's going to be a double dribble. Yep, good call by the officials. So 5.4 to go here in the first quarter. Wildcats have the ball around half court.
I am impressed with Rivera's hustle, though. You see her out there. She is compelling her team to do things. And there's that balance of showing that emotion. You need players to kind of get your team involved and communicate. But with rebounding, diving on the floor, she's kind of one of the engines that makes this team go.
She's a high-energy player, no doubt about that.
Sometimes you have to tame that fire a little bit, but she's got the fire.
Into Carter. Carter driving to the rim. Back steps through, kicks it out. Burke's going to let it go from deep and back rims it no good. So that'll do it here from the first quarter from the Finneran Pavilion. The Wildcats 19, Temple 16. We'll be back on the Villanova Sports Network after a short break.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. Grandma! You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at IBEW98.org.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion in 1916, the Wildcats lead over the Temple Owls. A really good back and forth, Christine, I thought, in that first quarter. Villanova jumped out 9-0, and then the Owls came back, and we got a really good ball game.
It seems like everybody's getting involved. Multiple players diving on the floor. You could tell that this has that championship feel. People are throwing their bodies all over the place, but it's the youngsters that I've been most impressed with. Maddie Weber and Jasmine Bosco really leading this Villanova team, and anytime you can have such a young group with those types of leadership qualities, you got to feel good as a coach if you're Denise Dillon.
Yeah, so it's interesting. The big thing in that first quarter is Tiara East, the leading scorer for the Temple Owls, picked up 2 fouls, and she did not return at the end of the first quarter, and it does not look like she'll be starting the second quarter. So Diane Richardson was able to kind of cut into the lead with her on the bench.
Yeah, and I think you hold her there as long as possible. And, you know, I thought the rebounding and the hustle of Rivera really propelled Temple with some of that emotion to get back into this thing early and not allow Villanova to extend the lead.
Taylor gets the switch on Bosco. She gets that right hand. She's going to get fouled on the arm. Bosco reaching in, so that'll be Bosco's first foul, and that will get Taylor to the line.
Yeah, Taylor uses her body well. You know, she's a very strong athlete, and she uses her body to her advantage. She loves to get to the rim. She loves to take some of that contact, and she gets to the free throw line a bunch.
Knocks down the first free throw here. So we got a 2-point game as the Owls have clawed their way back from a 9-0 deficit to start the game.
Taylor coming to Philadelphia all the way from Dallas, Texas. I wonder how she's feeling about these cold temperatures. Look at that defense. I like this matchup, 11 on 11. Bosco and Taylor.
Carter out wide, finds Weber. Weber ball reversal to Bosco to cut to Carter, who's able to come down with the catch. She drives in, squares up, goes up left-handed, unable to finish. A lot of size in there. Oliver did a good job holding ground.
Oh, she's demanding the ball. Yeah. Oliver wants the ball.
Good play by Bosco. Just went up and got that pass. And she contorts her body and finishes.
Yeah, I think Bosco's saying, anything you can do, I can do better. And they're going back and forth, getting to the rim. But how about Oliver demanding that basketball? She was shaping up. She had her hand out. She had the position. Taylor just saw her a little too late.
And Rivera with a long 2. We saw her hit a 3 and now a long 2. So she's been big off the bench.
And she's playing with that wrapped up left thumb.
17-footer from Burke knocks it down.
Just love Burke's form on her shot. She has a quick release. Like when you're talking about teaching young people how to shoot, watch her form. She just looks so good rolling off her fingers.
You think everyone's going in once it leaves her hand.
Yeah, the only time it does it for her is sometimes it's a little flat, but she's got such a nice shot.
Oliver out wide now. Rivera again, it's going to be an offensive foul.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Oliver. Just kind of got tangled up a little bit, and Carter kind of in the right place at the right time to take the hit. Denise said, okay, take a seat. You took the hit. Now come make sure you're all right.
He's like, yeah, I just got run over and I have to come out of the game. So Oliver will take a rest. And Molina is back in. Basco and Taylor, the matchup that Christine likes so much. It's been pretty good so far. Burke on a flare screen. Kicks it to the corner. Bosco's three. Back rim, no good. Molina running the floor. Good job by Power Cassidy to get a piece of that. That's going to be a reach-in foul on Curry.
That would have been a tough handle anyway. That would have been really tough for Molina to catch that, have to take a dribble or two and go up with that. Sometimes as a point guard, as you see Turner now going out, sometimes as a point guard, even though it looks like you should pass the ball, sometimes you don't want to because you have to realize who's down there. Yeah, and that's a lot to ask for a forward to have to do all those things.
You get a 6'2" player running the floor like that. Right. Very good point. Burke skip pass finds Weber. Three, jumped in, long. Rebound for Rivera, who's been Temple's best player so far.
Sure
Throws it back to Turner, who traveled. Yeah, Rivera probably just needed to take one more dribble and get it over half court and then give it back to Turner.
And this is what sometimes happens with Temple. They want to go, they want to get going so fast that sometimes then it causes a turnover or two, but they'll take the turnover or two if they can push the ball a little bit. Right there, and Turner and Rivera just talking it out a little bit.
Let's go Weber. Edmondson in the back cut. Looks like they have something here. Edmondson gets in. She'll kick it out. Bosco shot fakes, drives, tries the right-hand finish. Can't get it to go.
And who else?
Yep, Rivera with another rebound. She'll bring it herself.
She's such a good athlete.
Turner at the top. Uses the screen from Rivera. Back out to Rivera on top. Back to Turner. Turner long three is going to be short. Rebound to Bosco. She fires ahead to Weber. Weber Power Cassidy at the three-point line. Shot no good.
And see, Villanova will take those in transition. They don't always have the rebounders in place, but most players have a green light in transition to pop that three.
Molina drives, gives it to Rivera. Rivera back to Curry. Curry dribble, hands up. It's going to be stolen by Power Cassidy.
Now the turnovers are starting to pile up a little bit for the Owls. And, you know, you're only down three, so it doesn't seem like a big deal. But those are all missed opportunities. Those are all possessions taken away.
And Curry picks up her second foul, so she'll go to the bench. We still have not seen Tiara East after her two early fouls.
I wonder if Coach Richardson has a number in her head. If we get down by this many, I'm putting East in.
Yeah, but she's been able to stay right in the game without her best offensive player.
Richardson from the DMV. Bringing her style up to Philly.
Burke to Weber. Edmondson being held, no call. Power Cassidy out to Edmondson. She puts the ball on the floor and looks like she'll draw a foul. That'll be 4 fouls on the Owls.
Maddie Burke keeps ending up with a little bit of a mismatch. They're putting a guard on her, and she's bringing them down low and trying to get the basketball. It's kind of funny watching her down there post up like a post, but she wants the ball, and she just doesn't seem to get it. There you see another mismatch.
And she's able to clear out there to open it.
Exactly. She said, okay, I'll plow
Edmondson,
through.
nice job in the out of bounds. Power Cassidy to Edmondson for the easy lay-in. Good execution.
Executing those out of bounds plays. I always feel like those are some free shots. Ooh.
Movement off the ball. Let's see who this is on. 23. I think it's going to be Maddie Burke with the foul.
That was a case where bodies were just kind of bumping into each other as everybody was trying to clear out.
Here comes Felicia Jacobs into the game. Temple with a lot of depth at the big position. See 3 or 4 different players coming in. Here's Ryan Allen, the 6'1" junior who's been hurt. She's finally getting back into some action. The Vanderbilt transfer.
She's got a cheering section.
Local product from Archbishop Wood. Gary on Weber, backs her down. Good defense by Weber. Good save by Bosco. Good job. Edmondson knocked it out and Bosco ran it down. Edmondson keeps the dribble. She finds Power Cassidy, who hands off Bosco. 3, squares up and back rims it out. Allen in there fighting for the rebound. Temple controls. Taylor to push.
Little bit of a scoring drought here for both teams.
Oh, Ryan, let's go, Ryan.
Bosco with a foul. Cedeno backs her down. It's going to be a foul on Allen.
And that's tough because Bosco kind of had her hung up there and kind of bailed Temple out. Bosco did her job, got her to pick up the basketball. She had her back to the basket, nowhere to go with it.
All right, Christine, that number was 5 because Tiara East just checked back in the game.
There you go. 5 points. I knew it. I knew she couldn't sit her
and
there
there
the
she
whole
is
half.
with the basketball, going right. Unable to finish. Rebound, but she runs down her own rebound. Puts her head down, she'll go left and score.
And that's why you don't keep her on the bench, because and you just have to trust her. You know that they had a conversation of, hey, you're too important. You cannot pick up that 3rd foul before halftime.
Let's go to Green. Green finds Allen Long, 3 air ball. Run down by Edmondson. Good pass. Green's going to tip it away. She looks like she gets fouled, and then she does. That'll be the 5th foul of the quarter on the Owls, so that will send Green to the line. But not until we take a quick break here at 4:47 to go. Wildcats lead this one 25-22. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the Big 5 championship game after a short break here on the Villanova Sports Network. Here at the Finneran Pavilion, Tiara East has come off the bench after kicking up a couple of fouls and done a really nice job to get Temple right back in this ball game.
Well, she's just too valuable. She went out early in that first quarter, but let's put it into context. She's only played 7 minutes. She has 8 points, so she's scoring more than a point a minute, and that's leading her team. So she's played some of the fewest minutes, but yet she's still leading the team. And just, if you notice the energy when she came back in the game, it just seemed that the Owls had a little bit more pep in their step. She's more than just a scorer. She's a leader.
Green free throw pops out, so still a 3-point lead here for Villanova.
Temple should feel a little fortunate only to be down 4 because the turnovers we were saying were piling up. They have 11 turnovers already in the game, and Villanova scoring 10 points off those turnovers. So got to take better care of the ball.
Taylor off the high screen. She loses. There's turnover number 12. And Bosco out front. See if she can finish. Yes, she can.
Thought that was good hustle by East, but very smart to not. She knew the situation. I thought she was going to get called for the foul, and a great finish there.
Here comes Taylor. Wildcats extend the lead to 6. East guarded by Green. Green doing a good job just going straight up. That's going to be a foul on Power Cassidy. The RAV 4 minutes to play is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. And the place that Gary's going is to the foul line. Tiara and Gary, 5th year, averaging 8 points a game.
I thought East was actually trying to make that pass to Molina, and the angle was a little tough, and Gary just came in and cleaned up.
Two free throws for Gary. Back to a 4-point game.
It's going to be really important for Temple to get some stops here. 4 minutes to go in the half, and you don't want this lead to get any larger.
Carter at the elbow. She'll drive left, spins back, kicks it out. A little bit too high for Bosco. Wildcat turnover.
And overall, I feel like Villanova's taken pretty good care of the basketball, but when you're trying to close out a half, every possession matters.
Taylor looking for Gary. There's the skip pass. Gary drives left, goes right by Power Cassidy. Short jump shot's good.
That's a beautiful shot. Straight up and down, stopping on a dime. Good form. If you have that in your tool bag as a college player, I mean, it's very hard to guard the stop and pop.
Going to be a held ball. Villanova will maintain possession. 21 on the shot clock. There's Weber. Back out to Bosco. Bosco finds Green and she travels. Kind of see that in that quick ball reversal, just a little too anxious.
And that's a tough possession. Denise Dillon coaching from the sideline. Very unhappy with that turnover because that felt like an important possession here with a 2-point game.
Oh, that's going to be a foul. Yeah, I thought so. Green got her arm. But nice X cut off the post by East. And she beat Green to the spot. Now she's able to get to the line with a chance to tie the ball game.
Yeah, that's a tough sequence for Green because you have the shot, you turn it over, you cause the foul, and now it's, okay, how can you respond to those mistakes? And Denise Dillon probably wants to talk about it a little bit, but she'll get another opportunity, and really important when you make mistakes to stay positive and come back in when you get another opportunity.
Yeah, that's her second foul, too, so with 3:01 to go, she takes a seat. Jerry's back rim's no good. She leads the leading scorer in the game with 9. Carter pushes it into the front court.
It's a situation where a guard needs to get that ball.
Yeah, he hands it off to Power Cassidy. Back to Bosco, who finds Carter. Back out to Edmondson. She'll dribble handoff with Weber, who shot fake, gets to the lane. Throws it up and in and out. Everything but the finish.
I think she hesitated because I think she wanted to pass it to Edmondson and then changed her mind when she was in the air. I think that was like a shoot, pass, shoot kind of decision all in midair.
And he's trying to feed Molina inside. It goes off her hand, so Villanova will take over. Another Temple turnover. You say that they've turned the ball over 13 or 14 times to only be down 1, but a lot of dead ball turnovers. They've traveled, they've thrown the ball out of bounds instead of Villanova getting steals and leading the transition baskets.
And then you feel, you're like, oh, but you're only down 1, so it's like, no, but those were all possessions you could have had where you could have maybe even taken a lead. So it all matters. It all accumulates.
And Weber cutting. Bosco drives. Good kick out. Edmondson squares up. Long 3. No good. Molina with a rebound.
It's a good look at it.
Turner one-on-one with Weber. Turner with that pull-up. We've seen that on the other side. She knocks it down. We saw one on the right side, now on the left.
And just like that, Temple has taken the lead. So
the Owls have their first lead of the game with 1:45 to go here in the first half.
And that's what they do, though. They don't, you know, the turnovers aren't the biggest deal in the world for them as long as they come back and they respond.
Long jumper from Edmondson, front rim, no good.
When you play that kind of up-tempo, cause chaos kind of game, you know, you'll take a few turnovers because you're looking to just create a little bit of confusion.
Carter. Rivera draws the foul. Carter's going to hit her on the hands. That's a 2-shot foul as Rivera go to line.
Yeah, Rivera's been a huge bright spot for this Temple team. She has 6 points, but she's been on the floor, getting rebounds, diving with her body, showing that emotional leadership. She's really been a leader out there with her body and her voice.
That's a second foul on Carter. So now with Villanova has Green and Carter both with 2 fouls. Rivera will step back up here for the second one.
I think it was smart too for Coach Richardson to get East back out of the game, not to accidentally pick up that 3rd foul.
Yep, very good decision with only 1:19 to go here in the half. Bosco finds Power Cassidy. Curling Weber, mid-range shot is good. Wildcats retake the lead, 30-29, 1:10 to go.
That's just great recognition, and Weber never stopped moving. From the time she came down, she just kept moving, had that movement, and curled right off for the shot.
Molina out top, might have dragged the figure foot, but got away with it. Step back for Gary. Front rims it no, and Bosco with a rebound.
Yeah, I think here you want to see what you have. If you have it, push
Bosco finds Weber. Short shot up and good. Good pass by Bosco.
Yeah, that was great vision because sometimes you think maybe you slow it down, but she saw she was wide open. Back-to-back buckets by Weber.
And Weber's just everywhere now. You talk about her running the floor in a constant movement.
Yep.
Good defense there and then gets a rebound.
Yeah, now you want
Wildcats
to hold for one.
can hold for the last one basically, about a second difference. Maybe 2. Wildcats with a 3-point lead. Don't want a foul here. It's going to be a foul. So that'll send Temple to the line. I think it's going to be Maddie Burke.
Yeah, that was some tough execution, but I think Weber might have gone a little bit early in the shot clock. Not sure if she realized the differential there. But now you give Temple an opportunity to maybe close it to 1. But she kind of threw that ball up, and then Maddie Burke, she kind of pulled her down a little bit. Looking at the replay, yeah. Tristan Taylor hooked her arm and dragged her down. I think that's what Maddie Burke's saying, like, hey, I knew not to foul there. I've been around for a while. I got yanked down. That's not how the officials saw it. Sometimes it's hard to see, though, too. The official's view is blocked, and we could see it on the replay, but can't always see it from where you are.
Well, Tristan Taylor goes to the line. First free throw, no good. Still 13.3, so enough time for Villanova to get off a good shot here. Comes Caitlin Oriole, looks to check in. Second free throw is good. So especially with someone with Bosco's speed, she can get the ball up the floor here no problem.
This is a ton of time.
Looks like they're going to set the high screen with Burke and maybe try to pop her out. Bosco all the way to the rim. Left-hand finish is good. So good execution by Villanova to end the half. And that will end our first half with the Villanova leading 34-30 over the Temple Owls. So, Christina, really good, exciting first half.
Absolutely. I thought it was back and forth. I thought both teams responded really well when some adversity hit. I thought East did a good job of not picking up that 3rd foul. I can't wait for the second half.
Coming up next after a short break is the Toyota Big 5 halftime show with Megan Caffrey and Harry Peretta. Once again, Wildcats 34, Temple Owls 30.
It is halftime here at the Finneran Pavilion of the Big 5 Classic Championship game as Villanova holds a 34-30 lead over Temple as we welcome you into our halftime show presented by Toyota. Legendary Villanova head coach Harry Peretta and myself, Megan Caffrey. So happy to be spending halftime with you. And coach, there's been a lot that has happened here in this first half. Nova comes out with an early lead and Temple has continued to fight their way back in it. What really stood out to you in this first half?
Well, I mean, you're right. Villanova jumped on them early, but Temple stayed calm. But Temple's making tough shots. I mean, they've turned the ball over close to 15 times, and they still have 30 points. I mean, it's good and bad, the fact that they have 30 with that many turnovers. So Temple's doing a decent job of keeping Basco under control. I mean, she got loose at the end for the layup, but Temple's doing a pretty good job of defending Villanova's guards, which is the key to the game for Temple.
13 turnovers for Temple as compared to Villanova's 6. However, something that stood out to me in the first half, coach, was you look at Villanova from long range, 0 for 11.
Yeah, they haven't made any three-point shots, and they've gotten some good ones, you know. So that's the way Villanova is. Like, some games they'll be very hot from the three-point line, some games not. They have a young team, okay? They have a lot of new players, so they're very inconsistent right now on offense. That's their Achilles heel right now. And like I said, when they're making threes, then they probably, normally you would make 3 threes there, so you'd have almost 9 more points. So it's a big difference when you go 0 for whatever from the field.
Yeah, and you're looking at Maddie Weber right there, 10 points for her in the first half. She leads all scorers currently with 10 points, and she's the only one in double digits.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, they're controlling Villanova's guards. I mean, I told you against the St. Joe game, in the St. Joe game, their guards combined for close to 50 points. Okay, in this game, I think their guards might not have 20. You know, so it's a big difference. If Temple can do that, they have a chance to stay in the game.
Let's take a quicker look at some of these highlights from the first half. Now, Villanova, coach, came out on a 9-0 run to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, and Laura did a really good job for Villanova. She usually doesn't score the ball that much, but she's got, like, I think 7 or 8 points, which is already what she scored for the year. So that's her average, I'm sorry. So she jumped on them early, made some really tough shots, and then Villanova, their guards got into it a little bit with Maddie Weber. And, you know, but again, as long as Villanova's guards can score the ball, then they're going to have a good, you know, they'll have a good game here.
And we're seeing with some of those Villanova highlights here, but really with both teams, coach, a lot of patience on offense to let the plays develop.
And that's a good thing that Temple's doing. They're keeping the game methodical, because I think the higher the score, the more advantage it is to Villanova. So Temple's doing a really good job. You see they're running the shot clock, they're running their offense, and then they're beating Villanova off the dribble, which they're good at. So if you do that late in the shot clock, it's demoralizing to the defensive team when you're like, you played good defense for 26 seconds, and then they score in the last 3 or 4 seconds. So Temple's doing a very good job of controlling that.
How do you bounce back from that?
I just think you have to just keep playing. I mean, Temple. I just think if Temple can cut down their turnovers, I mean, this is a really big play at the end of the half. I mean, Temple was up 1. They're going in the game. They go into halftime down 4. So it's their turnovers that are killing Temple. If they don't turn the ball over, they probably would have the lead here. That's what I think.
Temple claws their way back, takes the lead, and then credit to Villanova, calm under pressure a little bit as they're able to take the lead back up by 4 here at the half.
Right, and like I said, Villanova goes as Basco goes. If she controls the offense, she makes good passes, which she has some really good passes in this game. So it basically, that's what Villanova, they go by their guards, and when your point guard plays well, then your team plays well.
And she had that big bucket to close off the first half.
Yes, and she's probably the only Villanova player in this game that can take it really off the dribble against the Temple kids.
If you're Denise Dillon right now, what are you telling your team at halftime?
I'm telling them, hey, just keep running what you're doing, keep running the motion, keep trying to wear Temple down, and then late in the shot clock, you know, if Basco has her hands on the ball late in the shot clock, or Weber, they seem to be the 2 players, try to get the ball off the dribble late in the shot clock.
Are you addressing the 3-pointers? Are you making adjustments there?
You don't even talk about that. You don't even mention that you're 0 for whatever. Just say, hey, guys, just keep shooting open shots.
Okay. How about Temple?
I think Temple, again, you have to stress the turnovers. You say, guys, you got to stop turning the ball over because, you know, like I said before, if they have 6 less turnovers, that's 6 more shots. Even if they make 2 out of 6, the game's tied or they have the lead. So I think that has to be the biggest thing they're talking about in the locker room is the turnovers.
However, we couldn't ask for a better championship game here, Coach. We got a couple of lead changes, a 4-point game here at the half. This is what you want for a Big 5 championship.
Yeah, it's very competitive. I mean, you know, you got to give kudos to Temple. They got, you know, unfortunately, they play in the championship game on Villanova's court. I mean, but Temple's got to step up and meet that challenge.
How much fun is it playing in a Big 5 championship?
It's really fun. Like this format is kind of, it's more emphasis on the championship game. The other format, you played each individual team. So you might have had one night where you clinched it. You know what I mean? Here, you're on stage. Like this is the championship game. It's like a tournament, really. It's like playing the Big East tournament or the Atlantic 10 tournament or whatever tournament you're in. It's kind of cool when you're in the championship game.
It's been really fun being able to talk to coaches and players about the changes that have been made to the Big 5 this season. And that, to your point, Coach, is something that has been exciting for everyone to say that this really is. It's that momentum build to here, and it's everything coming to fruition. This is game 3 of the marathon that we've been going through together. So it's really it's highlighting the teams in this area, especially.
I agree. And getting Drexel into the Big 5, there's a lot of talk about that years ago, but the tradition wasn't to have them in. Now that they're in, it really is a true city series now, because now you have every team within, what, a 7-mile radius of each other or an 8-mile radius of each other playing for a Big 5 championship.
Let's take a look now at the players to watch. The couple players that stood out to us, Coach, in the first half. We'll start with Temple.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here she is taking the ball off the dribble, shoots a jump shot. You know, she's scoring the ball. Like, she has her average already at halftime, okay? So, I mean, I think that's a little bit of an advantage to Temple, that matchup, okay? Rivera's, like, really good at shooting the ball from the perimeter, also taking the ball off the dribble. So, and then again, you got Sarah here. She shoots a jump shot in the paint. She makes a great backdoor cut here for a layup. So again, she's at her average already. And remember we talked about like kids stepping up. So that's big for them to step up in that situation. And Rivera, like I said, already has her average for the season already in the first half.
Yeah, 6 points for Anissa Rivera in the first half. However, for Villanova, looking a little bit closer at Lara Edmondson, 6 foot forward. She averages 7.9 points per game, and she's got 7 in the first half.
7 already, and she's good at moving without the ball. She got some open threes. She didn't make them, but she can make a 3-point shot. So she can draw people away from the basket, which opens up the lane for Villanova's motion to try to back cut you or curl cut you. So she can stretch the floor. That helps Villanova. And Rivera does the same thing on the other end. She stretches the floor too.
And one thing that's been really fun throughout these 3 games, Coach, is that we've been able to see a lot of forwards who have that ability to stretch the floor, to score from all areas.
A lot of mobile players in all the Big 5 teams. I noticed that. And if you notice, like, that's what makes them good team, the mobility. Like, mobility usually beats average size 7 times out of 10. And if you can't get a great center, then you have to get mobile forwards.
How rare is that to find?
Well, it's hard because the elite teams get the great centers.
Yeah.
So the teams, I don't want to, you know, what I'm trying to say is teams that are a little notch below, the best teams I've ever had, we never had a true center. And we had kids that could step out, make threes, and kind of play opposite of what the other teams do. And all these teams have the ability to step away from the basket, which almost negates a big kid. So you can kind of play opposite on the other end.
What is the difference maker, Coach, in the second half that ultimately will win it for one of these teams?
I think the difference is Temple has got to stop turning the ball over because they're just giving Villanova too many chances, and eventually Villanova, getting these extra shots, especially at 3-point shots, if they make a couple, then they'll just score too many points for Temple to win.
Coach, I mean, you've coached in a bunch of these. It's been fun, but you've had a lot more fun here with me today,
more
right?
fun. I don't have a headache. My stomach's not upset. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm actually in a good mood. So it's kind of really different when you don't coach anymore, Megan.
Would you get yourself so worked up in some of these games that you would get a migraine?
I told you, it was brutal. I mean, I wouldn't eat the day of the game till after the game was over, even if the game was 8 o'clock at night. So I almost passed out a couple of times. So those are the little idiosyncrasies that I actually enjoy watching the other coaches have that I don't have anymore. I'm like, this is great.
Well, we can let your wife know at home. Don't worry, he has 8 today. We just had a pretzel.
3 pretzels and some meatballs, Megan.
Very healthy. Very healthy here.
I even made you eat a cookie, so.
And it was delicious, every bit of it. That's what. Hey, that is what we do here. Big 5 Championship Friday. That's what we're doing. We're enjoying ourselves here. The Finn is bumping. How fun, Coach? One more question for you. How fun has it really been to have the Finn be home base here for the Big 5 Women's Classic?
Yeah, I mean, I'm biased a little bit, Villanova, you know what I mean? But no matter where they had it, if you're seeing all 6 teams play in one day, and like I said, it's like a tournament setting. So I think it's been really cool for not only the fans, but for the players. I think it's been really cool. Say, hey, you know, we're going to play in this event, first time it's ever happened. So I think it's really cool for both the players and the coaches and the fans. I'm sorry.
Well, Harry, this has been an absolute pleasure. It's been so much fun with you, having halftime, having post games here with all of the players that we've been able to talk to today. It's been such a pleasure.
They should pay you double because you carried me today, Megan. I'll tell you that.
With partners in crime.
You made everything easy today. I can't believe how easy you made it.
We had such a blast. Thank you so much for joining us all day long here at the Big 5 Women's Classic. We've got second half action coming up. Steve and Christine have the call after this short break. From Harry Peretta and myself, Megan Caffrey, thank you so much for joining us at the Big 5 Classic. Game break presented by Toyota.
The Finneran Pavilion Wildcats lead the Temple Owls 34-30. Inaugural Women's Big 5 Classic is brought to you by your local tri-state Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And speaking of Toyota, we're lucky enough to be joined by Bob McCormick. Bob is the secretary of the Tri-State Toyota Dealers Association. Bob, we appreciate you taking a little time and joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, Bob, I want to talk a little bit about what inspired Toyota to get involved to sponsor this Big 5 Classic, and what does it mean to you guys as dealers to be involved in this event?
Well, it's an iconic event, and it really is a encapsulation of what's great about Philadelphia sports, Philadelphia basketball. It's a community, it really is a community event where we tie everything together. And the nicest thing is that it's a key part to be able to have the athletes stand out, have the universities stand out, and it's great to be able to weave Toyota into that mix so that we can support them. And it really is just like nothing like Big 5 basketball.
How does the unique sports culture of the Philadelphia community grow excitement for the Big 5 Classic?
Well, what happens is that because all the teams are close to one another, it's a very unique situation that they are so close to one another. A lot of the kids went to high school, they compete against each other now that they're in college, and it really is a great footprint for basketball. College basketball in Philadelphia is really unlike any other area. The professional sports teams are all great, but there's something unique about college basketball.
Bob, you mentioned the uniqueness of Philadelphia college basketball. This is the inaugural women's event. You've been involved with the men's event, so you're going to be involved with both the women today and then the men tomorrow. It's got to mean a lot to you.
Well, I have to say that, so much has changed in regard to what's going on with women's sports. And I'm just going to pick somebody that everybody recognizes. Caitlin Clark has done so much to really uplift women's sports. I just was sitting next to Maddie Zegras. She obviously did an awful lot for Villanova here. But it's just great that we're able to share that with women because they deserve recognition just like the men do.
All right, but what do you got to do here in the second half if you're pulling for the, let's say you're pulling for the Owls? What do they need to do?
Well, I think they need to shoot a little better. But,
and they didn't listen to yours. East shot falls off, and Maddie's Weber pulls down a rebound. Weber finds Bosco. Bosco on the right wing. Power Cassidy kicks it into Carter in the corner. Carter on the clock, finds Edmondson, left-hand dribble. She stops, kicks it out. Weber, shot clock at 6. Weber uses a high ball screen, throws it out to Power Cassidy. She's going to have to, it gets bailed out with a foul on Gary. Before we let you go, looking ahead, how do you envision the Big 5 Classic growing over the next few years? What are you looking forward to see this thing expand and grow?
well, I think what will happen is that the exposure, the media exposure will really help it. I think what will happen is that, as people get a chance to be involved with it, I think that it'll really grow just because it's such a great thing that we have so many schools and kids playing together. It really is a great opportunity.
Well, Power Cassidy, just listening about shooting, because she knocks down her first 3 of the game. Villanova extends their lead out to 7.
How do you like the view from here, Bob?
I'll tell you, it's tremendous. It's great.
Taylor left-hand drive over Bosco, and it's good. 37-32.
I told you they would shoot a little bit better.
That's right. You might be their good luck charm. You got to have your hands ready because sometimes the basketball comes flying here when there's a turnover.
Inside, Edmondson unable to finish. Rebound at Temple. Taylor pushes it into the front court. Bosco bodies up, and she's going to draw the foul. So Taylor got herself to the line. Bob, we're going to let you go enjoy the rest of this game. We appreciate you taking a few minutes for joining us.
Thank you so much for everything Toyota's done for the Big 5.
Okay, take care.
That was Bob McCormick, Secretary of the Tri-State Toyota Dealers Association. And as you know, Toyota's done so much for this Big 5 Classic today. And they'll also be a big part of tomorrow's festivities down at the Wells Fargo Center. Taylor's first free throw is good. Makes it a 4-point game.
Now we're seeing that matchup pick up in the second half where it left off in the first between Bosco and Turn.
Taylor's second one rims out. Bosco, left-hand finish is good, showing her versatility.
Back and forth they go, and just again, so great for Toyota to be such a big part of the Big 5 Classic. Great talking to Bob and all the excitement just around this triple header today and tomorrow. What a great time in Philadelphia sports.
Taylor into the front court. She back dribbles, make jumper is good. A big shot there by Taylor.
I don't know. I better watch. Bob might be ready to take our job. He said they got to shoot better, and here they go, shooting better.
2 or 3 to start the half.
But it is amazing, when you look at that first half, Villanova not hitting 1 3-point shot. We said that was a key. They needed to get a few of those to go down.
There's Power. Cassidy finds Carter at the top. Carter to Weber. Weber 1 dribble pull up. Back out. Inside Carter, inside move, can't score, rebound for East.
East has just been such a big part of the Owls offense, but getting some rebounds as well.
That's right. There's an offensive rebound inside for Jacobs. East pull up is no good, rebound Weber.
East just keeps coming at you though. She misses the shot, then she comes down. She just keeps on coming.
Carter out on the wing. Finds Weber. Weber back dribbles. And she finds Bosco in the corner. 3 ball up, front rim no good, rebound.
That was a really tough closeout for Oliver. She kind of got stuck up pretty high and then closed out on the top shoulder. I would have definitely taken the ball. If you see somebody closing out from the top shoulder, coming from more the top of the key all the way to the corner, that's when you swing through and you take the ball down through the baseline.
Thierry East will bring it into the front court. Wildcats lead the Owls 39-35. She's guarded by Maddie Weber. Inside to Molina. They post up East on Weber. Backs her in and scores.
You know what was great about that? Not only did she kind of push Weber underneath the basket, she knew exactly where she was and kind of readjusted in midair as she was turning.
Bosco looked for a cutting Edmondson. She thought she was going to spot up. Edmondson kept cutting for a turnover.
Yeah, that's just one of those miscommunications. But
Yeah.
look at what East does. She pushes her knife, and as she's jumping, that's when she turns her body and does that all in one motion. That is some athleticism
Weber
right
got
there.
stuck underneath the basket there. You're going to have to front her. Can't let her get that deep. East with a back.
Yeah, East
It's one-on-one game now. They're just isolating her, and here she just turn around jump shot off the glass to tie the score.
East is going to work a little bit. She's demanding the basketball. She's trying to play with her back to the basket.
Bosco on top. Finds Weber. Burke pops out. Open three. No good. Rebound for East. Temple can take the lead with this trip.
I have a feeling East might be taking it again.
Keeps her bounce alive. And the Towels lead. It's Tiarana Gary with a jumper.
You have to wonder if Denise Dillon might take a timeout here to try to stop this run, or if she's going to wait for the media.
You're only 20 seconds away from the media timeout.
That's where you try to save some of those timeouts.
Yeah. Weber pops out, shoots the three, rim no good. Rebound Edmondson, she loses it. Taken away by Oliver.
Here's where you got to maintain control, get a good set.
Long three from Taylor's good. Owls with their biggest lead in the game, and Denise Dillon's going to have to take a timeout. So 4:57 go here in the third quarter. A big run by the Temple Owls. They now lead Villanova 44-39. We'll be back with more on the Villanova Sports Network after this break.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at IBEW98.org.
You don't have to be a star athlete like Villanova's Eric Dixon to do this to your savings. Introducing the Slam Dunk CD from Ardent Credit Union. This 7-month CD starts with a high base rate. Then, whenever the Wildcats win at home this season, Ardent boosts your rate to 5% APY. It's like having a secret weapon on the court and in your budget.
Open your Slam Dunk CD today.
Get yours at ardentcu.org/slamdunk. Proud partner of Villanova Athletics.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Back here at the Finneran Pavilion, the Temple Owls have put on a run, and it's been Tierra East there kissing one in off the glass, and they lead 44-39.
Yeah, she was playing with her back to the basket, asking for the basketball, but when she pivots like that and then leans back and creates space, there's really not much you can do. She kind of took over the third quarter, a big part of this game. Temple shooting 67% here in the third. Villanova having some trouble with the buckets, only 29%. Yeah. What a run.
And Villanova
for the Owls.
1 of 15 from 3. Bosco gets in the lane, and she draws the foul. going to be on Gary.
Yeah, she kind of baited Gary. She was kind of shuffling and almost forcing her to lean front. As soon as she even felt her lean forward a little bit, she went right at her.
Now this will be our media timeout here, so we'll take our second break of the quarter. Once again, it's Temple 44, Villanova 39. We'll be back with more on the Villanova Sports Network after another short break. Temple Owls have gone on a nice run here to start the third quarter. They lead Villanova 44-39. As we come back to live play, Jasmine Bosco will go to the line for the Wildcats, trying to cut into this 5-point lead. And Christine Temple's just been really good this third quarter.
Yeah, and a lot of that is because of East. She led her team. She demanded the basketball, and Villanova's now trying to respond. And Bosco using her body, getting to the rim. Villanova's points, most of their points, 26 of them have come from the paint. So it's been getting to the rim and some of those slips that have been really helping them. It's not coming from the perimeter.
Bosco knocks them both down, make it a one-possession game. And Taylor comes into the front court. She'll be guarded by Bosco. Green back in the game for Villanova. Jerry East out of the game, so she's taking a little bit of a break here. Rivera was a good scorer in the first half while she was out. No good rebound. Caitlin Oriole checked into the ball game.
That was a nice little dish, and she just wasn't ready to shoot the basketball.
Yeah, I agree. I think Curry just wasn't expecting the pass. It wasn't ready.
Good patience here by Villanova.
Shot clock down to 7. Green on the right-hand drive all the way to the rim, up and good.
That's one of those situations where it's like, you know what? There's nothing going on. I think I'm going to stop and do this myself.
Shot clock's winding down. I guess I got to shoot this.
That's right.
Rivera at the high post, guarded by Carter. She loses it off her knee. Bosco out in front, all the way for the lane, and good. Villanova retakes the lead. 6 straight for the Wildcats.
That's just a great job. And Taylor, not much she can do there. Bosco, I think a lot of people thought she was going to pass that off to Burke, but I like that she kept it. And now Temple needs a timeout.
Diane Richards decides it's time to take a timeout here. And we'll stay right here as well. Villanova with a 6-0 run out of the timeout. So that was an interesting run. Couple turnovers again. We talked about Temple's inability to take care of the basketball, but here's a nice drive by Green.
And they were taking care of the basketball for most of the quarter, and now Villanova's defense disrupting them. And between Green and Bosco getting to the rim, it's been the points in the paint for Villanova that has been the key today. We talked about how that perimeter shooting is so important. Well, it hasn't really showed up today, but so far so good, and they regained the lead. This has been a game of runs, and you know, it's been kind of consistent all day. We didn't get to talk about it with the interview happening right after the half, but all of the games today, first game halftime was 34-30, second game was 35-30, and this game was 34-30. So, you know, I don't know what that means, but we talked about math earlier. I thought I'd bring up some numbers.
I like them. I don't know what that means for the second half. Like you said, East back in the game. She gets a bump and doesn't get it to go, but I think she'll get herself to the line.
Well, I will say the teams that had 30 both lost the game. So maybe that's good for Villanova, maybe not so good for Temple. We'll have to see how it plays out if it stays true.
It's going to be Green's third foul. Terry East will go to the line.
Just love East's tenacity. She never gives up. She just, you know, if I'm guarding her, I kind of like roll my eyes a little bit. It's like, man, when is she just going to take a play off? She does not take a play off. She just keeps going.
She joins Bosco with 14 points in the game, now has 15. Temple regains the lead. So a little back and forth action here in the third quarter.
Well, we wouldn't expect anything less in a Big 5 championship.
So finds Carter. Burke's going to try to post up inside. Carter on the dribble.
Yeah, I think Burke likes that matchup.
Yeah.
She wasn't getting it, though.
Skip pass to Oriole. Oriole finds Carter on a high flash. She'll go back. She spins. Let's see what the call is. She's going to call a travel. So she dragged the pivot foot before she made her move.
And Maddie Burke is telling her teammates, you know, I think she feels when she has Gary on her that she likes that matchup, that her teammates just haven't not been able to get her the ball.
He's now guarded by Green, who has 3 fouls. So they're just going to let her post up. Let's see if they get a 3-second call here. She does get out of the lane just in time. Rivera finds Taylor. Taylor left-hand dribble, tough shot, off the glass and good.
I'll tell you what, there are all these subplots to this game here, all these individual matchups that are really making this entertaining. Between the point guards and then Maddie Burke on Gary, we got the bigs going on, Maddie Weber. This has been phenomenal. All these like games within a game.
Bosco finds Burke, the layup is good.
Yeah, that's a nice little back dish there by Bosco, and that's just from getting used to each other. Not everybody can make that pass.
Gary coming off long 2, good shot fake, off the glass and good.
I don't know how she kept her balance there. I wasn't sure what was going on, but she kept the dribble and then had enough athleticism to hang in the air and double clutch and get that shot off.
Bosco finds Burke. 3-point shot. Back to Bosco. Bosco pull up 11-footer, no good. Just off the front rim.
Definitely don't mind the pull-up. There just wasn't weak side rebound.
Very long 3 is good. Nobody located her in transition, and Gary knocks down a huge 3 for the Owls.
And this is what Temple does. This is what they've done to a lot of different opponents. It seems like you're kind of getting your lead on Temple, and boom, they make a run, and oh, now they're starting to hit some outside shots. See the pep in the step here on defense. Look at Temple, everybody down in position.
A lot of energy now when you've seen the ball go in the basket. Bosco long 3, looking to answer, and does.
This is
huge
great.
shot from Jasmine Bosco.
This is great. You see a little swagger for both of these teams. This means something. It's kind of this like unofficial official championship here in Philly. It means a lot.
Oliver driving on Burke. And scores. They've been isolating people at the high post, and they've just going off the bounce.
Yeah, it's a lot of 4-out 1-ins. I like Oliver gathering herself, though. She really took her time there, didn't rush the shot.
Bosco getting harassed by Taylor's doing a good job. Good flash by Carter to give it back to her. See if she can get to the rim here.
Yeah. Wow, yeah, see, I think Diane Richardson wanted, well, in lacrosse, they call that a ward. I think they wanted the ward. I think she wanted the push-off, but, you know, the battle going on between those two, and Bosco has been slapping her hand away a little bit, and that time she kind of tried to push her out.
I think Taylor put two hands on her first before Bosco knocked it away, and that's what the Temple Diane Richardson saw. She wanted the call, but I think the official saw the two hands on her first.
Anytime you put two hands on, automatic whistle, no doubt.
And now Turner, so Diane Richardson using different defenders, giving Taylor a little rest, and giving Turner the job of guarding Bosco. Shot clock down to 6 here at the end of the quarter. Bosco drives in, kicks it out to Green. Oriole one extra pass. Edmondson three is no good. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. So the Temple Owls replace a halftime deficit, and after 3 quarters, they lead this one 55-50. We'll take a quick break here on the Villanova Sports Network. We'll be back with fourth quarter action right after this.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander.
Grandma!
You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma.
Are we in a snow globe?
Get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra, or get low APR rates like 1.99% APR on Tundra or 4.99% APR on Tacoma iForce Max hybrids.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
In Philadelphia, we celebrated the miracle with pride only 6 years ago. And then the following morning, IBEW Local 98 and NICA members went back to work, building the city, rescuing our communities from decay, and inspiring the young men and women of the region to take pride in who we are. Like the Cats, Local 98 and NICA members believe in hope. To learn more about career opportunities with Local 98 and NICA, visit us at ibew98.org.
You don't have to be a star athlete like Villanova's Eric Dixon to do this to your savings. Introducing the Slam Dunk CD from Ardent Credit Union. This 7-month CD starts with a high base rate. Then, whenever the Wildcats win at home this season, Ardent boosts your rate to 5% APY. It's like having a secret weapon on the court and in your budget.
Open your Slam Dunk CD today.
Get yours at ardentcu.org/slamdunk. Proud partner of Villanova Athletics.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry,
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid,
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that?
Toyotathon magic.
Get great leases on many Toyota models like the adventurous RAV4, the sporty Corolla, and Prius, the Motor Trend Car of the Year. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah, the Temple Owls explode with 25 points in the third quarter, and they'll take a 5-point lead into the fourth quarter. Christina, look at some of the numbers there. The turnovers for Temple, they did a pretty good job in the third quarter.
They really did. And, you know, when you look at the free throw percentages, you look at that and you say, oh, Villanova's shooting so much better. Well, they might be, but they only got there 7 times. Temple got there 16 times. It just tells you how aggressive they're being on the offensive end. And when you mentioned that they scored 25 points in that third quarter, 12 of those points were in the paint.
And they did a good job getting on the offensive glass and using the dribble drive to get to where they needed to get to.
If you're Villanova, you have to take good care of the basketball, be patient, try to play inside out, look for some of those slips.
Going to be an offensive foul on Brona Power Cassidy.
Yeah, I think she did have her arm up, but I also think Turner definitely played that off a little bit. Credit to her.
Yeah, you get a look. She's in a low post. Yeah,
a little bit of a flop. However, she did have her arm there. So I think it's a both and.
That's a good job by Turner to sell it.
Absolutely. The fouls are going to come into play here, especially.
Turner on the drive, picked up by Green. She keeps her dribble alive. Pull up, jump shot is good.
Yeah, fouls are going to come into play later.
Excuse me, Kayla Turner.
because the free throw line is big at the end of the fourth quarter.
Temple with their biggest lead of the game, 57-50. Wildcats have really struggled to find offense in the second half without Bosco, and she's on the bench.
A lot of movement, but going east-west instead of north-south.
Have to throw it up and it won't go. So a shot clock violation against Villanova.
That's not the execution that Denise Dillon was looking for. There was movement, but everything was going east and west.
Yeah.
Nothing was going north and south to the rim.
Just don't see a confident scorer out there when Bosco's not in the game. And when she's in the game not scoring, she's usually creating for her teammates, finding them open shots.
Absolutely. She is the catalyst for this team.
Temple with a chance to go up 9 or 10 with a 3. East drives in. Good job by Edmondson with good defense there.
Yeah,
just going straight up, not fouling.
Right, and then when East moved, she just slid sideways. She didn't go forward and just put her hand up. Watch how she moves her feet and stays straight up, does not bring the arm down. That's textbook defense right there.
Turner off the high screen. Another pull-up is good.
I'll tell you what, that is the most underrated shot in women's basketball. The ability to get in close and elevate as high as you can and let go at the top of your jump. You can't stop that jump shot. Love it.
Temple with their ability to score, and they've done a really good job down this end. Weber back out, Power Cassidy. Backs down the smaller Gary. Power Cassidy trying to get down low, back it, and just misses the layup.
That was great patience.
Everything but the finish. Oliver drives down off the glass, long rebound, no good. It's gonna be over the back on Oliver.
Yeah, I think Oliver liked that she had a smaller player there, but it was hard for her to gather her feet, and then you kind of compound it by getting called for the foul there.
Yeah, Ryan Allen will check in. It's her second stint of work. She got a little bit in the first half coming off the injury.
Yeah, got to work your way back in, get those legs under you.
Wildcats need to find some offense. Bosco looks to drive, throws it out, and that one's going to go out of bounds.
Things are unraveling a bit here for Villanova Wildcats. They need to regroup, gather themselves, and just be, you can't get it all back at once. You got to chip away here.
Credit to Temple defense.
Absolutely.
Villanova's just really struggled this half to find anything other than maybe a Bosco drive.
And how about East? She picked up those 2 fouls in the first quarter. Hasn't picked up another one since. That's been the difference.
Another mid-range shot from Turner.
I love the way she elevates, because she's going to have a smaller guard on her, and she just can jump so high that her release point is too high.
Yeah, she's not a great three-point shooter, so she doesn't take three. She gets herself to an area where she's comfortable, which is about that 12 to 15-foot shot, and she knocks them down.
Many players live off of that.
So an 11-point lead for Temple here. Shot clock down to 3. Bosco's going to have to take one here. Off balance shot in and good. So Jasmine Bosco stops the drought, but the Wildcats still down 9 with 6:39 to go.
Yeah, Villanova really needed that bucket.
Gary a pull-up 3. That's going to be no good.
See, and that's understanding game time situations a little bit. If you're Gary, don't need that shot. It's early in the shot clock. You're up by 9. Work the ball around a little bit. You don't need to take a 3-point shot with a hand up. But look at Bosco, just using that screen, hitting that short corner shot, one at a time.
Villanova's going to probably need to make some threes here at some point. Just 2 of 16 on the game.
They like to be patient, but you don't have to hurry up, but you do have to be a little bit assertive.
You don't want the shot clock running down, having to force a shot off. Weber with the back down against the smaller, and it's going to be a bump foul there on Taylor. So Taylor and Turner kind of rotating in, and both have played very well, especially in the second half.
Yeah, there's a lot of Taylor, Turner.
Tristan Taylor and Kayla Turner. Both have been very good here in the second half. So they played really good defense in Bosco. Bosco's got 19 points. I feel like they've done a good job on her.
Yeah, really. I mean, hey, sometimes you just have to give people their credit. I mean, you're making tough shots, and that's fine. That's the game.
Drives by Gary. She finds Carter in front. Just misses an easy one. Gets it back and scores. So a second opportunity by Danae Carter.
That's a few
Wildcats
times.
get it to 7.
That's a few times Bosco's been able to hit that little pass.
A quick 3 by Gary. We just said that's probably not the shot you need.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's Laura Edmondson's. Look like she got it cut by, I think Danae Carter hit her on the previous basket that Carter made.
Yeah, I think that was an elbow, and it just popped right open, right below the eye. Sometimes that, that reminds me of what was a Montross when Duke, North Carolina played, and he's bleeding. I mean, the Big Five might not be right there yet, this rivalry, but, sometimes those just
pop. And I think that was that was friendly fire, because I think it was Danae Carter who came down on her, unfortunately.
Yeah.
When Carter got her putback, I saw Edmondson react to it.
Yeah, they'll have to clean up all the blood now, because you have to wipe.
Take a look at it here.
All that.
See, I think it's the miss here, and then on the offensive rebound right there.
Yeah, ouch. And then she's telling her she's sorry as she's running down the other time.
So we'll see what the Wildcats do here. They're probably going to go to Maddie Burke off the bench. They trail by 10 after the 3 by Gary, which we just mentioned probably wasn't a great shot, but if you're Diane Richards, the old no, 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 yes, yes, yes once it goes in. Back, but she is getting patched up.
Maddie
Allen
wants that
inside
ball.
to Burke, then another turnover. Oh.
That is very frustrating for Maddie Burke. Again, posting up, shaping up. You could see her numbers, and then she doesn't get it, goes to try to get it back. Inadvertent foul.
Temple with the 10-point lead, looking to grow the advantage. I think the Wildcats are going to go zone here. Just try to change it up, find something different, see if that can slow down the Owls. With still 5:25 to go here.
Yeah, I think they want to force them to shoot on the perimeter instead of getting into the paint.
Molina might have traveled, got away with it. Stays with the Owls, 6 on the shot clock.
I mean, Gary hit the 3 before, but most of the points have been coming in the paint and in the mid-range. So I think Villanova is trying to force a long perimeter shot, not give up a layup.
Weber out on East. She's going to have to pull up with a long 3. Shot is up and good. Maybe when it's your night, shots like that go in.
I mean, she has been so impressive here today. From having to leave the game early in the first quarter after picking up the second foul to coming back in and leading that big run. And Temple hasn't looked back since she aided that run.
Weber off the curl, finally gets one to go. Wildcats are going to need some stops.
They need to push up a little bit on defense and really try to cause some chaos.
Temple doing a good job of taking care of the basketball here. They're getting a shot every time down the floor. Wildcats go zone again. Long 3 again is up and good.
Wow.
So Tiara East with 2 straight long 3s. And she's got 21 on the game.
Wow, the emotion from East. What an outstanding performance. It's amazing the momentum shift here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Owls by 14. Bosco pull-up jump shot, rims in and out. Carter on the glass is going to stay here. Good battle by Carter. The Wildcats will maintain possession.
Yeah, the effort by Carter all game trying to get to the glass has been commendable.
So there's our media timeout. 3:53 to go here in the fourth quarter with RAV4 minutes to play. Is brought to you by Toyota. Visit Toyota.com to find your 2024 Toyota RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. We'll be back with more Big Five basketball right after this. Here at the Finneran Pavilion, Temple Owls with an explosive second half. They trailed by 4 at the half. They now lead the Wildcats by 14 with 3:53 to go. And they patched her up and she's back. Laura Edmondson checks back in for Villanova. She'll be wearing number 40. Weber with a long three, air ball. Brought down by Temple's Gary.
Villanova has just struggled from the perimeter in this game. The majority of their points coming from the paint. They just have not been able to knock down the long ball.
Here comes East on Weber again. Left hand finishes up and good, and she's kind of doing whatever she wants out there. She's made 2 threes, then she goes to the rim with a left hand finish.
I mean, she's on display here. She's showing you the variety of her game, her ability to hit the long shot, her ability to get to the rim. It's been very impressive in a championship format.
And Weber unable to get that one to go down.
When Villanova went on that run in the third quarter, they hit 2 3-point shots, and other than that, they haven't hit another one all game.
Temple smartly using some clock here with the 16-point lead under 3 minutes to go. It's going to be an offensive foul called on Taylor. Good job by Bosco to get in front of her.
Yeah, that was great defense, moving her feet. That's not an easy guard here. I mean, look at how she has to get there. I mean, that's a little bit of a tough call.
Yeah, I agree.
mean, if
not sure she was there.
If
but
I'm Taylor, I don't know about that one. I applaud the effort by Bosco to kind of fly in front of her.
Kind of with a 16-point lead, don't do anything crazy, and let's get a stop defensively.
Yeah, but it's been a fun battle watching these two go at it.
Goes inside, Edmondson inside, she'll draw the foul. I think that's going to be on Gary, and it is. Edmondson to go line to shoot 2.
And there hasn't been a ton of foul trouble in this game. A pretty clean game overall. It's not really coming into play here in the fourth quarter, but
Yeah, that is the 5th team foul on Temple here in the 4th quarter. So the Wildcats will shoot free throws the rest of the way. Villanova's only committed 2 team fouls. Levinson's first free throw up and no good.
Only the 8th time, 8th and 9th time getting to the free throw line for Villanova.
Evanson's second free throw is good. See the Wildcats come with some kind of full court pressure here. They got to try to speed this game up a little bit, get a turnover if they can.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point.
And they will do that. See Carter on the ball. They can afford to be aggressive with a couple fouls to give. East in the backcourt, throws it up to Molina. Good job by Molina to come down with it. She finds Gary in the front court.
Little helter-skelter, but they got through it.
Now you don't want to foul if shot clock under 15. Got to play it out and hope to get a stop if you're Villanova. Taylor, dribble, no good. Rebound for Edmondson is run down by Bosco.
Yeah, now you got to kind of push it. I mean, time is against you, but
you might have to start thinking threes. There's Edmondson for 1. Up and good. Villanova's going to need a few more of those. They want to get back in it, down 12 with under 2 minutes to go.
Well, what they have going for them is that they are shooting the rest of the way. So if they can get a turnover and then draw a foul, you're stopping the clock.
There's a foul by Carter reaching in. That's the 3rd team foul. So Temple will inbound the ball at midcourt. 1:51 to go. The Temple Owls with a 12-point lead in 1:51 for winning the Big 5 championship.
And Diane Richardson bringing Oliver back in, I think, mostly for rebounding and to body up.
And now you want your better ball handlers and your better foul shooters out there. Taylor will hold. Finds Gary on the wing. Oliver posting up inside. Rivera out high. She had a good first half. Hasn't done much here in the second. It's been all Thierry. So the step back 3. Back rim, run down by, it's going to go over the backboard for a violation. So Wildcats will take the ball in, down 12, 1:28 to go.
Well, she had a miss at some point there in the second half.
Because she hadn't missed much.
Not much at all. It has been an impressive performance.
She leads all scorers with 23. Bosco drives, looks like she gets stripped, loses the ball. The Owls take it away. Taylor gets into the front court. Wildcats probably going to have to start fouling here at some point. And there they do. First foul is going to be on Bosco, I believe, and that'll be the 4th team foul. Both teams with 3 timeouts as well.
Bosco has played such a good all-around game. She had 19
Oliver
points.
back to nice play on the out-of-bounds play. Thierry just lays it in. Nice execution by the Owls. They've really earned it in this second half.
Well, the Atlantic 10 better watch out.
That ball's blocked by Rivera. Owls in the front court. East again. We have a block, and that will send the Owls to the line. So Thierry East gets to add to maybe her 25 points she's already scored.
Yeah, just so impressive.
Villanova led this game 34-30 at the half. And then just an outstanding 3rd quarter. Temple put up 25 in the 3rd quarter. And they kept it going right here in the 4th.
And for Diane Richardson, as they prepare for AAC play, it's just, you know, what a good feeling to be able to rip through the Big 5 and then get ready for conference play with East playing the way she is and some of the other pieces around her. They're going to be a tough out in that conference.
And Villanova takes their 30-second timeout to advance the ball to half court. 15-point lead for the Temple Owls, and Christine, been a long day but a fun day.
Ooh, it has, and it has gotten hot in here, mostly because of the play, but all the people that came out, the bands. What a great event here at Finneran Pavilion, hosted by Villanova. Toyota putting on a great Big 5 Classic. It's been so much fun to have all 6 teams in one building. People have had to listen to us talk for like 6 hours, so they're almost getting a reprieve from that. But it's been so much fun. Every game has been competitive, and then it seems like one team kind of pulls away.
Yeah.
They've all been similar, where it's tight for about 3/4, and then one team just kind of advances. But
and older people like me are usually sometimes resistant to change. This has been a really positive change. I think having six teams in the building for the day is really something special. Edmonton unable to finish inside. It's been that kind of day for the Wildcats.
Yeah,
but to get all 6 teams under one roof. The men tried it last year down at Wells Fargo. I thought that went really well. They'll do it again tomorrow at the Wells Fargo. But for the inaugural one for the women, I think it's a success, and look forward to it again next year.
yeah, and if you like Philadelphia basketball, I mean, 6 games in 2 days, it doesn't get any better than that. You know, conference tournament time's obviously the best in March, but why not have a format like this in December? It's so much fun.
Yeah. Weber off the screen. His ball is short. It's going to go down. I think it's going to be off of Edmondson. They're going to check it. I think it might have went off of Edmondson's leg. Well, let's see what they call. I didn't see the call on the floor. Did you?
No, I didn't. But if you're Diane Richardson and her staff, you know, most of her staff coming with her from Townsend and the CAA, and in such a short time to be able to have this type of success at Temple, to instill their values. She's such a passionate coach, and the way they coach their players, she really tries to create a family, and you can see how much her players play for her, and it's really cool to see, you know, when you jump from one conference to another and you're able to establish your culture, you're seeing the benefits and the fruits of that labor.
It takes time. She's in her 3rd year now, and that's usually when it kicks in for coaches, when they get a couple of their own recruiting classes. It's a little bit easier now with the transfer portal. You can bring in more kids more quickly, and she's done a really good job. And you know, they got a really good performance out of a lot of guys, a lot of players today. I thought Taylor was really good. She's got 15. You know, she did a nice job. Gary gave him 14 as well. So they've had 3 players in double figures. They had a nice job. And it's going to go to Villanova. It was actually ruled Temple ball and overturned on the review with 34.7. It won't make much of a difference, but the Wildcats will inbound here.
And then you had Rivera, you know, at one point during this game, she took over for a few minutes. And if you're Denise Dillon, you know, you're still putting some of these pieces together. You have a young team, a couple of veterans, but mostly a young team, and they'll start to figure it out.
Yeah, Edmondson unable to score. It looks like that'll stay with the Wildcats. 28 on the shot clock. And we'll be joined by Diane Richardson in the winning coach of the Temple Owls in her Big 5 championship postgame, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah. Villanova has some great wins under their belt, and I think it's been a pretty consistent non-conference schedule.
They went down to Atlantis, really challenged themselves, played 3 quality teams, Texas Tech, North Carolina, and Baylor, and then came home and had the really good win against St. Joe's. And just today, Temple played better. It happens in basketball. The other team some days just plays better. Caitlin Oriole sneaks one in for her first 2 baskets of the game, and Temple will take a timeout to advance the ball to half court. 30.9 to go, 13-point lead for the Owls.
And that's what you hate to see when a game's pretty much decided and someone comes up with an injury. You just hate that. I don't know if her finger popped out or kind of a jam.
Looks like Rivera jammed a finger there. She's in some obvious pain over there on the bench.
And she had her left hand all wrapped up, and now the wrap isn't on there.
And that's the hand they're looking at. So
yeah, I wonder if the wrapping just came off, and now it looks like she may have re-injured whatever the issue was. But for Temple, I mean, you have to be really happy with your performance in the Big 5, and then coming into hostile territory. And
they had to go and win on the road
absolutely.
too. You know, we've kind of engaged and embraced all 6 teams today, but obviously this is Villanova's home court, and to go on the road, it probably makes it even a little bit sweeter. Inbound to East. She looks like the refs want to get this game over with too. They're not calling any fouls. And there's one finally. Looks like Wildcats were trying to commit a foul, but couldn't get one called. I think that's Maddie Weber going to pick that one up. 20.8 to go.
Well, the biggest thing is you're starting to get ready for conference play is you want to be healthy and you want to have been challenged. And, you know, both of these teams are on their way to both of those things. I think they both set up tough non-conference schedules, and you're trying to stay as healthy as you possibly can.
Curry knocks down her second free throw. 76-62. Green picked up by Weber. Left-hand dribble pull-up jumper, no good. Rebounded Easton. She will dribble it out. And there you have it, your Temple Owls, your Big 5 champions with a 76-62 win over the Villanova Wildcats. Congratulations to Diane Richardson, her staff, and her team as the Temple Owls win the inaugural Big 5 Classic. Their cheerleaders and band out on the court won a well-deserved victory. Christine, just a really good second half. They played outstanding on both ends of the floor. Villanova held to just under 20 points in the second half.
Yeah, and I mean, they scored 46 points in the second half. I thought the third quarter was just phenomenal for the Temple Owls.
Yeah, there you see Coach Richardson, encouraging her band and fans, thanking them coming out to support her team today.
Yeah, the third quarter explosion for the Temple Owls was just phenomenal, and I think that was the difference. And then Tierra East's ability to stay in this game after picking up that early second foul, I thought was a huge difference.
Yeah, and you know, Denise Dillon has nothing to hang her head about. They'll have an opportunity when the Big East season comes around and get themselves some quality wins, but it's a process. You played really well against St. Joe's. You're probably not as happy with the way you played today, but that's sports. And you know, sometimes the other team just plays well, and you got to tip your hat.
Yeah, and again, Villanova was in control of this game, and they did an excellent job in that first half of responding, but the third quarter was a little bit too much for Villanova to handle. I mean, Temple was hitting everything. East was phenomenal. I thought Gary also, at one point, knocked down a few of those three-point shots. And then Turner, I thought she did a really good job on Bosco. And I thought that battle was really fun to watch.
You get an opportunity to see the Temple team with their banner. The Temple Owls, your 2024 Women's Big 5 champions. And we hope to have Coach Diane Richardson here in a minute. She's supposed to join us.
Well, she's got to get hugs from the Owl.
Yeah, she's out there.
She earned that
She's
hug.
out there with her teammates, excuse me, with her team and her staff, enjoying the moment, and we don't blame her. A well-deserved victory.
It doesn't matter what kind of championship you can win. There's very few opportunities to do that, and anytime you can, you have to celebrate it.
And no doubt about it. Christine, you know, we talked about Tierra East's offense, but I think it really came down to how well Temple played defensively. I mean, Basco had a good game for Villanova, but no one else was able to really generate much offensively.
Yeah, and I thought, you know, players like Oliver and Rivera crashing the boards, one and done a lot of times for Villanova. I really thought everybody contributed, and it was a total team effort. Tierra East had the most points, but there were a lot of situations in this game where there was diving for a basketball or the ability to just knock down shots. But Tierra East, I mean, how do you guard that?
Yeah, that was the end of the shot clock. Look at the depth on that three that she knocked down.
When she hit those back-to-back threes, she hit that one, and then she hit the one right here.
Yeah.
I think that was kind of the nail in the coffin.
That really broke the game open. Then she had the two that we saw earlier. That was an 8-point run that really broke the game open.
You know, and if you're watching, you're in their conference and you're watching this game and this tape, you know, you're trying to figure out how the heck you're going to stop Tierra East in conference play, because she's gaining more and more confidence with every single game she plays, and she can do it in a lot of ways. Hitting the outside shot, putting her back to the basket.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to get Coach Richardson. It looks like she just walked off the court, so we may not get an opportunity to talk to her, but we know she's one happy coach because they did such an outstanding job defensive. She's got to be very pleased.
Well, you know, she's come in, she's implemented her culture, she's allowed these players to play with freedom. They're not afraid to make mistakes. Yes, you're going to turn it over. Yes, you're going to miss a shot, but it's the trust that she has in her players and her players have in her that allows them to play free. They went through a drought where it was turnover, miss shot, and then they go on a run. So, you know, I don't think they ever got too high or too low. But congratulations to the Temple Owls.
Yeah.
It was a fun game to watch.
And you mentioned because they played through mistakes. The first half they were throwing the ball everywhere,
Yeah.
and they never dropped their head. They never put their head down. They kept playing hard, and they were able to find a way to get the big win. And let's talk about it. Christine, I want to say, first off, thank you. What a long day. It was a pleasure to work with you. I really enjoyed it. I wanted to say a couple more thank yous out there. First, for our producer, Gabe Steiner, did a great job in the control room with all his people. Josh Igo, Jake Witten as well. And obviously, we got to thank Harry Perretta and Megan Caffrey for giving us at least half times off. So we were here all day, but we finally got half time off.
Well, the reason why they put them over there is because nobody wants to listen to us for 6.5 hours. But since you did, thank you, everyone, for watching and for the Big East or the Big 5 Classic going forward. What a great day. I can't wait to see this continue and get bigger and bigger each year.
So that's it from the Finneran Pavilion. Once again, congratulations to the Temple Owls, your Big 5 Classic champions. For Christine Mata, I'm Steve Pannone saying so long for the Pavilion. Good night, everybody.